Good morning, everybody. I think we are back live with another live stream, the second of our two live streams. Thank you again, everybody. If you were here last night, if you're back again this morning, thanks for getting up after a bit of a lack of sleep. We had a really good fun last night. We saw some really quite phenomenal things happen. I haven't changed the map. I wouldn't do you dirty like that. Good morning, everybody. We'll go through the map together and change the things that have changed overnight. Some interesting ones to look at, some interesting points to get into before we start looking at the new results coming in. Of course, we've got Scotland and Wales coming up today as well. So it's all go. The ticker's back down the bottom. The banner's back down the bottom. I managed to fix it. It will still be wrong. It will still lag the BBC and Sky, and there may be errors in there. It's Tim Pot and Proud. It's rough and ready. But it looks nice down the bottom there, so we'll go with it for now. Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you all back in the chat again. How are we all feeling? What's the vibe for today? Is it more sort of reform conquest, or is there a fight back in here for Labour? Got an interesting point to make on the Tories in a minute, which maybe is taking the shine off of reform slightly. Oh, there we go. So we do get the graphic co-op. So there we go. Harlow, Conservative hold. That's the first one to come in this morning on this stream. Then Harlow is a Conservative hold. So that goes to show, because on my... So this is what I can say about it. So with that coming up, let's go and talk about the Tories then, because there is a couple of things that maybe will take the shine off of what was a very good night for Reform versus Labour last night. So down in Fareham, I want to start, because I was just looking at Fareham. Now, bearing in mind, this is where the Suella Braverman's constituency is, Fareham and Waterlooville, down on the south coast. I had it on my prediction that Reform would deprive the Conservatives of a majority, and the Conservatives would be the largest party. But the Conservatives held it, and they held it very comfortably as well. So that's staying dark blue. They only lost 2 seats, I think. Reform just couldn't really get close to them. Most of them, in fact, I think I've still got the elections up here. This is, I think, this is Fareham. So let's have a look at these results. So Conservatives lost 2 seats down to 11 in this set of elections. Reform and Lib Dems both gained 1 each. So Reform really didn't break through. And you see as we scroll down here, Reform unable to really get all that close. The one that they won by a decent enough margin, but then they were sort of behind. That one's quite close. That was very close. That was 0.1 in all fairness. So Fort Fareham was very close. Hillhead was not close at all. Neither was Hook with the Loxheath. These are all quite big holds for the Tories, strongholds. So I think there's a little bit of a narrative emerging this morning from what we've seen coming out of London as well. Bexley again was another one that I thought Reform would have a majority in, but the Tories have held Bexley. So we can go and do that as well, actually, on our map. Let's go to London. That's Scotland. The London map, which is all a dark colour, unfortunately. Sorry about that, but it's going to start filling in. So Bexley has stayed Conservative as well. So that's Havering. So that's me. In fact, we can change that. Reform have won Havering, as expected. Bexley has gone to the Conservatives. So a hold in Bexley for the Tories. And it just seems like, in the south... The Conservative vote is holding up quite well. Certainly better than it did last year. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the Sussexes then, because I had Reform largest party in both of the Sussexes, but at the moment they're not quite able to erode down that Tory vote this year. In Broxbourne, again, it was always going to be a Conservative hold, but they won pretty comfortably. They held most of the seats that they were defending there as well. Harlow, we just saw as well, as another Conservative hold. So, and I think I had Reform largest party there. So certainly in the prediction video that I did, I definitely gave the Conservatives too small of a vote share, it seems. Because they're actually holding up all right. So that's an interesting little thing to note early on in this live stream. I suppose we should go around and fill in the map with all the other bits that have happened, shouldn't we? So I'll try and do from memory what's happened since we... I know you've got it on your screen, but I can't see it when I'm on the map. So Reading is going to be a Labour Party hold. That's in there. Oh, something happened to Exeter. Is it no overall control in Exeter? Hang on, I've tried to do it from memory and forgotten on the first one. Exeter's no overall control gain from Labour. Yeah. In fact, we can go and see who was the largest party, because that we've got all the info for Exeter in there now. And I think it is still the Labour Party. That's the wrong tab. Exeter, it is Labour largest party, so that one's going to go light red. Where else? There's a few more up north. So Wigan, we'll just have a quick look at this. So Wigan was one of these that was never going to change because of the Labour's majority going in, electing by thirds, which meant that Labour's majority was safe in Wigan. But similar to Halton, let's just have a look at the vote shares. So here's the vote share for Wigan. Reform got 46.3% of the vote in the seats that were up for election here in Wigan. This is, again, Labour heartland territory, right in the heart of Greater Manchester. You know, this shouldn't be it shouldn't be one of these battle areas, same as the Halton one, really. This is supposed to be Labour heartland territory. Very, very strong performance from Reform. Labour down on 24%, the Greens on 11%, the Conservatives on 9%. Let's get the vote share change. And you see Reform with a massive increase, obviously pretty much from 0 to 43%. Labour here down 27.6 points. Not quite so bad as Halton, but still very, very bad. Over 25%. Bearing in mind, I was saying the average decline for them in seats that they're defending would be a 25-point drop, so that's close-ish. Not really too much else to talk about. The Greens are up a decent 8% as well, and the Conservatives down 6%. So so this is the sort of the dichotomy, I suppose, for Reform so far. Against Labour in the north, no contest, but against the Tories in the south, maybe a little bit more pushback than they were used to last year. So Wigan stays dark red by virtue of that big majority. What else can we change? Hart is no overall control. I know we did it black last night. We could change that now to Lib Dem light yellow, because they are the largest party there, as we thought they would be. We've also got North East Lincolnshire. We did. That's Reform and the Tories are tied now, aren't they, on the most seats. Hartlepool we did. Havering we've done. Lincoln is a Labour hold. So this is another one actually that's a bit interesting, because we thought this one was going to go Labour were going to lose their majority, but Labour stays in control in Lincoln. Newcastle under Lyme is another Reform gain. Well, we thought we expected that one. That was predicted by us, and this is where they did do very well against the Tories. So maybe a bit of a splitting of the country, south and sort of southeast up to north and northwest, through the Midlands is where the Conservative vote falls away again. But so far, it seems that in the south, the Tories are doing all right. But there is still a lot of votes to come in. Look, we've still got a lot of grey down here. Obviously, on the south coast, the Isle of Wight. We've got the Sussexes as well. And of course, all of East Anglia on the county elections coming in later on this morning as well. So there is a few bits still to come in. So it's too early to say, really. Unfortunately, my map is still broken, so I won't be able to mark up Coventry, Norwich, Harlow, which we just had. They're off the menu, I'm afraid. I didn't get it sorted in time. Do apologise. Thank you again to my helpers who are back this morning. I've seen them ferreting away in the spreadsheet. Let's give them a shout out. So we've got John's in the spreadsheet. Paul, James. Poppy Fairy, I'm not sure who that is, but whoever you are, Poppy Fairy, thank you very much. So we've got 4 of them in the spreadsheet at the moment. They're beavering away, getting the vote shares in, getting the parties in who have won the seats, and it's all going to pop up on the screen for you. So that's where we are. I think there's probably a few more that I'm forgetting to mark up, actually. So let me just have a quick look. Get in the chat with ones that I've forgotten. Basildon is no overall control, Conservative largest party, so we can change that one over. Basildon is going to be Conservative's largest party there. Brentwood, of course, which we haven't done. I think that's Tory's largest party as well. Let's have a look. Brentwood, Liberal Democrat largest party. That's right, Liberal Democrat's largest party in Brentwood. Let's mark that one up. Sorry, I wanted to do this with you guys, but now I'm doing it. It feels a bit slow, doesn't it? What else have we got? Broxbourne's a Conservative hold, which we already knew about. Chorley was a Labour hold, despite the incredible results we saw out of there. Dudley is another one where Reform did very well. So they're just 2 seats behind the Tories now in Dudley. So that is going to be no overall control. Sorry, that's going to be Conservative largest party. That's Rugby. Beg your pardon. Dudley's over here, isn't it? There you go. Conservative largest party in Dudley. I'll be back in the chat in a minute. I just want to get this done, and then we'll take stock of where we are. Eastleigh was always going to be a Lib Dem hold. We've got Exeter. We've done. Labour, the largest party. Fareham, Conservative hold. We've done that. Halton, we've done. Hammersmith and Fulham is another one in London, which was a Labour hold. Now, interesting again, looking at London, it would seem at the moment, and to be fair, it's early doors, but Hammersmith and Fulham goes Labour majority, which we were expecting. But I was looking at the results in Hammersmith and Fulham, and the Greens don't really seem all that out of the races. The Conservatives, I believe, have also won Wandsworth back, actually, while we're in London. Let me just make sure that is confirmed. It's not confirmed on my spreadsheet, but I'm pretty sure that may be... I couldn't find the vote info for Wandsworth, so I'm not entirely sure. I've just seen some rumours that the Tories had actually won Wandsworth back. But I'm not. It's quite close, so I'll leave that for now until I know it's confirmed, or you guys can confirm it in the chat now, and I'll be with you in a sec. Right, we were on Hammersmith and Fulham. We've also got Harlow. We've spoken about. We can't mark that one up. We've done Hearts, Hartlepool. We've done. Haven't is Conservatives' largest party as well, so we can mark that up. Haven't, and we've done Havering. So back to this map. Havant down on the south coast again is going to be the Conservatives' largest party, which is this one here. Cool. So yeah, I mean, let's have a look at Havant. What happens? The Tories are now on. Well, to be fair, I mean they're tied with Labour actually. It's 6 each. The Tories have lost 3 seats in Havant, and Labour lost 5. Reform look like they've gained 2 seats. The Lib Dems, no. Who else gained then? I think maybe we haven't got a full set of results there actually at the moment, so I'll change that. That's not a full set in there. If any of my helpers can find results for Havant, if they're there, they maybe haven't been declared yet. But if we get Havant finished off, I'll put it to no overall control, black for now, because it seems like that's the way that one's going. Certainly. Right, let's keep making our way through this list. We've got. Oh, that's true. I didn't mark that up yesterday. Ipswich is one that's going to be a Labour hold by virtue of their majority anyway, so we can do that. That's not been counted, I don't think, but Labour can't be dislodged from Ipswich. We've got Lincoln. We've done. Manchester is going to be a hold anyway. We've got Newcastle under Lyme. We've done. North East Lincolnshire. We can do actually, Reform largest party in North East Lincolnshire. So we put this as black last night, no overall control. That can now go into light turquoise for Reform largest party in Lincolnshire by just 1 seat. 1 seat over the Labour Party. We have also got Peterborough is no overall control with, let me just see if we've got a full stack of results for Peterborough, because it was all a bit scattergun in Peterborough yesterday. Let's have a look. Where are we? Peterborough. Looks like we do have a couple missing. There's a couple missing, so I'll leave it for now. Unless you guys know any more than I do, who's the largest party in Peterborough this morning. Morning all. 1,000 of you tuned in already in the first couple of minutes, or first 5 minutes or so. So welcome. Thank you for being here again. If you're new, please do please subscribe to the channel. Super chat has come in from Tech1238. Thank you very much. Thanks for the coverage. Was watching you all last night. It's so much better than the media coverage. Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you. Well, I think at least it's unique to the media coverage. It's I think we can certainly offer something that the mainstream media can't, which is interaction with you guys, and I'll be better at that in a minute once I've just made our way through these councils. Thank you very much though for the compliments. I really enjoyed last night. It was really, really fun as the results started coming in, and we're going to have more a lot more today with Scotland and Wales coming through as well. So Redditch we did last night. Salford is already done. Southampton, yeah. Southampton is a Labour largest party, but they took a bit of a battering. So 24 seats down from 31. So they lost 7 seats. Reform did quite well. They got up to 8. So Southampton is going to be Labour largest party on the south coast down here. So that's a loss of control for Labour. Another one to add to the tally for this what has been a very, fair to say, a very bruising set of elections so far. Oh yeah, another big one is Tameside. When we spoke about this in the preview video, prediction video I did the other day. Angela Rayner's backdoor. Not Angela Rayner's backdoor. Oh no! Oh, what an awful thing to say. Angela Rayner's backyard in Tameside, which is, when I find it in a minute. Where is it? There it is. Tameside is now Labour largest party, so they've lost majority control in Tameside. Again, you know, worrying for these. She's not a cabinet minister anymore, but a high-profile, high-ranking Labour MP, and Reform just absolutely ran away with it in Tameside, same as they have across most of Greater Manchester. We've also got, I think that's it. Oh, Westminster. Yes, this was one we were expecting as well. Conservatives have gained back Westminster in London. That was expected. So Westminster goes blue again. So the Tories look like they're doing all right in London. Obviously, Westminster was expected. Bexley is a boon for them. If they've won Bexley, I imagine they'll probably win Bromley as well. So Reform are going to be maybe a little bit disappointed with their London performance because it looks like they may well just have Havering. That'll be their only London win, which will be disappointing. What's going to be more interesting as the results keep coming in today is how do the Greens do in all these sort of central London boroughs, all the ones just, you know, Southwark, Lewisham, Lambeth, Haringey, Hackney, Islington. These were all ones that we had going green in the preview video. Like I say, I mean, in all fairness, their strong areas haven't been counted yet, but I was just interested to see they weren't really at the races in Hammersmith and Fulham. But in all fairness, they didn't stand a full slate of candidates either. So, you know, we'll bear that in mind. Of course, we're over on X as well. Elect_Watch UK on X. If you use X, please do go and follow over there and tag me in results like Bjorn has done here. So we've got a result coming in from Colchester. At 10 a.m, exactly when we started. Berrychurch ward in Colchester. Labour here have held on, even though they had a massive decline of 41.8 points. Then Reform just 0.2 away from getting that seat off of Labour. So again, another really, really hefty vote share decline for Labour. This has been really quite extraordinary what we've seen. Here's the Bexley. So Reform got 32% of the vote in Bexley, but the Conservatives beat them on 37% of the vote. So not bad showing from Reform, but the Tories held up well enough. So the median across London MRPs were Conservative at 30, as was mine. Median Reform vote in polling was also 30. So the polls have underestimated the Conservatives in London. It does seem like the Tories may have outperformed London. So there you are. Let's see how they do in the in the counties. There's Tameside. So you can see this is the council where Angela Rayner's constituency is, and you can see what happened there. Reform absolutely dominating. So yeah, that's X anyway. Do feel free to follow over there and to tag me in results so that we can see them and get into them. Right, I think we're caught up with overnight bits. So we've got Scotland and Wales coming in, of course, as I say. We've got a lot more English councils to come as well. That banner down the bottom of your screen will be out of date. It will be lagging behind the TV mainstream media stuff because we don't have a live feed, and that banner down the bottom is all being fed by data being put into a spreadsheet by my wonderful helpers, volunteers, who are working away in the spreadsheet now to get that data in and keep it all up to date as far as they can. And it really is, without them we wouldn't have this, because I wouldn't be able to do the live stream and put the data in myself. So dubs in the chat for the helpers again, please, if you don't mind, because they certainly deserve it. once again. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in. 6,000 of you have checked in so far. It's going to be a long day, but it's going to be a fun day. I plan to stay on. My mother's got my granddaughter. My mother's got her granddaughter, my daughter. And I sort of asked when she came out to pick her up, I said, how long were you sort of thinking, you know? She said, oh, I don't mind. I was like, cool, I'll see you at 6 o'clock then. So, I don't know if we'll go quite that long, but we'll try and work into the certainly the mid-afternoon, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock maybe. We'll keep it going for as long as we can because it's going to be results coming in all day long. Yes, dubs in the chat for the helpers. Thank you very much. Really appreciative for the volunteers and the help they're giving us. So, guys, what's your thoughts on the Tories then? Because as you can see there on the screen at the moment, it's lagging a bit for me, but a few good holds there for the Tories. Bexley, Fareham, Harlow were all three councils that I had the Tories losing. Bexley, I had them losing entirely, Reform majority. Fareham and Harlow, I had them losing their majorities and being the largest party. So they've done well, have the Tories so far. Their vote seems to be holding up, certainly better than it did last year against Reform. So there is that's a little bit of a warning sign for Reform maybe. I still think they're in the far better position. I think nationally, but it does seem that there is a fight back from the Tories. They're not going down without a fight, and this will give them a bit of hope maybe. And I said in one of my previews for this video that Cordy, I don't know if Greenwich Borough has been declared yet. We'll have a look in a minute. We'll keep on top of it. I said in one of my preview videos that Reform really needed the Tories to come out of this election with no hope. If their members, activists have something to cling on to, something to get their teeth into and fight for, it's going to elongate that battle on the right. So I felt like from a Reform perspective, they really needed to put the dagger in this election, and this had to be the one. And look, it still might be. We've got a lot of results to come in, but in London at least, I don't see Reform getting much more success now because if the Tories have won Bexley, I imagine they'll probably win Bromley or be at least the largest party, and then I don't think Reform will get any more wins in London. So then we will see how they do in the county council elections. But yeah, it seems that the Tories maybe have held up a bit better. And of course, we had a decent presence from the Restore Britain crowd last night on the stream. We will have the Norfolk election result coming in today. I think it's later today though. So you will finally find out how well Great Yarmouth First has done, the proxy for Restore Britain. So they've only got that one town in Norfolk where they're standing, but we will find out eventually how they've done. So you got to hang around because I think they might be a bit later on. But yeah, do stick with it. Even if you just have me on in the background, I think it'd be worth having on because it's going to be a historic day. It was a historic night already, and we've got all those blanks up there in Manchester and Yorkshire in particular as well. Remember, in Yorkshire, the number of whole council elections. So if I just flick back to the map, we go to Yorkshire. So we've got Bradford, that's full council. We've got Leeds is not. Wakefield is a full council. Barnsley is a full council. Kirklees is a full council. I think Calderdale is a full council. So these Yorkshire is all full council elections, and Labour are facing. If what happens in Greater Manchester is replicated in Yorkshire, then they're going to be wiped out pretty much in Yorkshire, which is going to be really quite incredible. So we've got all that to come in. We've still got a lot of Greater Manchester as well, like I say. The North East, of course, Hartlepool has gone no overall control. Reform and Labour tied for the largest party there, which is why it's currently black. And we still got Newcastle, Gateshead, Sunderland and South Tyneside. So there's a lot of Labour pain to come, I think. It's fair to say. The Southwest is pretty much done. Plymouth was always going to be a Labour hold. I don't think they've actually declared yet, but the Labour have got a big enough majority to soak up any losses. Exeter has gone Labour, largest party, so they lost control down there. Still waiting for Cheltenham, which is the only one in the Southwest. It technically counts as the Southwest. I appreciate it's compared to these two, it's not really a Southwest, is it? So that's the lie of the land. I'm sure results are coming in. Let's have a look on here. We've got a couple being tagged in by Welsh Reformer. Thank you. Lost just as we were talking about. Yeah, so Exeter have lost control of Exeter Council. And thank you very much, Becky Veal, for the follow. So council declaration begin trickling in around 12 p.m. Okay. How have I managed to pick another time where it's another 2-hour blank spot? How on earth have I managed that? We started yesterday, didn't we, at 10 p.m. because I wanted to start when the polls closed. And then there was obviously 2.5 hours roughly until we had election results come in. Seems like we're gonna have the same again. It's a bit of a dead period until 12 maybe, so we might have another hour and a half to twiddle our thumbs. Hopefully, Scotland and Wales start declaring a bit earlier than planned. That would be nice. One thing I wanted to talk about actually with Wales was that one. Not that we've got anything to fill in yet, but apparently things could be worse for Labour than anybody imagined. Is the noise I've heard coming out of Wales? Very good turnout allegedly, and the Labour vote has just not turned up at all. So this will probably be historic what we see on this map. We'll wait and see how many seats Labour actually get. But of course, last night there was also a rumour that Eluned Morgan, the Labour First Minister, going into this election, has potentially lost her seat as well. She would be the first First Minister to lose her seat, first sitting First Minister to lose her seat. So I think while we wait then, what we'll do maybe is just have a look at the vote shares in some of these Conservative places and just see what happened with Reform versus the Tories. So bear with me one moment and I will just do some spreadsheet filling in. Let's go and have a look at Bexley, I think. Bexley, where the Tories held on. So bear with me, talk amongst yourselves. How are you all feeling after last night's late night, by the way? I'm actually doing all right, to be fair. I haven't touched the monsters yet, which is good. I got about 3 hours sleep because I set up for another hour after I finished the stream trying to fix the seat counter. I'm not entirely sure it is properly fixed, to be honest with you, but it's somewhat functional. It's not showing zeros, so we are going with it. Yeah, I thought after all the work I put in to actually have it, it would be a shame to not use it at all. Oh, you silly Billy. Why am I like this? Why am I like this? Right, sorry, bear with. I just keep doing silly things. But we will just have a look at the charts to see what happened to the vote share in Bexley momentarily. Okie dokie, right. Let's get that. That can change to that as well. Okay, right. Let's have a look at this then. Get this loaded up. Bexley, here we go. Ignore the turnout. We don't have a turnout figure. The turnout was not 0%. You'll be glad to know. So, as we just saw, the Conservatives beat Reform on the vote share by about 5 points, 32 to 6. Let's call it 6, 32 to 38. So Reform, by no means a bad performance from Reform. Labour on 19 and the Greens on 7. Let's have a look at what happened to the vote share changes. And you see Reform, big gainers, 31%, pretty much from 0 in 2022. But the Tories down 13. Now, it's a meaningful decline, a noteworthy decline, but it's not catastrophic. So that's what I mean. That they seem to have held up a bit better than maybe I was expecting. Certainly, in this part of London, and obviously we'll wait and see for the rest. Labour again were down loads in an area of the country where they didn't do particularly well. Well, I suppose they did all right, but they didn't win before. So again, a big chunk down. The Greens up 6.5 points here in Bexley. I mean, again, it's not an area of the capital where we would expect the Greens to do well. So I think we shan't judge them too much on that performance. But yeah, interesting. I mean, it's still a decent drop for the Tories and Reform, obviously the big gainers, as they tend to be everywhere. But yeah, not enough to pip the Tories in Bexley. So there you are. 10,000 of you have tuned in since we started. Thank you very, very much. We've been going for about half an hour already. Claire Amos, not yet in Yarmouth. Norfolk County Council will be declaring later on this afternoon. I think it's mid to late afternoon. We're expecting a result out of Norfolk, which is when we'll get the Great Yarmouth results. Ian Livingston, this is what you like, the nuances. It's not available on an MSM. Yeah, well, it's good, isn't it? We can just sort of do what we want. I haven't got a producer in my ear telling me what to talk about, so I can sort of do what I like. Shall we? I'd have a quick look at. Let's have a quick look at X again to make sure I'm not missing stuff. We've got an Ealing result. So here we go. Here's one for the Greens. Greens gained from Labour in Ealing. They gained all 3 of the councillors, but not explosive. I mean, Reform have gained more in Ealing here than the Greens have. Again, it's not. I can't remember what we put down for Ealing, actually. What did we put down for Ealing? Was it Greens' largest party? Or Labour? I can't remember. I can't remember what we did for Ealing on the preview prediction video. But yeah, it's not. I mean, compared to what we've seen from what Reform did to the Labour Party in Greater Manchester, for example, this is not on that same spectrum, is it? This is far more modest. I mean, it's decent. It's basically 10 points down for Labour, has gone pretty much all to the Greens. The Tories have gone down 9 points, and Reform have picked most of that up. Would be how I interpret that. But yeah, it's not an explosive gain. It's not an explosive result that we've seen, like I say, from Reform against Labour up in the north. So interesting. We'll keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on how the Greens do this morning in London. But yeah, seems like maybe a little bit of underperformance from the Greens, but we may be being a bit unfair. Might be a bit early to say that. Shall we look at the Fareham result on the chart, the same as we just did for Bexley, while we're waiting for things to happen? Would that be something you're interested in looking at? We'll just see how the vote shares changed. Thank you all to the new subscribers last night. We got over 1,000 subscribers on that stream, so thank you very much for coming and joining. I hope you stick around and become part of this community that we've got going on here. Yeah, and if you haven't subscribed yet and you're here, please do hit the subscribe button. We will be here all day, pretty much. That's the plan anyway. I haven't said, have I, today, if you weren't here last night, I did explain briefly, but I'm not in a sterile environment, so I've got doggos in the living room with me. So I know the bins are being collected this morning at some point, in theory, so you'll probably hear them. But there you go. That's the charm, isn't it? That's the charm of watching something like this on YouTube, I guess. Lexis Gecko, no, Great Yarmouth won't be until later this afternoon. Norfolk County Council not declaring until mid to late afternoon, I think, so we don't know yet. The cyber leader, West Ham United FC. What do you think about your survival hopes, by the way? Barking, please. Yeah, we'll get to it when all the results start coming in. I think we're in a bit of a dead spot for an hour and a half. So we're gonna have to play for time a little bit. But yeah, as soon as the results start coming in, I've got my wonderful volunteers in the spreadsheet who are primed and ready to be inputting data as and when. So thank you again to those guys. Let's have a quick look at Ferrum then on the chart as well. So bear with me a sec. I'll just go and switch the data over. I'm sure there's a more efficient way of doing this that I haven't thought of, but at the moment it's manual data entry for me. So stand by one. Right, let's see what happened in Ferrum then. Just interesting to see, really. I mean, the Tories will be down, but just interesting to see by how much, really. When you consider last year when their vote shares just kind of collapsed across the country, just seems like it's been a bit more robust in some parts of the country this year, which is, you know, a hope for them, isn't it? Which, again, like I say, is not what you want if you're Reform, I think. You wanted to kill the Tories off. And to be fair, they still might feel pretty killed off if Wales and Scotland go very badly for them. But it'd be interesting if they've held up all right in Wales. You know, where do we go then? Imagine if the Tories finish above Labour in Wales. That would be... I'm not saying it will happen. I'm just saying from what I've heard, Wales could be apocalyptic for Labour. So, I mean, it would be just... unthinkable that the Tories would finish above Labour in Wales, but you never say never, do you, these days? So let's have a look at this. Cool. Right, that's ready to go. We can change that to 24 and then come back to this one. Oops. Right, let's have a look at Ferrum. Here we go. So Ferrum, again, ignore the turnout on the right. So Ferrum, then the Tories here got just under 39% of the vote, so a bit stronger even than in Bexley. Reform, 15 points off them, really, aren't they? So quite a way behind, really. And we looked at those results in Ferrum when we first started the stream, and they were quite a way behind, but they did beat the Liberal Democrats in the second place. And this is interesting. Let's go to the vote share change. So again, Reform are the big gainers, 24 points. And it seems like they've been taking votes from all sorts of places. But the Liberal Democrats, again, down 8 points. Now, it's not tragic. It's not, you know, it's not massive. But they do seem to have gone backwards in a lot of different places. And I think some of their vote has gone to Reform, which I wasn't expecting necessarily. I thought, if anything, the Lib Dems might lose out to the Greens, as I've said quite a lot in the last few weeks. I thought there was some scope that the Liberal Democrat vote was susceptible to going to the Greens, but Reform, again, look, the big gainers, they seem to have taken votes from everywhere here in Ferrum, but not enough to really get anywhere close to the Tories, and that is a worry for, I think, Suella Braverman, who is the MP for Ferrum and Waterlooville in this borough or district, to see the Tories only down 7 points, which is not a big decline. It's a bit more than my arbitrary 5% band where I say, you know, above that it starts to become a bit more meaningful, but it's not really all that significant. And actually they're down less than Labour and the Lib Dems in a council that they had control of. So again, a good result for the Conservative Party. And I think, well, we'll have to wait and see. But this idea that the Tories won't be a national party at the end of this election is starting to look not quite like that's going to be the case. So, look, very good, very, very positive stories for Reform against Labour in Labour heartland areas that the Tories have never had a chance of winning. Absolutely brilliant stories there. But in the battle against the Tories to unite the right, not so good, perhaps. Looks like the Tories maybe are digging in. But again, look, this is only a couple of results, isn't it? So we'll have to wait and see. But there you are. What do you think about that, guys? What's your thoughts? We need to do a poll, actually, don't we? We haven't done a poll yet. What can we do a poll on? I'm not doing another Reform versus Restore one. Alan W. Yeah, my ticker down the bottom is behind for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because it's a Tim Pot thing that is using Excel to update via HTML code. So it sometimes just goes back on itself and reloads old data. And also the fact that it's not live. It's not a live feed. It's is all manually updated by people working for me in a spreadsheet, volunteers putting stuff in a spreadsheet for me. So that's why it's behind. Yeah, apologies. I'm leaving it there because it looks quite nice. I like the look of it, but it's not all that fancy. It's very belt and braces. Well, yeah, normal boy. There are 3 Conservative parties now. This is the thing, isn't it? There's certainly 3 parties on the right, emerging at least. So, yeah, it's and I was talking about it last night, wasn't I? Briefly, I think Reform is a bit of a separate conversation at the moment because, and I know the supporters won't like me saying it, but they are still a smaller party. At the moment, it's Reform and the Tories, and I think there's only room for one of those two to survive. So eventually, I think there will have to be one of those parties becomes extinct electorally, or there is a fusion. But that is not possible at the moment because the Conservative Party, I think, in my opinion, and we spoke about my own bias last night, but in my opinion, the Conservative Party is not in a place at the moment. It's going to be very difficult for Reform to ever merge with the Tories because they will instantly be called traitors, and they will lose a lot of their base if they do that. So it's almost an impossibility at the moment. The passage of time, can make all sorts of things happen. If we were to be in a situation where there was a potential for a Reform Conservative coalition government, and they were able to get on in government, then maybe that's what leads you then to a combining of the parties. But that's a bit of a fantasy scheme at the moment. That's a long way in the future, but it doesn't seem like the Tories are going anywhere too quickly. So yeah, 14,000 or just under 15,000 viewers since we started half hour ago. So thank you very much again, everyone, for the support. Please do leave a like on the video, get it in front of some eyeballs. We got the results coming in maybe an hour's time. It seems like there's just a bit of a lull period. I didn't know that when I said I'll start it. If I knew it was going to be a lull period, I would have started at 12 and had more time in bed, but never mind. Is the St. Helens vote in yet? I will have a look for you, Sarah. 1 second. I don't think it is, but I shall look. We can go here. I found the Manchester Evening News is probably the best place for results at the moment because you just go here, type your council in, and then I was saying about the centralised area for results last night, wasn't I? St. Helens. We haven't got results yet on Manchester Evening News. They are. I think they're only put them up once they got a full council declared. But I haven't seen any coming from St. Helens yet, so I don't think there is news from there yet. Thank you, Martine, for subscribing. Reform and Restore coalition, born to be Scottish. Yeah, well, the thing is, though, Reform and Restore are just going to take each other's seats, though. Oh, yeah, that's a good one, Welsh Reformer. Let's do that. Good idea for a poll. Thank you. Will the SNP win a majority in Scotland? Let me know what you think, because today is the day of Wales and Scotland. Will the SNP get a majority in Scotland? An outright majority. So that would be an improvement on what they did in 2021, 5 years ago, where they were, I think, 4 or 5 short, and they had to go in coalition with the Greens. Yeah, let me know. Let me know what you think. Get involved in the poll. No, Great Yarmouth isn't until the afternoon. A lot of people are waiting for that Great Yarmouth result. Just bear in mind, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I can't call which way that's going to go in Great Yarmouth. Depending on what you read, it could go either way. But if Restore or Great Yarmouth First do have a very, very good result, and say they win all 9, just bear in mind on that they have dedicated pretty much all of the resources of the Restore party to one town in Norfolk. Which is all well and good when you're standing 9 candidates, but if you want to be an actual national party, they won't be able to concentrate their firepower like that in the future. So there is a little bit of a caveat to this. But of course, let's not take away from the fact that if Restore did have a very good result, then it would be notable. So the Welsh Reformer thinks that the SNP will get a majority due to the splintered vote on the Unionist side. As a Scot born to be Scottish, bloody hopes not. I don't think they will. I don't think they will. What's happening in London, Archie? So far, we've got a few. Let's go and have a look at London. We've got a couple of results have come in. So we can talk about London briefly. So here's what's come in so far in London. There might be some that have come through that I haven't heard about. Wandsworth we're waiting on. I'm not sure if they've fully declared or not yet. But there might be another Conservative gain from Labour. But at the moment, we've got Hammersmith and Fulham has been a Labour hold. I've just spat on my computer screen, which is most unfortunate. We've got Westminster, which is a Conservative gain from Labour. That's what we're expecting. Even with the lower vote share I put in for the Tories, which seems to have been underrepresenting them in my prediction video, that was always going to go to the Tories. That's not a surprise. What is more of a surprise is the Tories also held Bexley. So this was a reform target, and they really didn't do all that well. We looked at the vote share change a minute ago, and look, they were the big gainers, but not enough. Couldn't eat into the Tory vote enough to win enough seats and take it. And the Tories actually held it fairly comfortably. Havering has gone to reform, and again, this was one that was always likely. Every model that I saw had Havering going to reform. It was previously run by a coalition of independents and local associations. It's now reform. That one was expected. If reform hadn't won that, then they probably would have been quite concerned about what was going on. But they have won that. So that's all we've got from London at the moment, as far as I'm aware. There have been some results coming in from Ealing. We've had one Ealing ward at least has been declared. Not sure if anywhere else has yet. So they were counting. In fact, let's have a quick look. Again, I don't think that Manchester Evening News post these unless it's a full council. Oh no, so it's a Labour hold in Ealing. Beg your pardon. So Ealing has been declared. There you are. Ealing is a Labour hold. There we go. We'll put that up then. So that's another Labour hold. So again, I think we had Green's largest party in Ealing. So again, have the Greens not turned up after all? I mean, quite lackluster numbers there from the Green Party, finishing behind the Tory. I can't remember if I might be wrong. And in all fairness, remember that I did give the Greens a much higher score vote share in my preview video because I was using by-election results rather than opinion polling. So it's not necessarily surprised to see them underperform what I put in, but these do seem a little bit lackluster. I mean, they're finishing in third place in most of these wards, but maybe I've got it wrong in my head that this wasn't ever going to be one that Reform won a seat in East Acton. So Rainbow ward, one Labour, one Conservative, one Reform. But yeah, the Greens not really close to winning any of these. They've got 3 in Hanwell Broadway, 2nd in Lady Margaret, 1 seat in North Acton. But yeah, it's a decent result for Labour again. So maybe Labour will not have quite as many seats lost in total at the end of the day, because they're going to hold up a bit better in London, maybe, which would be a surprise. So maybe both the two main parties, are going to hold up better in the capital. I don't know. Have we got? If anybody's available in the sheet and not too busy at the moment, have we got Ealing results going in? Let me have a quick look. Oh yes, somebody's on it. Thank you very much. Poppy Fairy is dutifully putting in the Ealing results now. Thank you very much, Poppy Fairy. Good. So that's another hold for Labour. So maybe things look a bit better for them in the capital, but we'll have to wait and see. Again, I think we'll really know when we start seeing those central London boroughs declaring. Somebody says Kensington's gone to the Tories as well. Let's have a look. It would appear so, yeah. Looks like the Tories have... Yeah. So this was one that was, in my prediction, again, probably underpolling the Tories, was one where the Tories came a bit close to losing. They only had a majority of one, but it looks like they've got a pretty decent majority there. It doesn't actually give me the full pie chart, but they would appear the largest party there. So we'll go and do that as well. So we'll go Kensington and Chelsea Conservative. So they got their Westminster back, and they held on to their Kensington and Chelsea. We were expecting them to hold on to Kensington and Chelsea. There was just a chance based off my numbers that it was going to be a bit closer, but again, my numbers were a bit out there. Not out there, but they weren't opinion poll numbers. They were, like I say, the average from the by-elections this year. Scotland to come, of course. So I'll try and figure out how to use this list seats thing. Somebody said you can change the mode, so we'll have a look at that in a bit. But yeah, it's going to be interesting up there. I think the SNP will probably dominate the constituency votes, but then it's really going to come down to how well have Reform done on the regional votes. And again, so what happens to that Tory vote as well? That would be very interesting to see if the Tories have managed to hold up in Scotland. I'm not sure. Let me know what you think in the chat. I'm not sure the Reform campaign in Scotland went very well. Was the vibe I got, but what do you guys think? Who is LOC? LOC just stands for local parties. So sort of there's a number of parties in the UK that just like local residents associations. They tend to have the name of their town or little community in their name. A good example is we did a by-election video a couple of weeks ago, and not in the election we looked at, but previously there was a candidate there for the Malvern Independents. So that's like a localist party. So that's what LOC is on mine. Yeah, let me know what you think about the Scottish campaign for Reform. I think it seemed like it perhaps didn't go all that well, but I'm not that in touch with the Scottish stuff. So on the poll, 53% of you think no, the SNP won't get a majority. 400 votes in 8 minutes. Thank you very much. 47% of you think they will. Yeah, I don't think they will. I don't think they will, but who knows? So the Welsh Reformer thinks Reform will come second in Scotland. Be interested to see if they support for FM. Yeah, true. Lady Pip, no, Exeter's not Green. It's Labour largest party. The Greens won a number of seats off them, but because there's only a third of the seats available, Labour are still the largest party in Exeter. Right, we're approaching 19,000 views on the stream. Thank you very much, everybody, again, for dropping by. Please do hit the like button. It's all going to kick off again in about an hour's time, I think. The results are going to start flooding in again, and they will come thick and fast, I think, with Wales and Scotland counting as well. So we're in a bit of a lull period, but we can, we do some polls, we have a chat. We made it work last night. We can do it again today. And still a lot of English councils to declare as well. Suppose I could fill in London on this map as well, couldn't I? So Kensington and Westminster for the Tories, also Bexley, and Labour have held Ealing and Hammersmith and Fulham, and Reform have got Havering. There we go. Keep that updated. Yeah, so I think so far what's happened in the capital is kind of, I think it's still going to be a massively historic night. I don't think that's changed. I think when these Yorkshire and Greater Manchester elections in particular start coming in, we'll be back to like, oh my goodness, what is going on territory. But the London results in the south have just kind of tempered things a little bit. Kind of like, okay, Labour's vote's actually holding up a bit better in London. The Tories are actually doing a bit better in the south and in London than perhaps was expected as well. So it's just kind of pumped the brakes a little bit on the radical what on earth is going on energy we had for most of last night. Welsh Reformer tagging me here. Second, Suffolk results and another Reform win. So is this Suffolk County Council then, is it? Okay, interesting. So Suffolk are starting to count or declare, and looks like Reform have won 2 out of 2 so far. Well, we're expecting Suffolk to go Reform. In fact, I need to open up the County Council map, don't I? So let me duplicate that. Just bear with me 1 second, because I just need to load in that one. Here we go. So here's the counties map. Let me just change some settings here. That can go to there. We don't need that on, and we can put that there. So here's a reminder of the county council. So Suffolk obviously here in the middle. Let's just turn the boundaries up a bit, actually, because that's a bit hard to see as well. 1 sec. Border width up there. Very good. You should be able to see this on the screen. You can. Good. Yeah, so Suffolk here in the middle of the sort of East Anglia. All of these 3 out on this east coast of England are expecting to go to Reform. Like I said, I think on a video recently, even on with Reform on the lower mid-20s% of the vote in the country, they were going to Reform. So it would be a big surprise if they don't. Thurrock as well, we heard last night that, and actually that should be Labour red in Thurrock because they currently hold that. Thurrock is, Reform are already pretty confident they've won that. And then the Sussex is down the bottom. East Sussex currently is Conservative largest party. West Sussex is Conservative controlled. So this is going to be the interesting bit to see. And Hampshire as well. So we've already seen them do, the Conservatives do well in Fareham in Hampshire. So, I mean, if they could hold on to control of Hampshire Council as a majority, that would be a very, very good result. I can't remember what their majority is looking like in Hampshire. Let's go and have a quick look at that. See if it's actually, realistic that they could hold on. The majority is quite substantial. So you need 40 for a majority, and they've got 50 currently. So if their vote has held up, there is a possibility, there is a chance that the Tories actually maintain their majority in Hampshire if what's happened so far, so it keeps going on. Wandsworth has declared, and it's Labour lost an overall control, so the Tories weren't quite able to get in there with that win. Remember, in my predictions, where I put the Greens a bit higher and the Tories a bit lower, had the Greens winning a couple of seats and keeping the Tories out. The Greens have won no seats in Wandsworth. So I don't want to necessarily say they're underperforming, because that was my own numbers that I put in that were not consensus. It was based on the by-elections, but no Green wins in Wandsworth. So we can put Wandsworth on our map down as Conservatives' largest party. So it's another loss for Labour, another bit of blue on the map. So this is looking a bit better for the Tories already in London. They've got Westminster back, they've held Kensington, and they've turned Wandsworth at least light blue, and they've held Bexley. So if they can hold Bromley, and potentially still be the largest party in Croydon as well, there will be I think a heartening amount of blue on here for the Tories. I think they'll be feeling all right this morning, actually. I think they're going to have a bit of pain in those county councils, but I think that was an almost foregone conclusion. Famous last words. But there is signs of hope for the Conservatives here, so I think they'll be quite happy with how things have gone so far. Thank you for tagging me in all these things, guys. Thanks for keeping me abreast of what's going on. Cool. I think we're caught up with all that. Very good. Let's go have a look at, what should we have a look at? Thank you again to the volunteers in the spreadsheet. Thank you guys so much, genuinely. It's all being made possible by you. If you're there in the sheet and you had a council that was allocated to you, one you picked that hasn't declared yet, if you want to pick up any others, please feel free. It's a free-for-all in there. You can see who's on each cell, because it's very, very clever on Google Sheets. You can see who's doing what, so there won't be any double entry or stuff like that going on. Yeah, please do just pick up whatever you want of results that have come in. There's quite a few London boroughs coming in, I think, now that I don't know if they're in the sheet yet or not, but yeah, please feel free, fill your boots with whatever. Don't feel you have to just do what we said you were going to do. So Reform had a lot of wins so far, but there's not much Reform on the map, and that's because of the fact that the councillors are electing by thirds. So across Greater Manchester. We've had Halton already come in. That was one of the first results that started coming through. Massive Reform wins in Halton. They got 41% of the vote. Labour's vote collapsed by about 40%. Or 40 points, sorry. But Labour staying in control because it only elected a third of its councillors, and Labour had a big majority going into this election, and therefore it remains as Labour red. Same thing in Wigan, sorry. Reform won pretty much every seat. I think Labour held one. But so Reform won pretty much every seat off of Labour, but again, the majority keeps them in, and the same again in Chorley. Labour did hold up a bit better in Chorley. They had more holds, but Reform still had a pretty good performance here, but a massive majority in Chorley for Labour coming into this keeps them in charge. So a lot of good wins for Reform in wards, but they're just unable to get the blue on the map because they can't physically win enough councillors in this election to take control of the councils. They did in Newcastle under Lyme, which was a full council election. They won that off the Tories. They're the largest party in North East Lincolnshire. They took a load off of Labour there as well. So not. Don't be deceived by the lack of Reform colours on the map. They have had a very, very good evening, as you can tell from the councillor numbers, which, just as a reminder to anyone who's arrived in the last few minutes, our numbers down the bottom will be out of date. They'll be old. I don't have a live feed of the numbers. It's all being done manually. It's taking data from a spreadsheet, and then it's going onto your screen via HTML code. So it's all the data being inputted by some wonderful helpers who are doing the spreadsheet for me while we talk. And so that's why it's lagging. We don't have the live feed, unfortunately. But it's Tim Pot and Proud here, Belt and Braces, and what we can't deliver, we can give you some other things in terms of some interaction and a bit of nuance in our coverage, as somebody said earlier. Reform took a ward in North Sutton, normally Lib Dem heavy. That's interesting. Thank you, Eliza Weston. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Thank you, Don Backer. How's the poll doing? That's been going for a little while now, hasn't it? So 18 minutes, 600 votes. I think we'll end it there. So no wins, just. It's almost a Brexit vote. 53-47 in favour of no, the SNP won't get a majority. I agree with you. I don't think they will either. But who knows? They will certainly be the largest party, though. So there's a result from Kensington and Chelsea, which we know the Tories have held on to. They increased their vote share in Holland ward quite significantly, actually. And here Reform finished in last place behind the Greens. So there you go. It goes to show the dichotomy of the country, I suppose. In the northwest, Reform getting 50% of the vote in quite a few wards, and in London, in Kensington and Chelsea, they're getting 5%. So there you go. It really goes to show you what the difference is across the country. Let's have a look and see if we can find this Sutton one. I don't think it'll be on here if it's not been fully declared yet. No, unfortunately, it's not. No, they're all still waiting to show for Sutton, but that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that as and when. Any more you want to look at while we wait for results to come in? Stream's been on for just over an hour. I've had 22,000 views. Thank you very much again, everybody, for tuning in. Please do hit the like button. Keep getting involved in the chat. Keep it all going. And we're just waiting for results to start coming in again, really. Maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. Hopefully we'll start getting some Scotland and Wales declarations as well. Samuel Pin, do you want to see Hart? Sure thing. We can have a quick look at Hart. So, going on here. So there's Hart, this one here, with the light orange colour. It's a Liberal Democrat largest party. Let me have a look at the spreadsheet to see if it's worth talking about the vote share. I'll tell you what happened in the end. So Hart is Labour have got, the Conservatives have got 8 seats. The Liberal Democrats have got 13. Reform have got none. Localists have got 11 and Independent 1 as well. So the Liberal Democrat Party are the largest by 2. And yeah, no Reform here. Tories on 8, they're down from 9, so they lost 1. The Lib Dems gained 1. And in the Localists and Independents have stayed the same. So not really much has changed in Hart, to be honest with you. Have a quick look at the vote shares to see if anything interesting happened there, but I think probably it didn't based off that result. So in Hart, yeah, the Tories were down 11 points. Reform again with the bigger gainers with 22.3. Excuse me, 22.3 up. But really, sorry, it was Labour. No, it's Tories. Tories were down 11. Yeah, Tories were down 11. Labour were down 7 points. Reform up 22. So Reform again were big gainers, but not really enough to get involved in the actual council to actually get any seats. So that's Hart for you. Thank you for getting the chat going. It's great to see you all turning up again this morning for some more election action. Yeah, great to have you all here. Like the fact that Reform is smashing the Conservative and the Labour vote, Chilling Galaxy. Yeah, well, certainly to Labour. The Tory vote they're not smashing it quite as much as they did last year. But we will wait and see what happens in these county councils. I think that's where I'm expecting to see big declines for the Tories going to Reform. But we'll wait and see. But at the moment, like in Fareham and Bexley, Harlow, Broxbourne. I mean, these are Conservative, heartland territory areas, to be fair, but their vote has held up. So, yeah, we'll wait and see. Hampshire, Lord Malcolm, not declaring yet, I don't believe. I'm not sure when they're due, actually, Hampshire. I'll try and stay across all this stuff as best I can, but there's just not much going on at the moment. So yeah, we're in a bit of a lull until the results start coming out. Let me have a quick browse. Yeah, so as of early hours this morning, Reform had one in 3 of the seats available. So they have had a very, very good evening and good night so far. It's yeah, they've won 33% of the seats available as of a few hours ago. I don't know what it is now. With the London ones coming in, it'll probably be less than that, I expect. But yeah, they certainly had a very, very strong start to the night. Wonder if there's any more sort of dramatic vote shares we can have a quick look at on the chart. We didn't do Tameside, actually, did we, on the chart? What's that one looking like? Tameside. So yeah, similar story really. Similar story. What I'm kind of interested in is to see one of these Liberal Democrat majority places come in, because I'm not convinced they've had. I'm not convinced they're doing all that well. But weirdly, it seems like their vote's going to Reform rather than the Liberal Democrats, rather than the Green Party so far. It's just my vibe, but which would be an odd one. Let's just have a look. Yeah, let's have a look at this quickly, actually. That's quite an interesting little thing. So bear with me again. I'm going to be in the spreadsheet for a moment. Talk amongst yourselves. Thank you everybody for tuning in this morning. I know it's quiet at the moment. Hopefully well, we will all pick up. Hopefully in the next hour, as the various places across the UK start to declare their results. We're just gonna have a quick look here at what happened in Brentwood in terms of the vote shares. I think it's quite interesting actually. So bear with. Like I said earlier, there's probably almost certainly a much more efficient way of doing this, but here we are. Tim Pot and Proud. I'm going to enter each bit of data, and that will be that. So Brentwood is a Liberal Democrat largest party council. It was coming into this, and it still is now after the votes have been counted and declared. But we're just going to have a quick look at what actually happened in terms of the vote share, and I think it's somewhat interesting. Let's go here. There we go. Right. So Brentwood, here we go. So Reform won the largest vote share in Brentwood Council by a decent margin as well. Tories and Lib Dems kind of tied up on 25%. Reform a good 12 points ahead of them. The Greens and Labour, well, Labour way down in fifth place in Brentwood. Vote share change, so Reform again with a big positive increase to their vote share. But the Liberal Democrats, again, Lib Dems down the most out of anybody, down 15 points. And there's nowhere for that vote to have gone, really, substantially, except to Reform. Based on this, at least. Unless a lot of the Lib Dem voters went to the Conservatives, and a lot of old Conservative voters went to Reform. Maybe that's one way of looking at it, because the Lib Dems and the Tories declined by a similar amount. But yeah, I just think there's been a few results like this, just at the ward level, that have just seen, like when you look at it, it seems like there must be a bit of Lib Dem vote going to Reform, which is quite interesting. I don't know, what do you guys think? But that was Brentwood, so Reform did well. It's still Liberal Democrat largest party down here in Essex, just outside Havering. How many seats did Reform actually win here? Brentwood. Reform got 8 seats, yeah. The Lib Dems actually lost 1. The Tories lost 4. Labour lost 1. And that's pretty much it, really. Independent lost 1 as well. Yeah, interesting. Just interesting. Let me know what you think. Plans for this afternoon, anybody? What are we doing? Obviously, Oxford's come through. No overall control hold. I think that's probably expected. We'll have a look at who's the largest party. Let's have a look. Thank you to my workers in the spreadsheet who made that happen. Glad to see that that little graphic works. We want to go and have a look at Oxford Council summary. So we have got, again, it may be delayed. My volunteers in the spreadsheet are doing their best to keep up with it all. So we've got no overall control hold, so still no overall control in Oxford. Labour are the largest party, quite comfortably, but the Greens have improved their situation quite dramatically. So Labour are down to 20 councillors. Let me just check to see if we've got all the data actually before I start talking about the seats. Let's come down to Oxford. Looks like we do. Yeah, I think we do. So Labour have actually had, again, they've not done too badly here, actually. So they've actually only lost one seat. The Greens, who have the Greens gained off then? Or am I looking at that wrong? That's Labour, yeah. So I think the Greens have actually gained a few off of independents and others, or locals. But Labour have actually held up quite well. They only lost one seat in Oxford. So again, the Greens maybe just not, maybe they're not quite there. Let's go and have a look at the ward level data here. See what the vote shares were like. So we want all of those to look at. So Labour's vote share was down. Not that well. Yeah, I mean down, but not like what we saw in the Northwest against, again, like it's what I was saying about in London. So in the Northwest we saw these huge vote share declines of like 50 points in some cases, but certainly way over 30 points, and quite often over 40 points. In Oxford here, I'm looking at 24 points, 10, 15, 10, 11, 12, 22, 28. So there's a couple of big drops. The Greens, meanwhile, getting quite, well, again, like some good gains, 24, 28, 30, but then 5, 3, 6, 4, they're not, it's not, and this is in a, oh, no, I beg your pardon, I'm looking at the wrong column. I beg your pardon, I'm looking at the complete wrong column. No, the Greens are up 25, 40, 28, 27, 25, 22. So they had a few big gainers. They were also defending a number of seats, actually, to be fair. The Greens, so they held on to all their seats on an increasing vote share, but they only actually gained one off of Labour. So, yeah, I mean, how close were these? So, 42. Yeah, see, Labour held with 42% versus 17. A drop, and actually Labour improved their vote share in that ward. What's another Labour hold? Second one down as well. 49% of the vote for Labour, again, increased 4 points. So Labour's vote is holding up better against the Greens at the moment than a lot of people, I think, thought. So that's a bit of a reprieve for Starmer and Labour on the left. The Greens are not eating into that vote share in the same way that Reform are managing to do in the Greater Manchester heartlands so far. Of course, we've still got a lot of the London territories to come in as well, which could change all of that. But at the moment, yeah, the Greens are not doing the damage on Labour. They're not landing blows on Labour. So the Greens maybe are going to be the underwhelmers of the night, which I was not expecting. Or the day. I have to say the day now, don't I? Yeah, maybe the Greens are not going to perform as well as was expected. Here's one then. So what do we have? Let me go to. Let's just do another poll. Let's do a poll. What is a bad result for the Greens in England? Now, bear in mind, some predictions had them getting over 1,000 councillors, as in 1,000 net. So let's do. What would be a bad result for them? What should we go with? Let's say 600, 500, 400. Well, actually, no, I'll go 700, actually. 700, 600, and 500. How about that? Is that fair? Sounds fair. HMSP, there won't be any Great Yarmouth results until late this afternoon. Norfolk's not declaring until late this afternoon. Let me know what you think of the bad result for the Greens. See, I think based on some of the predictions they were getting, I think 600 would be quite a bad result for them. But I don't know if my memory's not serving me well. Yeah, Icarus. I've explained before. The data is not live. If you want up to date data, you have to go and watch the telly because they have a live feed. I don't have a live feed. So this is all being done by volunteers in a spreadsheet. This is a YouTube live stream. It's Belt and Braces. It's Tim Pot and Proud. So I apologise that the data's not up to date, but there's nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid. Halbered said he expected the Greens to fumble. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't. I thought the Greens were. I thought they were going to capitalise on the momentum that they had. Well, this is PK Trelford. So much hype around the Greens in the last few weeks, and in all fairness, in this I hyped them up on this channel a little bit when they started winning seats off of Reform in Kent. I thought, blimey, maybe they are going to have an explosive performance, but yeah, Stockport should be on the map. Sam Pinder, one sec. Let's have a look. Oh, I haven't. No, you're right. Stockport, you're correct. Stockport there is a Liberal Democrats gain. So that was no overall was a Liberal Democrat largest party, and they managed to get a gain. So they the overall majority control for Liberal Democrats in Stockport, just at the south of Greater Manchester. There, yeah. Thanks for spotting that, Sam Pinder. I hadn't noticed that one. Tory diehards out in force on X. Yeah, well, they will be. They will. I'm not surprised they are, because I think they'll be quite happy with how this morning's gone so far. I think the worst is probably ahead for them, like I say, with the county councils. But yeah, I'm not surprised they're kind of crowing. They'll be happy. They'll be very happy with Bexley to have seen off Reform comfortably. Fareham as well. Gaining Westminster was one that was expected, but they were probably thinking that was going to be one they're going to have to make more out of it to get the good news story going. But actually, they've got a few more to sort of talk about. So there you are. 27,000 people have joined the live stream. We've got 1,400 of you in here at the moment. Thank you, everybody, for stopping by. Please do hit the like button if you haven't already. We're going to be here all day, so you can drop back in. We are in a bit of a lull period waiting for results to be declared. If you just turned up, the ticker down the bottom is not live. It's being fed via a spreadsheet that I've got some wonderful volunteers helping me out with data going into it. So that ticker is not live. It's going to be way behind what the telly's showing you. You can get a live feed, but it's very expensive. So ours is Tim Pot and Proud. So yeah, that's why that looks like that. Looks like the council control changes graphic might be having a moment as well. This is all good fun, of course. Not sure why that's gone blank. Oh no, it's back. There we go. It's coming back in a minute. The control changes tab. What are your thoughts on the graphics, guys? Because I mean, I say I did it. AI did it, really. I mean, I wanted to have some stuff on the screen that was a bit more interesting than just the map by itself. So, yeah, what do you think of all the graphics and stuff? Any things you'd like to see if when we do that? We will do this again in future. So, I mean, what would be great is to have everything in a really good position, so that in 2029 for the general election, assuming it happens in 29, we can have a really good live stream for the general election and maybe beat the telly channels. That'd be cool. Yeah, let me know what you think about the graphics and what you would maybe like to see, information that you'd like to see that's not on there, or stylistic changes. Adam Park, I don't think anything's been called in Scotland yet. As far as I'm aware, nothing's come out of Scotland just yet. They are counting. They started counting about 9:30. So I expect we'll start to see some constituency votes come in fairly shortly. But I think we're 11:30 now. I think 12 o'clock is when we were expecting the first results from Wales and Scotland. I've been tagged in a few things, it looks. So Blackburn is declaring. Thank you for tagging me in that, Owen. Yeah, do tag me on X. If you use X, follow me, elect_watch UK. And yeah, feel free to tag me in results. It helps me to see it because I've kind of got to keep my eyes in loads of different places. So thanks for that, Owen. Blackburn results are coming in. In fact, we might as well open this up and have a look at that. So what have we got? So we've got independents in Blackburn. This will be an interesting one. So independent wins in that ward. It doesn't really tell you. So I've got an overview up here. Not sure it does. So we've got an independent elected in Audley and Queen's Park. That's what we're waiting for other results to come in, but it doesn't tell you who's gaining or lose or holding. Labour have held in Central. Reform have won in Blackburn South East. Interesting. Reform have also won in Mill Hill and Moorgate. Independents have won in Rowley. So I expect these will all be gaining off of Labour, would be my assumption. And this is the thing. You got Labour in the northwest being pulled hither and thither. You got the independents, which are largely Muslim independents, and then Reform, and they're getting Labour just in the middle, being sort of torn in half between those two. So Blackburn is coming in. Do keep me posted with results as and when they come in. So Reform sources note Tories blitzed in Kemi Badenoch's own seat despite other holds in Essex. So I think he's talking about the Essex County Council election, I think. So it does look like the Tory vote probably has not done so well in the county council election. But we'll wait and see. So here's an interesting thing. Now, this is obviously from a very biased account, but there was a list of independents that Restore Britain backed. And there's a bit of controversy over this because there was a chap on the list whose name wasn't particularly Anglo-Saxon, it's fair to say. But anyway, this list, I think, was legit as far as I could tell. Reformed media is saying none of the independents that Restore backed have won a seat. Now, that would mean that Sheffield has declared. Has Sheffield declared? Because I know that guy that we were talking about there, he was in Sheffield. So I've not got any results for Sheffield yet. So I don't know how legit that source is, or how legit that claim is. But that would be interesting. That would be interesting. What do you think about that, Restore supporters? Hello, Azzy baby. No news on East Sussex just yet. I think we're expecting East and West Sussex in the afternoon. Well, yeah, it's going to be afternoon. It's half an hour now. But yeah, they're counting now. They'll be declaring during the afternoon at some point. Do make sure you like the video, guys, and keep getting involved in the chat. It means the stream gets seen by more people on the timeline on YouTube. Gets it in front of more eyeballs. So hello again. We've got a super chat from VMOD9SU. I have been summoned. Mill Hill and Darwin Reform. The rest will be independents. Very good. Okay, interesting. That's in Blackburn, is it? You're welcome, Azzy. But this, I can see there's some controversy in the chat now. People telling me that Restore never backed any independents. Maybe you're right. From what I've seen, it seemed like they did. Not this party central, but the party local. Seemed like they did back independents. There is campaign literature with these guys' names on it with Restore branding all over it. So it does seem like they probably did. Like I say, maybe not the central party, but the local branches seem to have. Yeah, thanks, VM. Yeah, Blackburn. Okay, interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, so no, I'm just saying, if that story's true, it's maybe an iron pillar. Samuel Pinder, yeah, that's right. In Sheffield is what I heard. But that, I haven't seen a result for Sheffield. So unless that person has got advanced knowledge of what Sheffield's looking like, and also in all fairness, let me be fair. Um, there's not. I think when it comes to getting in the ballot box, sorry, getting in the voting booth, I beg your pardon. Bear in mind, a lot of people don't actually pay that much attention to campaign literature. And the ones who go out and vote, they go and vote, and they tend to put their cross next to a party that they like. That's how most people vote. If there's an independent that's backed by Restore Britain, as far as I'm aware, I don't think the Restore Britain logo was on the ballot paper. That would influence things. If a person really wanted to vote for Restore, but there's no logo on the thing, they may well not know that the independent has been backed by Restore. So we'll bear that in mind as well. We've had 300 votes in 10 minutes on the poll. 500, you're saying, is a bad result for the Greens. I think it's more than that. I think 600 is a bad result for the Greens based off the hype they had. But most of you are saying 63% saying 500. Maybe I'm misremembering what they were forecast to get, but I know there was definitely a couple that had them at over 1,000. Rodeo. Listening to the talking heads from Conservatives, Lib Dems, Labour and Greens this morning makes me wonder when exactly did it go out of fashion to congratulate the winner. It's a very good point. Where is a good old-fashioned courtesy gone? You know, we don't really see it in society these days, do we? And certainly not in politics, but I think in sport as well, it's kind of lacking. It's a shame, really. You very rarely hear the losers saying, "Oh, congratulations, fair play to the winner." Yeah, you're right. It's a shame. However, the ads in the stream really break it up, do they? I didn't really look at the settings actually, mate. To be honest with you, let me see if I can change that for you. Well, I've turned them down, so hopefully it's not too bad. Why is it taking so long to count? Because it's a very manual task, isn't it? I suppose. Depends when they started as well. I thought they were all starting at 9:30, which was I thought there would be some results coming in at 10:30, but never mind. There are some results trickling through. We'll get a flood at some point, and we won't be able to keep up with it all. Matthew Stadden 4 hours ago was saying that early signs of reform are underperforming. I'm not entirely sure where he could possibly have got that idea, unless he's looking at London in isolation to everywhere else. Reform are already 6 seats short of a majority in Essex with 30 left to declare. So Essex is coming in. I've not seen any yet wards actually declare. Let's see. I doubt they'll be on here if the full thing's not been declared yet. No, so nothing in there. But it looks like Reform are on track for a majority in Essex, and quite comfortably, it seems, if that's to be believed. So Reform 6 short of a majority in Essex with 30 seats left to declare. So they are looking very, very healthy in terms of getting majority in Essex, which is what we were expecting. That's what we were expecting. Patrick Maguire again. This version of the Labour Party is losing councils that Corbyn held at his most unpopular and hasn't done quite as badly in London as people expect, and that's good apparently. Yeah, I mean, I think the news on the good news for Labour is pretty slim pickings, but it does seem like they have held up a bit better in London. Whether or not you go as far as to say that is good news, yeah, probably not. But yeah, 355 votes after 15 minutes on the poll. You guys are saying 500 seats is a bad result for the Greens. Fair enough. Fair enough. So Essex, it seems, will be declaring fairly shortly. James O'Brien's losing his mind on LBC. I'm not surprised. Right, we did a Will Starmer resign poll yesterday, didn't we? And you guys said no. Let's do another one and see if you see if you've changed your mind. Will Starmer resign today? Will Starmer resign today? Let me know what you think in the poll. Bruce George, you want to see Birmingham? I'm not sure if there's any Birmingham results coming out yet. I will have a quick little look for you. Okay, there are a number of if there's anybody free in the spreadsheet, there is a number of Essex. If you haven't started already, there is a number of Essex County Council divisions on the Essex website, Essex County Council website. Got 0 out of 101 results declared in Birmingham so far. Whoever that was asking. Nothing out of Birmingham just yet. But that will be a very interesting one to watch. Let's have a look at some of these Essex results then. So here we go. So Reform getting 44% of the votes in wherever this was. Bocking ward or division. So beating the Conservatives very comfortably by 20 points. Doesn't show us the change in vote share, so we have to wait until it's in our sheet, or if somebody finds it on the on Twitter somewhere. Braintree Eastern, again, the Greens actually won here. Greens won with a fairly comfortable majority. Braintree Town was Reform by a very healthy 23-point margin or 22-point margin. So yeah, it looks certainly like Reform have done very, very well at the county level in Essex. Another one for Reform. A lower vote share to win on here, beat the Independent, but they were ahead of the Tories by a long way. Liberal Democrats been third. So yeah, looks like they've done very well at the county level in Essex. That's Brentwood. Don't need that. Yeah. So it looks like we'll have an Essex County Council result fairly soon. Maybe not a full declaration, but if Reform only needs 6 more seats, that will probably go Reform majority fairly shortly. If you just joined the stream, thank you very much for being here. Please do hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. It's our first second live stream technically. I did one last night, but it's the first time the channel's live streamed. So it's all a little bit belt and braces, Tim Pot and proud. But I've really enjoyed getting to chat to you guys in real time. If you've just arrived, the ticker down the bottom of your screen with the number of councillors is out of date. It's going to be old and behind the curve. It's not a live feed. It's being put in manually in a spreadsheet by some helpers, very kindly, who've given me their time. So yeah, that's why that's out of date. Unfortunately, if you want dead up to date numbers, you have to go to the BBC or Sky or something, because I can't offer you that, I'm afraid. on this occasion. If there's anybody in the spreadsheet group who's listening in, I'm just going to put in some winners in Essex, but I'm not going to put in the votes shares because I haven't got time at the moment. But I'm just going to put in some winners so we can maybe get the ticker updated a bit more. So bear with me, guys. I'm just going to do some data entry quickly. I'm still here. I'll keep an eye on the chat when I can. Again, I don't have, I'm afraid, I don't have two monitors. I'm operating on a single monitor setup here, so I have to keep switching windows. So I'm not all that responsive in the chat. I do apologise. These are the limitations of my setup at the moment. Thank you all for tuning in, though. Again, thank you for being here. Last night's stream was so successful. We got 135,000 views in the end. And that live stream we did last night, so it was really, really successful. I very much enjoyed it. You guys seem to enjoy it as well. Yeah, it was good fun. This one today is not quite hitting the same heights, but I think that's, to be fair, people are at work, so I don't blame them. We also had we had a good number of Americans tuning in last night as well. Had a few comments from across the pond. Cool. Yeah, Reform have got some pretty big wins in Essex, it seems. Once we have some vote share info in there a bit later on, I'd be interested to see what's happened between 2021 and now. Fortunately, I have to click on each individual division to see the results, so it's taking a little bit of time to actually get through these. It's much easier when you can just scroll. Alas. So this is going to be a little bit of a bump back down to earth maybe for the Tories after a decent morning in London and the South Coast. This is going to be a little bit more painful, I think, and I think there's more in store here in Norfolk and Suffolk as well. I don't think it's going to get much better for them at the county level, but if they can do, keep their performance up in London that they have, then maybe with the numbers they've been putting up, they might be on to win Barnet back, or at least be the largest party. That would be a good result for them as well. Liberal Democrats dominated Chelmsford in Essex. I can tell you that much. Right, Clacton North. Here we go. 57% of the vote for reform in Clacton North, and in Clacton South, 55% of the vote. So I think we can take that and probably say, it's fair to say that all this talk about Nigel Farage never being in Clacton, they don't like him, is probably a variation on the truth. Clacton South, Clacton West as well. 60.8% of the vote. My goodness. for reform in Clacton West and St. Osyth, I'm not sure how you pronounce it. So big numbers for reform in Nigel Farage's constituency of Clacton in this election. So he is still very much the toast of the town there. Like I say, this idea that the Clacton have got fed up of him does not seem to be all that accurate. Sorry, guys, I'm not looking at the chat at the moment. I'm just putting in some party info into the spreadsheet to try and help our ticker, just helping our volunteers out because they're all very busy looking at other things at the moment. So just trying to keep it ticking along. And I will be back in the chat with you shortly. Please do keep posting or tagging me on X in particular in results as they come in, though, so that we can see them. Also not ideal because the divisions on my spreadsheet are not in alphabetical order, so I'm having to find each one as they come through. So here's the Essex division for Epping, and the Tories one here, interestingly. Not sure what's gone on with... hang on, is that declared? Oh, it says it's been declared. So not sure what's going on in the Epping count because I've got... It says the Reform candidate got no votes. Tories on just under 30% of the vote, but it says not elected, so I don't know what's going on there. I'll wait for confirmation before I put that one in. Cool. So yeah, a lot of Reform wins in Essex. So they have definitely done the business in the county level. Two divisions with the exact same name in Essex and neighbouring Suffolk. What could go wrong? Right, let me check back into the chat quickly. I've been doing that for a little while. Let's see what you guys are saying. We've had 33,000 people check into the stream in the first hour and a half or so. Sutton, Hull, and Portsmouth have all declared. Okay, thank you. We'll have a look at those then. Thanks for that, Sam Pinder. Let's go and have a look at some of those then. So I've done a few of the Essex ones, guys, in the spreadsheet, but not all of them. Right, so we have Sutton apparently has declared. It has indeed, and as expected, a massive Liberal Democrat win. They've gained 23 councillors and have won almost every seat on the council. Reform have the second most councillors on 2. So just Liberal Democrat hegemony in Sutton. I don't think we need to look at that too much. That was what we were expecting. We can, of course, come to our London map and change Sutton to Lib Dem orange, which is a hold. They had that before. Thank you for the heads up on that one. It was also Hull and Portsmouth, wasn't it? So Portsmouth has declared, and so the Liberal Democrats increased their. So it's not Reform largest party then. Interesting. So I had Reform going largest party in Portsmouth, but they've actually only gained 2 seats. Labour down 5. Lib Dems have actually gained 4. So Lib Dems doing well in Portsmouth then. That is so what have we got? 22 for the Lib Dems. That's interesting. Let's see what does that do in terms of the numbers then. So Portsmouth, 42 seats, so you need 22 for a majority. So Lib Dems have a majority of 1. So it is a Lib Dem majority council in Portsmouth. So I didn't have that on the docket for this election either. So Portsmouth then, unless I'm wrong there, is going to the Liberal Democrats. Overall majority control. So again, be interested to see the vote shares there. How did Reform do? So Reform, here's Adi Azaduzaman. This is the one that was made a big thing of, for having a not particularly Anglo-Saxon name. So they won in Charles Dickens, they won in Copner, they won in Cosham, came very close in Drayton, 0.5%, but couldn't unseat the Tories there. So they had a few decent second places. There are quite a few close second places for Reform, but not enough. And Liberal Democrats have managed to eke out a gain there. So that is, they'll be very happy with that, will the Liberal Democrats. So on the theme of the Lib Dems then, how did they do up in Hull? Thank you for the heads up on this. Kingston upon Hull. So it is Reform have done well here. So this is the opposite way. So the Lib Dems have now lost majority control in Hull. So this is now Lib Dems' largest party. Reform had a very good outing here. They gained 10 seats. In fact, they gained all seats available off of Labour and the Lib Dems. So 7 off Labour, 3 off the Lib Dems. Hull is going to go Liberal Democrats' largest party. So that's going to be light orange there. So they've lost control in Hull, but they've gained control in Portsmouth. So that is a good result for them. Yeah, I thought Reform might do better in Portsmouth there. Just in the South Coast in general, then they've not done too well. So they obviously couldn't get the Tories out in Fareham, and they've actually ended up with the Liberal Democrats with a majority in Portsmouth. So the Lib Dems are doing all right, it seems. Well, in Portsmouth at least they're doing all right. We'll see. Certainly in Sutton they did well. The Tories almost wiped out in Sutton. Reform in second place. Let's see if we've got anything going on over here. Starmer saying he's not going to walk away. Very good. We'll see if how that works out for him. So there you go. Looks like Reform have won about 43%. Excuse me. For 43% in Essex. So there you are. Let me have a quick look back at my Essex thing, because I did notice Saffron Walden, I think, has declared, which is Kemi Badenoch's constituency, Saffron Walden. And funny enough, the Reform Party didn't win here. It was actually an independent. Residents for Uttlesford won here, 38%. Okay, fair enough. I thought it was going to be a Reform win, and we could say that was bad news for her. Not the case. Excuse me. Cool. So Reform have done very well in Essex at the expense of the Conservative Party. That was largely expected. Very good. So few declarations have come in. Hull, good, very good performance from Reform, as good as they could have hoped for, because they won every seat. Let's just have a quick look. I've got another notification here. I think I just saw one of you in the comments said, actually, yeah, the Greens have won the Hackney mayoralty. So maybe that is a sign that the Greens in the areas where we thought they were going to do particularly well have done well. Maybe that's an indication of that. I can actually show you that's what I was looking at just here. So yeah, the Greens have won the mayoralty in the Hackney mayoralty. So that is a Labour stronghold traditionally. We were saying, yeah, Hull has gone to Liberal Democrat largest party. They were majority there, but Reform have won every seat that was up for grabs. 3 off of the Lib Dems and 7 off of Labour, which means that Lib Dems are now the largest party. But they have won a majority in Portsmouth. They were the largest party going into this. Now they got a majority of just 1, so a very slender majority. But Reform not quite able to impose themselves on this result down here on the south coast, same as they couldn't in Fareham. So a mixed bag for Reform a little bit. As you come further down the country, up in the north, absolutely phenomenal results. Down in the south, perhaps a little bit to be desired, maybe. So it's not all roses for Reform today. $35,000 people have checked into the stream. Thank you very much. Please do keep getting in the chat. Keep it coming along. Keep getting in with the poll. 82% of you have said that Starmer won't resign. That's 20 minutes, 800 votes. I agree with you. No, I don't think he will either. I don't think he'll resign at all, but I definitely don't think he'll resign today. Which is quite extraordinary, really, because this is a result that certainly in the heartland areas to Reform, you would think would be unsurvivable, but in all fairness to him, he seems to survive all sorts of things. So midday is rolling around. I'm hoping we're going to start seeing some Wales and Scotland results coming in very, very shortly. And then that really will put the cat amongst the pigeons, particularly with Wales, I think. Be interesting to see quite what the damage is for Labour in Wales. Have we missed any others in the meantime? Thank you again to all my helpers in the spreadsheet who are filling in some results for us. We've got some results coming from Oldham, actually, that I can see on our screen on my spreadsheet. And it's a similar story in Greater Manchester. Reform eating into this area that should be, in theory, Labour territory. But they're getting hammered. Not quite as bad in the vote share declines, to be fair. We've got sort of in the 20, well, mid-teens to high 20s in terms of vote share declines. But again, Reform getting over 50% of the vote in a number of these wards in Oldham. We've got 53%, 58.4%, 56%, 59%. So they're getting on for 60% of the vote in some of these wards. It's really extraordinary stuff. That's Eddie's putting those in for us. Thank you, Eddie. Harry looks like he's working away on Welwyn Hatfield, which has started coming in. So Welwyn Hatfield in Hertfordshire. Looks as though that's going to be a Labour hold in Welwyn Hatfield. No, it's not. No, beg your pardon. No, it looks like a Reform win. So very good. Good result for Reform further south as well. Southend's declared, has it? Okay, let's go and check that out then. Thank you. The results will start coming in now that we're making our way into the afternoon. This is where we're going to get the bulk of the results. Southend has declared indeed. So it remains no overall control. Labour lost 2. Reform gained 7. The Conservatives and Independents also lost 3 each. Greens gained 2 as well. Lib Dems down 1. So Reform are the largest party. Reform are the second largest party. Labour are the largest party in Southend. So we'll make Southend Labour light red. Has any more London come in as far as you guys know? Essex has now been is now a Reform gain, is it, Leo? I wouldn't be surprised because, as we said, it was not that long ago we saw it was only 6 seats needed for the majority. Let's have a look. Yeah, you're right. Essex has gone to Reform, so that's a big result for Reform. A big loss. And also Kieran Pedley, who is of Ipsos, is saying massive gains for Reform in Hampshire. So Conservatives are probably going to lose Hampshire as well. So it doesn't seem like at the county level, for whatever reason, the Conservative vote has fallen away. They did quite well in the borough councils, like we saw in Fareham. But at the council levels, it's not working out for them. So let's go over to our county map, which is here. And we're going to change Essex from Conservative blue. It's another one that's going to go to Reform turquoise. So that map, this map is becoming, and you saw it in the prediction video, becoming dominated by Reform colours. Remember, after last year, of course, these all got cancelled along the south coast and the east coast. But Buckinghamshire was light blue. It's actually gone dark blue because of a Reform councillor defecting to the Tories gave them a majority. And Northumberland at the top. They were the only 2 blue bits of blue on the map, and they're only largest parties. So they have managed to get majority in Buckinghamshire now. Yeah, this is, and like I said, we're expecting the same sort of things to happen in Suffolk and in Norfolk, and we've heard now that Hampshire looks like Reform are going to deprive the Tories of a majority. Maybe they'll be the largest party as well. If that's the case, I imagine that the Sussexes will be in play for Reform as well. So let's see what happens to that Conservative vote across the country, across the south of the country later on today. That's about Essex. That's about Ealing. That was 2 hours ago, so we've seen that one. Hampshire has declared by the looks of it. Hampshire has declared. So the Conservatives are the largest party. Reform are seven behind them. The Liberal Democrats are the second largest. So Conservatives' largest party in Hampshire. So they are going to keep a bit of blue on there. That was 48 minutes ago that came in. Don't know how we missed that one, but there we go. That is going to go to their largest party for the Conservatives in Hampshire. So we've got a few of the county councils have come in now. So mixed feelings, I think, for the Conservatives this morning. I think in terms of their London performance, like we said, not too bad. Wandsworth, their largest party. They've held Kensington. They've got Westminster back, and they held Bexley against most people's predictions, including mine. But then you come to this map, which I'll get the right one in a minute, and it's looking, well, at the moment it's looking not so bad, but we're expecting Suffolk and Norfolk to both drop away to Reform. They have managed to remain the largest party in Hampshire. So the vote maybe did hold up a bit better down there, but they've still lost overall control. We'll see what happens to the Sussexes. If they can hold up in the Sussexes, then the map looks a little bit more pleasant for them. A note on Surrey, by the way, on this map here. Surrey is being split into two. The county council and the borough council are being abolished. And there's 2 unitary councils are coming in, East and West Surrey. Now, I don't have those on this map. So we'll see what the 2 Surreys come up with, and we'll deal with that accordingly. But just bear in mind that's not actually accurate on this map. Thank you for the super chat. Sensible Centre. Greens underperforming massively compared to hype. Yeah, you're right. They are. They very much seem to be at the moment. Anyway, we will get a better idea once I think the likes of Hackney and Islington Southwark, Lambeth, Lewisham, when they start declaring, we'll really see then. Richmond have declared. Okay, let's have a look at the Richmond result then. Go over to here, and it's not expecting too much exciting here. This will probably be, and it is. There you go. Lib Dems. So the Greens have actually been wiped out by the Lib Dems here. Interesting, isn't it? You know, it makes a bit of egg on my face. I don't mind admitting that, saying that maybe the Lib Dems had a blind spot on the Greens. But Richmond is very much staying Liberal Democrat. They've got every single councillor on that council. That's quite extraordinary. I mean, they had 51 anyway. No, 49 anyway, and they've just gained the last 5. So I expect nobody was really close to them. Tories were in second in most of these, but the Lib Dems have gained off the Greens. So there you go. It's not really working out the way I thought it was, is it, in terms of that Green and Lib Dem thing? It looks like the Greens have really underperformed. But again, these, they weren't going to win Richmond, it's worth saying. We'll really see when we get these central London ones coming in. Thanks for the heads up on that, drawing our attention to that. Do keep them coming in the chat when you see things declaring. It is historic times, Richard. Yeah, absolutely. We are very much watching history being made. I think the map is going to look vastly different by the end of this stream, by the end of this election. I mean, last night, watching those results come in from Greater Manchester with you guys in Halton was like just a very shocking moment. Like I said at the time, not even really unexpected, but it is still shocking to see the sorts of changes that we saw, the swing that we saw. If I'd had the swingometer still working, it would have been off the scale with the swing from Labour to Reform. Just absolutely extraordinary stuff. And Reform are also taking votes from other parties as well. That's the thing. It's not just a straight even Labour to Reform. There's a bit of Tory in there. I think there's a bit of Lib Dem vote in there as well. So interesting. Thank you, Don Backer. Let's get to 1,000 likes. It helps with the algorithm. It does indeed. Yeah, please do leave a like on the video. It all helps to get eyeballs on it. And the more of you that are in the chat, the more interesting this is, because we get more eyes on what's going on and more opinions in the chat section as well, which is what we really like. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate you being here for the stream. I've really enjoyed doing these streams. I was, like I said last night, a little bit nervous coming into it last night because I'd never streamed before. Didn't really know how I was going to handle it with my somewhat limited setup, but we're doing all right, I think. Greens took Hackney. Do you mean the mayoralty or the actual borough, Samsters? Because I know they've won the mayoralty. West Oxfordshire's in. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I see the Green gain from Labour on Hackney Mayor. Not sure about the borough yet. Let's have a look at West Oxfordshire. So this was one that we had on my prediction was going to go from Liberal Democrat largest party to Liberal Democrat majority. And I haven't got a result here yet on Manchester Evening News. I have to come back to that one. Unless we can find it on here. Do keep tagging me in results as you see them come out on X, guys. At elect_watch UK. Over on X, you can come along and follow me there, and also, tag me in results so that we see them all. See what these guys have got. So the first results are in from West Oxfordshire. Okay, so we've got some things coming in. Looks like this is updating live. So we'd expect the Liberal Democrats to do well over here. They did obviously win. I think it was largest party in Oxfordshire. I can't remember if they actually won the majority. I don't think they, or maybe they did. I can't remember. In fact, it's on my map, isn't it? Just go look at my map. Here we go. They did get a majority in Oxfordshire. Yeah, so they booted the Tories out of Oxford in the general election. They won every single, or they kicked the Tories out of every single constituency in Oxford. The first time that had happened for a long time, and they won the county council last year. And I would expect them to do well in West Oxfordshire and in Cherwell as well. Someone in my video commented that it's not Cherwell, it's Charwell. So there you go. There's always these curveballs in the pronunciations that catches me out. If you are just just joining the channel, joining the stream, sorry, please do subscribe. Just under 40,000 of you have dropped in to see how it's all going. If you are new in the stream, the ticker we've got down the bottom is delayed, late. It's not a live feed. It's being updated manually by people in a spreadsheet who are doing a fantastic job getting votes into that spreadsheet. So thank you again to all the volunteers doing that. So yeah, the numbers down the bottom are not they're not live. So I do apologise for them not being up to date. If you want the dead up to date numbers, I'm afraid it'll have to be the mainstream. Somebody said, "Is there West Yorkshire news?" I haven't heard any. Haven't heard any West Yorkshire news. Here we go. Thank you, Based Thatcherite. We've got Gosport Borough Council has been a good result for reform by the looks of it. So it's got no overall control from. So this was, I can't remember who was the largest party in the first place. Actually, let's go and have a look. So Gosport, it was. I've got it as a toss-up, of course, so I can't remember who it was, but it's now Reform largest party, I think, isn't it? Based on that, or is that just the new? I know Tories are still the largest, 11 down the bottom there. So I'm getting used to how this graphics appearing. So there it is. That's the Gosport election results. Which got my thing over it. Let me just move that for a minute. There you go. That's the Gosport Borough Council is that election results. So Reform won 9. The Tories actually didn't lose any. Labour lost 2 and the Lib Dems lost 7. So it's interesting, isn't it? Some places Reform are actually really eating into that Liberal Democrat vote and beating them, but then in Portsmouth, just across the little channel, they couldn't. So interesting, isn't it? But Reform with a good 9 increase in Gosport, which brings them just 1 behind the Tories, but the Tories do stay as the largest party in Gosport. So let's go over to our map and close that, and that's going to be Conservative Party, largest party in Gosport. So we've got pretty much everything from the south coast now. We're just waiting for Havant. Not sure if we've got anything for Havant in our sheets. Let me check. I don't know if they've been declaring or not. Before I do that, actually, just looking at the sheet, we've got Welwyn Hatfield. So Reform got a couple in Welwyn Hatfield, but it seems mostly there's holds going. So Lib Dems have held the 3 that we've got in there at the moment. The Conservatives have held 1. Reform have gained 2 from Labour. Labour have held 1. So Welwyn Hatfield coming in slowly but surely on the sheet. Thank you guys for updating it as you go. And we were going to go and have a look at Havant, which is somewhere around here. Havant. Yes, we do have Havant filled in. Havant is all done, so maybe that's an overall control for a reason. Yeah, Havant's done. So we've got Havant is Reform largest party in Havant. No overall control still as it was, but Reform are the largest party, so that can go to Reform largest party. South Coast is done. South Coast is all accounted for. So Portsmouth is Liberal Democrat majority now of 1. The Conservatives are the largest party in Gosport. Reform are the largest party in Havant. Fareham was a good defence for the Conservative Party. They maintained their majority there. Labour reduced to largest party, lost their majority in Southampton. Eastleigh, I don't know if we've had the result yet, but it's a Liberal Democrat majority nonetheless. Winchester the same. So all this South Coast bit, that is all done. No more results going to come in from there that are going to change the map. So slowly but surely, the map is coming together as these results trickle in for us. $40,000 of you have hit the stream now. Thank you very much. Been going for about 2 hours, 2.25 hours. So it's a bit slower than last night because there's not been as many results coming in, not quite as explosive, and I expect a lot of people are at work, which is fair enough. I don't think any Welsh results yet. Shun P. I can guarantee you, the Welsh Reformer, if he's still here in the chat, will be all over the Welsh results. So we'll know pretty certainly, pretty quickly as soon as the Welsh ones come through. Yeah, Jay Gator, yeah, Essex majority, even though I think they declared a majority of that 20 seats still to declare. So just a complete whitewash in Essex. And this is what I mean. It's a mixed bag for the Tories, in the battle of Reform versus the Tories. In Bexley and maybe Bromley later as well. We'll see shortly. good for the Tories. A bit of an underperformance from Reform, but then in the county councils, we were expecting Reform to win, but yeah, quite a large, similar to what they did in Kent last year, actually. Swindon, Sarah Berry. I haven't seen anything from Swindon just yet. I'm not sure when they're due to declare. I'll have a quick look for you though, just in case, because a few have flown under the radar. It is Swindon. Yeah, not got a result yet for Swindon on Manchester Evening News, but they only post on there once they've got a full election result. So yeah, they'll start trickling in. We're into the afternoon now, so we've had a couple of county councils here. So we've had Essex, of course, has gone to Reform majority, and then Hampshire is the Conservatives' largest party. Just had an interesting little notification from X. Let's have a quick look at this. So Labour's Deputy First Minister in Wales has conceded the Welsh Senedd election, which is quite telling because no result has been declared yet, and Labour have already said, yeah, we're cooked. So that's quite revealing about what their sort of result they're looking at. So poll check here, applying the vote shares for the Hackney mayoralty contest, where the Greens got a very healthy 47% of the vote. It looks like the Greens will be on track to have a majority in Hackney. So perhaps the Greens, with the model I gave them, had them overperforming in, parts of the capital that wouldn't have even been targets necessarily, but it looks like they may be delivering in the more targeted areas. So yeah, there may be some more pain for Labour to come yet then in that case. Shout outs to Eddie, Harry, John, James, Kevin, Paul, and Andrew. 7 of those guys in the spreadsheet at the moment, doing a wonderful job putting data in for us, keeping that ticker going along at the bottom. I know it's behind, but we're doing our best. It's Tim Pot and Proud, it's Belt and Braces. We don't have the live feed, so it's all manually done. Yeah, thanks guys for your help in there. I also think, by the way, because I had to fix the formula that was getting this ticker to actually read properly. I've got a feeling that the Labour number's being overread anyway, so I think it's all wrong. It's just there for a laugh, basically. Don't take it too seriously, guys. If you want to know the updated numbers exactly, just go to BBC or Sky. I'm afraid I don't necessarily have the facilities to give you the bang up-to-date numbers straight away. Not yet. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Yeah, there you go. Reform declared Essex the win with 24 seats left to declare. That is quite extraordinary, has to be said. So, domination for England. Domination for Reform in the east of England, in the Tories' backyard. Of course, Kemi Badenoch's constituency is in Essex, as is James Cleverly's, and a number of Tories, actually. Priti Patel as well. She's with them. So, yeah, not good news for them there. To be honest with you, I want to see these Wales results come in. I want to see Scotland come in, and I really want to see some more of these Yorkshire and Greater Manchester results. They're the explosive ones. So yeah, we're waiting for those to come in at the moment, really. Super chat from Aidan M. Consider this my license fee. Thank you very much. Emma as well. Emma N108. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for super chat. That's it. Caught up. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for getting involved in the chat. Thank you for all the super chats. Very kind and generous of you. You were very. I was overwhelmed with the super chat contribution last night when it was all going off. You guys are very, very kind. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for being here. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do come and subscribe, join the channel. We do this is the first live stream I've done, this and last night, but we do every Friday by-election roundups for these local elections. So we do local elections even when they're not cool on this channel. So the goal of the channel, the ambition, the grand ambition, is to have an actual meaningful impact on sort of people participating and being engaging with democracy in this country. I'd love to have people say, or I went to vote because I watched your channel. That is a grand ambition, I know, and we're still pretty humble size at the moment, but that's the vision. The door is going, so I'll be back with you in a moment. I have to say that was a very restrained reaction from my dogs. Actually, I appreciate the doggos. Dubs for the doggos. Right, my YouTube studio is throwing a wobbly again, so I will be out of the chat for a little while, just while that sorts itself out. What can we look at in the meantime? Have you guys? Oh, I was about to ask you. I can't see you because the chat's gone down. Unfortunately. Trying to get that. There we go. So I've noticed that ticker down the bottom had a little gap between the bottom thing. It was winding me up. Managed to get it on the money now. So yeah, ticker down the bottom is all manually updated, so it's not live. We are doing our best to keep it coming through. I think maybe while it's a slightly quiet moment, I may just may do some more entries. So yeah, sorry guys, my YouTube studio window in the web is throwing a wobbly. It did a couple of times last night as well, so I can't see the chat right now. It should be on OBS, but unfortunately I pressed the button and I've lost it. So sadly I can't see the chat at all at the moment. I see we've got people putting in some Essex numbers now. Thank you very much. I'm just going to go through while you're doing that and just put parties in. But you crack on doing the numbers. Thanks a lot for that. So even though I can't see it, what are your guys' thoughts on the Tories so far? What's the vibe? Do you think they've done a bit better than the opinion polls would say that they're on? Remember the opinion polls have them about 19%, 18%. I think was my last poll of polls for the Tories. Yeah, do you think they're around about that, or doing slightly better, or slightly worse? Let me know, because they were losing. I mean, not their territory, I appreciate, but they were losing a pretty decent chunk of vote share up in those northwestern ones in Greater Manchester last night as well, which was interesting to see. Obviously in London this morning it's got a bit better, and the South Coast has been better, but then here in Essex, although they've got some strong results I'm looking at here now. Yeah, in the main, it's been a pretty dominant performance from Reform. But the Tories did quite well in Harlow, which would make sense, seeing as they did well in the Borough Council of Harlow as well. Do let me know. I know I can't see at the moment, but do keep the chat going anyway, because it keeps the video getting pushed onto the timeline, onto the main page, so people see it. And I'll look at it when I get back in a mo, which it should be back in a minute. Let's see if I can get you back. Looks promising. Orkney result is in, Sam Pinder. Thank you very much. Right, so it looks like we've got, and yeah, Sam Pinder, yeah, thank you. Orkney, Lib Dem win. So that is very predictable. I'll see if I can try and find it for you on here. Not surprised at all to see Lib Dems win in Orkney. It's that Highlands and Islands area is pretty Lib Dem friendly. I think Alistair Carmichael, I think, is the Lib Dem member for that part of the world. Orkney, writing in capitals. Cool. Yeah, Lib Dems, Liam. I was hoping we might get an actual score, but so Lib Dems up 8% in Orkney, SNP down 13%. So that's interesting. We'll so like we say, that's not all that. There we go. Orkney goes to the Liberal Democrats, so they get the first win. We've got a little Parliament down the bottom there you can see as well. So that's going to fill in as we put these seats in too. So the way it works in Scotland, since we've got the results coming in now, we've got the constituencies, of which there are 70 odd, I think. I can't remember how many exactly. 70 odd constituencies, and and then split up into 7 regions. So you've got Edinburgh and Lothians East, Glasgow, West Scotland, South Scotland, Highlands and Islands, Central Scotland and Lothians West, and I can't remember the last one for the life of me. Anyway, seven regions. So the constituencies all sit inside a region. The constituency vote is first past the post, standard procedure. Then you have your second vote, where you just vote for a party, not a candidate. You just vote for a party in your region. All those votes get counted up, and then that part of the vote in Scotland is allocated according to the D'Hondt method, the same as what they're doing in Wales. So I have explained this before, but briefly, to go over it again, what happens in the D'Hondt is all the votes get added up, and then there's a little formula that gets applied to the number of votes. And in Scotland, it's a bit different to Wales, because you've got that constituency vote. Well, let me explain the D'Hondt first. So you have your votes, and then it's divided by 1 plus the number of seats you've already won. So the more seats you win, the more your vote share gets sort of divided by, and therefore it whittles down, and that's where the proportional element comes in. In Scotland, it's different to Wales. In Wales, it's just straight, because there's no constituency bit, it's just the D'Hondt. So the first round is, in Wales, the first round is simply your vote share is your vote share, because you haven't won a seat yet, so it's your vote share divided by 1. So whoever gets the most votes in Wales will win the first seat. In Scotland, because you've got the constituencies, it is added, so your constituency wins in your region is taken into consideration in the D'Hondt. So say you win 4 constituencies in a region, your list vote will be divided by 1 plus 4, so 5. So the more constituencies you win in a region, the much more difficult it is to win in the list portion by design. That's supposed to be the proportional element. So the SNP will probably dominate the constituency vote, most likely. But then they probably won't win any seats on the regional bit. On the other hand, Reform probably won't win any constituencies, though they might if they overperform. But they probably won't win any constituency seats, but they will then win, most likely win a lot on the regional. So that's how that works. So that's the first one coming from Scotland. I'll see if I can get an actual. I don't really know where they. I'll leave it on this map for you while I just can have a quick look, because I don't know if I can find a place where that's actually being declared. Maybe because I've got a spreadsheet for Scotland as well. Don't you worry about that. That one's just for me, though, mind you. I haven't got people helping me on that one. Scotland. Oh, no, not that one. Not that one. Right, so let's see if I can find... assume the BBC will have the result on there. Full result here. Here we go. Cool. Right, I'm just putting in a bit of data into a spreadsheet. Bear with me. So just one constituency, so it shan't be too long. Although I expect they'll start flowing in from Scotland now, most likely. So a very comfortable win here. A big majority for the Liberal Democrats in this constituency, which is expected. Like I say, that's not a surprise. Reform finished in third. They finished ahead of the Conservatives, but only 8% of the vote, and they were about half of what the SNP got. So, first result of the day for Scotland. Hopefully, we get a bit of Wales action soon as well. Let me check back in with you guys. I'm going to have a load of tabs opening up now, because as we follow Wales and Scotland as well, so it's going to get a bit manic with just my one monitor. When is Newcastle area calling? I don't know, VM. I had a list of places that was the estimated declaration times, but it turned out to be completely wrong. So I've kind of stopped using it. I don't know when they're due in. Who will win in Lewisham? Well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we, Baron Clips? It's the Greens won it in my prediction that I did a couple of days ago. But and if it looks like in Hackney, it is the Greens who are beating Labour. So maybe it will be the Greens. See a few green signs in Lewisham, yeah. I was saying the other day, I was saying yesterday on the stream, with regards to one of the things that informed my opinion on the Lib Dems perhaps potentially being a bit blindsided by the Greens in this election, which doesn't necessarily look like it's going to be the case. But in some of the villages around me, I remember last year and the year before, there was a number of Lib Dem signage out, and this year I haven't seen any when I've been driving around, which I thought was maybe indicative. I have seen a lot of green, so I thought that was one of the things that made me think about it, but perhaps not. Perhaps not. Well, what have we got? 46,000 people have tuned in, which isn't bad for a working Friday. Thank you all for dropping by. 1,300 of you in here at the moment. Keep it coming in the chat. Thank you very much for the super chats. Hector Marbufa, sorry. Oh, you're from Spain, if I remember rightly, or you're watching from Spain last night. We are back after a good night's sleep, indeed. Who are the big winners and losers up until now? How big is reform's result in England? Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Hector. We are... Well, at the moment, let me take the opportunity to say the bar down the bottom is not live, so don't take that as gospel. It's not live numbers there. That's being manually put into a spreadsheet, and it might be wrong anyway. How big is reform's result in England? Well, we've still got a lot of England to come through. Let me show you the map. A lot of England still to declare. A lot of Yorkshire and Manchester still is where the big, and the northeast actually as well up the top, is where a lot of the news stories are going to be. We've got a lot of London to come through as well. So at the moment, I think what we can say is Labour have been decimated in their heartlands in the northwest so far, mostly Reform gaining off of them. The Greens, we're yet to see if they've really are performing up to what everybody was expecting them to. I think they're certainly not going to overperform the Greens. I think that much is clear. We haven't seen any shocking results from the Greens yet, but I think they will. It still looks like they might be on to do very well in those London boroughs like Hackney and Islington, maybe Haringey, Lewisham, Lambeth. So that could still be very much on the cards for them. But outside of that, they don't seem to be overperforming at the moment. So Reform are decimating Labour in their former heartlands. The Greens might well punish them in London still. The Tory vote is an interesting one. So in some of the boroughs, such as in Bexley and in Broxbourne and in Harrow, which I can't mark up on this map, and in Fareham on the south coast, their vote held up pretty well. They batted Reform away, and they've held on to majorities. In the counties, not quite the same situation. They've been absolutely eviscerated by Reform in Essex. If we go and look at this map, been eviscerated by Reform in Essex. They've Reform have won Essex comfortably, and in Hampshire, the Tories held up a bit better, but they've lost the majority and are now the largest party. So, bit of a mixed bag for the Conservatives at the moment. But that's the general outlook as it stands. We've got more results that will be coming in very, very soon, and we've just got the Scotland results, of course, now coming in as well. Sam Pinder says some results coming through from Manchester. Interesting. Right, let's see if we can find any info on Manchester then. This will be an interesting one again in terms of that Green versus Reform battle. Manchester maybe is one where you'd expect the Greens to have a bit of joy against the Labour Party. This is X. If you use X, please do feel free to go over and follow at elect_watch UK and tag me in results as they come in, because it means that I see them. And you guys are better at spotting than I am, frankly. So it looks like Reform have won one 16 minutes ago. Charlestown. The Greens have won one in Hulme. So two Green wins at the moment for Reform and from Labour, and we've got this Reform one in Charlestown as well. So yet to see a Labour hold in Manchester, it would seem. So it looks like this is going to be yet another abysmal showing for the Labour parties. Here we go. Greens. Here we go. This is quite a big result. So Greens up 36 points in Fallowfield ward in Manchester. 52% of the vote, which is a massive win. Labour down 25 points, and their vote share pretty much halving from 2024. So that's a big win. That's a big win for the Green Party. We've also got Didsbury West Liberal Democrat. Probably a hold in Didsbury. I'm not sure. I'll see if I can find some of these. Results actually coming up. Thank you, Bjorn. We've had a look at Gosport. Yet Reform now the largest party in Gosport, I think, weren't they? Or was it Havant? I can't remember. I wonder if they only seem to post it on here once the full lot has been declared. So yeah, still nothing on Manchester Evening News yet. But yes, you are right. Manchester results are coming in, and it's not pretty reading for the Labour Party. There you go. There's a result from Thurrock that's being shown because I don't know who David Van Day is of Bucks Fizz, I'm afraid. But Reform have won 2 councillors on this ward, as you can see. they were quite a way ahead of anybody else. Birmingham Labour source an hour ago, it's going to be a bin fire. Yeah, I mean, this is there. I don't think there's going to be any positives for Labour, really. It seems like the London story is going to be not as bad as it could have been. I think it seems that way at the moment, but I could just go to our London map, couldn't I? Yeah, it's not going to be as bad as it could have been, but it's going to be pretty bad nonetheless. Very difficult, I think, to find any positives as a Labour supporter today. So Starmer's not going to resign. I agree with you. We did a poll earlier. He's not going to resign today. You guys said last night he's not going to resign at all. I think you're probably right, in the foreseeable at least. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can understand why the Tories are saying this, why Kemi's saying this. I think it's a little bit much when you look at what's happened to them in Essex. But look, they've got to make a good news story out of it, haven't they? Well, here, yeah, Lewis Goodall. Here you go. Kind of in response to that Kemi speech there. For all the talk of revival of the Conservatives are to for all the talk of revival, the Conservatives are today more or less where UKIP were 12 years ago, largely a regional party of the southeast. Yeah, that's that seems. It seems about right, to be fair, because they got cleaned out in Newcastle under Lyme. We'll see how the West Midlands goes for them, but Reform battered them in Dudley. We'll see what happens in Solihull. Obviously, I had them down as a majority, but we'll also see what happens in Birmingham. Walsall, we're expecting that to go Reform as well from Conservatives. So, yeah, I think Lewis Goodall might be right there, to be fair. They are kind of being reduced to a southeast party, which is not good. Not good. But we'll see what happens in Scotland and Wales. Let's not go too early. They could surprise us and have a decent result there. Do keep the results coming in the chat as well, guys. Helps me to see things. Sam Pinder says the Tories haven't done as bad as they thought they would. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I thought this year would be a bit of a continuation of how badly it went for them last year, but they have done better. But that you kind of have to agree with. I think I do agree with what Lewis Goodall says. It seems at the moment that they have been reduced to a party of the southeast. And if Norfolk and Suffolk go the way of Essex, then their heartlands in the east of England have been decimated, haven't they? Thank you, Chris. Time Orkney Hold. Yeah, we had a look at that one in Scotland. Keep me posted on results coming in from Scotland as you see them as well, please. Do you think that Labour will oust Starmer and call for an election? Very good question. I don't think they'll call for an election. No, Labour won't call for an election because that would be very much turkeys voting for Christmas, I think. Will they oust Starmer? Well, they need to rally around a candidate, don't they? Because they all seem to be split between about four of them. Angela Rayner and Ed Miliband, I think, are the most likely, but they can't seem to come to any sort of agreement between themselves about who's going to take it on. Andy Burnham seems to be quite popular, but he's not an MP, so there's a big hurdle to jump through, hoop to jump through there. The NEC have said recently that they would not stand in his way now to become an MP, but it's probably too little too late, isn't it? They had the chance to not do that in Gorton and Denton. And then look at these, he wants to be an MP for Greater Manchester, and looking at these results today, is there really anywhere in Greater Manchester you want to stand? I mean, that could be an ultimate humiliation for him. Whether it's Reform or the Greens, look at what happened to Reform's vote versus Labour in Wigan, in Chorley, in Halton, and then look at what's happening now, seemingly in Manchester with the Green Party. I don't think you want to stand in Greater Manchester under a Labour rosette at the moment, even if you are Andy Burnham. So will they oust Starmer? They've got to rally around a candidate, haven't they? They've got to make their minds up. So if they can do that, then maybe, yeah. Call an election? Probably not. But as I was saying last night, I think there's a lot going. I think a new Prime Minister really should call an election because, you kind of need your personal mandate. Not legally, there's no obligation for it, but there's always that thing hanging over you that actually you weren't the guy who won the election. It's not your agenda that won the election. So. Thanks, Don Backer, for explaining. Yeah, if you just dropped into the stream, thank you for being here. Please do leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Got just under 1,400 of you in the stream at the moment. The ticker down the bottom with the councillor numbers is not up to date. It's a Belt and Braces, Tim Pot and Proud spreadsheet efforts. It's not a live feed or anything like that. So it's behind. It might be counting them wrong as well. It's there for a bit of because it looks quite nice, frankly. But yeah, if you want the up-to-date numbers, then you'll need to check out BBC or Sky or something. Yeah, I've got some volunteers helping me in the spreadsheet, putting in vote numbers and party winners for each of the divisions and wards. They're doing a fantastic job. Very, very grateful to them, and they're going as fast as they can. It takes a while. The manual data entry takes a while. Trust me, I know, because that whole spreadsheet that I showed you last night, I put every line of that in for the last elections. 3,088 lines, so it takes a while. Dundee is declared, says Sam Pinder. Thank you very much. Sam's keeping me up to date with all of these declarations from Scotland, well, from everywhere actually. Sam's all over it. So we'll try and find a Scotland declaration. Let's go to BBC. That one there we go. Yeah, that's like SNP of 1 Dundee. Haven't got a result just yet, but I can see that the ticker on BBC has changed to 1 for the SNP. So that must be an SNP win in Dundee, I would imagine. Oh, here we go. There we go. Dundee City West. Here we go. So we should get a few more from Dundee coming in. So the SNP have won. They got 49% of the vote, but that was down 12% or 12 points. Sorry. So yeah, the SNP vote share is definitely going in a backwards direction. But with a majority that are such as they had, it doesn't really matter, frankly. Reform here, they finished in third place, pretty distant third. They were almost half, just over half the votes of Labour. So yeah, not all that close in this one for Reform. Not sure Reform would be expected to do too well in the city area. Like I say, the constituency is probably not going to be where Reform get their joy anyway. But I'm not sure Reform will be looking to do too well in the cities. Same as they don't really do well in the cities in England either, for the most part. Interesting point on the Greens actually in Scotland. They're not standing any candidates in the constituencies, I don't believe. They decided to just go purely for the list. So that's an interesting little tactic from the Greens there, bearing in mind what we said about how the voting system works there in Scotland with the first past the post constituency and then the Hont. Right, what's new? Waiting for Edinburgh results. Thank you, Edinburgh. Oh, I missed your name. It was Edinburgh Hunters. Thank you. Cool. So Scotland is starting to flow in. Hopefully, we're going to get a bit of Viras and Adversus. Thank you. Yeah, I think the SNP one is that Dundee one. Dundee City West. In fact, we need to fill in the map, don't we? Sorry, I forgot to do that. I'll do my spreadsheet. Dundee City West. So we need to zoom into. Oh, she's just there. Dundee City West is going to go not to the Liberal Democrats, to the SNP. So the SNP and the Liberal Democrats both have one each in Scotland. 50,000 people have tuned in. We're 2 3/4 hours in, so we're getting on for almost half the views we got last night during the live stream. We got 135,000 views in the end last night, which was incredible. Really, really great to see so many people tuning in for the results as they came in at about 12:15. They started coming in. First results from Halton, I think, were the first ones we saw, and yeah, it was very, very much extraordinary to see it all coming in. So the map is starting to map. We're getting there. It's slowly but surely taking place. The south coast bit's all been done, as we said. Mixed bag down there for reform, with Fareham staying conservative and a few others where the Tory vote held up all right. And in Portsmouth, of course, the Liberal Democrats now got a majority down there. The map is starting to map. From the blank canvas we had at 10:30 last night, it's starting to take shape. We can honestly say, Leo Evans says, we can honestly say status quo uniparty is over. Yeah, well, it seems to be. It seems to be. Yeah, I think certainly it's well, like I said, I think we're entering a new era of British politics, which is quite fascinating to be living through, really. Nothing in Great Yarmouth yet. Runner on the Hill. I assume it'll be soon though. We've got obviously Essex has come in. I don't know if we've had any declarations from Norfolk yet. I'm pretty sure we'll know about it because the Great Yarmouth ones will be very highly publicised, whatever happens. Whether Great Yarmouth first win or don't win, one or the other side is going to be very, very keen to get that out there. So we'll know as soon as Great Yarmouth happens. Alice, that's very kind of you. It's a bit of a different vibe, isn't it, to watching this than on the telly. It's not professional here. It's Tin Pot, but you get to have a say and interact. So keep the chats coming. Keep the super chats coming. It makes it the super chats are more likely to see when I have to go away and because I've only got one screen. Make sure you like the video as well. All that jazz. But it's great to have so many of you on here on a Friday afternoon, lunchtime almost. I wonder what Bromley will be. Dylan, yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks. I mean, one would assume if if the Tories have held on to Bexley, then they'll probably at least hold on to Bromley, if not even get a majority, then largest party. But we'll have to wait and see. Oh, Nathan, yeah, it's good then. You've not got a telly, so it's good you've been able to keep up with it on here then. But it's been able to have the chat as well, which is the thing. You can interact with me, you can interact with each other. We get to see all your different opinions and stuff. So for the most part, it's been civil. I do keep an eye on it. Will it be finalised today, Jordan? I think there are some councils counting tomorrow, but for the we'll know broadly the result of most things today. Yeah. So the stream's been going for close to 3 hours now. We're coming up to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to keep going for as long as we can. Like I said earlier, I've got my daughter's at my mother's, so she's with her grandmother today. So I will have to I have to relieve her of her duties at some point. But notwithstanding any sort of emergency, I'm hoping to be able to stay around for at least another 3.5 hours to 4:30. I'll try and eke out for a bit longer if I can, but I feel a bit feel feel a bit like I've yeah. Leo Evans, that's very kind of you. There is a super chat function. I don't know what device you're using, but it normally looks like it's got a little dollar sign on it. That's generally the best way. Sam Pinder, Pendle has declared, and all of Manchester's been declared now as well. Okay, interesting. Thanks, Sam. We'll go and check Manchester Evening News then and see if this has been updated yet. Oh, it seems to have just taken me off there. Let's have a look at Oops. So Manchester still not got anything in there just yet, so they're waiting for that to update. Pendle. So nothing on Manchester Evening News yet, so we'll have to go and find it for ourselves. I'll tell you what, let's see what we've got on here. That's very kind, Zipporah. I'll repost that. Thank you for getting the word out on X. Been tagged in a result here. That's the Lib Dems in Scotland. Lovely, thank you. Let's see if we can't find us a Manchester result then. Let's go on here. Right, here we go. It's not the best looking. So the Greens won with a pretty hefty majority in Ancoats and Beswick. Ardwick was run by the Greens. Bagley won by Reform. From Labour in second by a decent margin. Reform also won in Brooklands. Greens won in Burnage, Charlestown, Reform. So it's Reform and the Greens, basically. Cheetham doesn't appear to have a result on there yet for that ward. The Greens in Chawton. Chawton Park's not got a result on there yet. Clayton and Openshaw, Labour. There's a number that haven't got results yet. Disbury West, we saw, was Lib Dems. Fallowfield, Green. Gorton and Abbey Hay, Green. Harpery, Labour. Greens in Holme, we saw that one earlier. And we've still got a few. There's quite a few that haven't got a result on here yet. Northenden, Labour. Old Moat, Green. So it's Greens mostly. But Reform have done all right. They won a couple. Whalley Range, Green. Withington, Green. Woodhouse Park, Green. Yeah, so the Greens have taken Labour to the cleaner up in Manchester by the look of it. Yeah. So Manchester will stay as Labour majority because of the mathematics. Their majority was such that it's not a factor. The fact that they've been kind of battered and bruised by the Greens. They will have a majority. It'll be interesting to see what sort of majority, but yeah. So we've got results coming in a bit of a faster pace now. I've got my team of helpers in the spreadsheet are doing their best to keep up with it all. Like I say, the ticker down the bottom is not up to date, so apologies for that, but that is the way it is, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, we can't give you up-to-date info on that, but we're doing our best. Still got them putting in the Essex result. There's so many. There's the thing with the county council. There's so many divisions. It takes ages. Cool. Still waiting for results out of Wales. Haven't heard anything about Wales yet. Leo Evans, thank you for the super chat. Oh, there you go. That's Leo's take on Great Yarmouth first and Rupert Lowe for you there. Thanks for the super chat, Leo. Yeah. No results out of Wales yet, as far as I'm aware. Do keep me abreast. The Welsh reformer, like I say, will be all over it if he's still here. Quizzy Wizzy, boy, you can talk. That's what my wife says. Well done for keeping up for so long. No, that's just all good. I've got a bit of I've got a Pepsi on the go at the moment. Might have to crack a Monster in a minute. I was saying last night I don't drink coffee, and we were up until 3 a.m. last night. Then I stayed up till 4 a.m. fixing something. So then I was up at 7, so I've had 3 hours sleep. So the voice is feeling it a little bit, but yeah, we'll keep going. Don't worry. Reform on Wakefield. Has Wakefield declared is it Q4740? Thank you. So this is, if we start getting Yorkshire ones, then things are going to get exciting. Assuming that it goes the same way in Yorkshire as it did in Greater Manchester last night. Let's go and find this Wakefield. I don't seem to be getting too much coming through on X at the moment, which is a bit strange. If you use X, sorry for those of you who've been around for ages, you're hearing me repeat things about 5 times. But if you're new, if you just joined us, I'm also on X at elect_watch UK. Feel free to follow me and then also tag me in results if you see them coming, because it means I see them. Just to give you guys a quick update then, seeing as my ticker is out of date, as per the BBC, Reform are currently on 452 councillors, Liberal Democrats on 298, 452 up 450, Liberal Democrats 298 up 32, Conservatives 274 down 199, Labour 263 down 297, the Greens are on 74 up 43, and the Independents on 27 down 12. So that's the updated numbers as per the BBC. Yeah, like I say, my numbers are going to be lagging that. Wakefield Labour leader defeated. So the first result from Wakefield is the Labour leader, and she's lost. I think they've all gone to Reform. So looks like just one result out of Wakefield at the moment, but it's a big one because the Labour leader has gone. So we're expecting pretty much a wipeout for Labour in these Yorkshire councils, which currently look like that's Barnsley, that's Wakefield, that's Leeds, that's Bradford, Calderdale and Kirklees are all red at the moment, but most of these are full council elections with the exception of Leeds. So these are all going to change and change quite dramatically. Expecting pretty much a wipeout for Labour in Yorkshire this afternoon as the results start coming in. So thank you for keeping me posted on that. Do let me know as and when things do come in. We're seeing it again from James Heal about Ellen Ed Morgan. The sitting First Minister is about to lose her seat. That's the second time I've heard that. So that seems quite likely. I don't know if that means we're about to get some declarations from Wales coming through. Labour's lost 2 seats in Birmingham, apparently. That was 20 minutes ago. 1 to Reform, 1 to the Greens, which is just, it's emblematic of the issue Labour have, isn't it? So Birmingham's going to be an interesting one. In my prediction video, it was Reform largest party by only a couple of seats. It was pretty much split almost evenly with Reform, the Greens, all around 20 seats, I think, if I remember rightly. But this is what I said from Kia Rongan on X. But it's true, isn't it? Andy Burnham trying to locate a safe Labour seat. I mean, it's true. Particularly in Greater Manchester, I haven't got a clue where you'd stand. I just clicked away from it. There's John Trickett, Labour MP, has called for Starmer to resign. The pressure is going to mount on Labour, on Starmer, very, very quickly after this. There will be a lot of MPs, Labour MPs, looking at the votes in their constituencies, just falling away by 50 points, and they'll be thinking like, no, this can't go on. So Plaid of One in Wales is a Reform source to Catherine Foster, who is of GB News. So Reform are saying that Plaid have won, but they're expecting a big Reform showing in the east and south of Wales. Counting is just beginning in Ceredigion. So it looks like Plaid will win, which was what I thought would probably happen. We'll see how close Reform come. Or are they managing expectations? Is there going to be a surprise Reform surge? But I think we're all really waiting for out of Wales is to see just how badly Labour have done. Right, so that's X. What's going on, chat? What we got? What's going on? What's the news? Where do I need to be looking? Stop using big words, please. Oh, sorry, I'll do my best. I have to use big words to come up to match the high intellect and intelligent of my viewership. We've got some results coming in from Birmingham. I'll see if we can maybe find some of those actually. Because Birmingham is obviously going to be a very interesting one. Of course, not only is it just Labour in general, but they've also got the issue with the bins, haven't they? That's been going on over the last year or so. We've actually got Birmingham have got a pretty cool website. Actually, we'll put this on the stream. I don't know why it's all glitching out the top of the screen there. I'm not sure what's causing that. I'll see if I can fix that because it's a bit annoying, even for me. Don't know if I can just do that. There we go. Just do that style because you see it's glitching at the top of the screen. It's annoying me. Right, so let's try and get this Birmingham Council thing on the screen. I've lost it now. Where is it? There it is. So here's the Birmingham Council website. They've got a cool little Parliament feature on here. Looks like it's from Flourish. So we've got some results by ward as well. This is very fancy. This is much more like it. So Reform have won in Perry Common. It doesn't tell you by what amount unless you click on it, I assume. They've also won in Shard End. Tyseley and Haymills has gone to the Green Party. The Conservatives have held in Hyters Heath, and Labour have held in Gravelly Hill. So a sort of a smattering of results coming through. 5 for now. Reform have got 2 in the bag already. We'll see who comes out on top in Birmingham shortly. I'll try and keep going back and refreshing that page. Let's see if we've got any more news out of Wakefield, which was just starting to have some information come through. I've got so many tabs open now, I'm struggling to find all the different bits and pieces, and that's my desktop for some reason. I don't know why you're looking at that. Where on earth is this tab? There it is. Right. Anything out of Wakefield? No, it's nothing new yet. Well, we've got 55,000 people who have tuned into the stream. Not bad for a Friday afternoon. Thank you all for being here. If you haven't yet like the video, it'd be greatly appreciated. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do come and join this community. Yeah, what's going on? Where do I need to be looking, do you reckon? Do you think it's too early to change the stream to the stream title to Labour wipeout, or do you think we've got enough evidence to go with it? What do you reckon? Labour wipeout in the title? Lambeth only just started the Crown, really? What have they been doing all night? So yeah, I think I might change the title to Labour wipeout, and then hopefully more people will come and see the stream and actually see the wipeout happen rather than after the fact. Any other suggestions for a title? Patrick, it's not clickbait, it's true. Yeah, they're down 50 points in Halton and in Wigan, all these places across. And I think based on the fact that we're seeing that the Wakefield Labour leader is about to lose her seat in Wakefield. Theophilus, no official, excuse me, no official declaration from Wales yet, but Reform are saying, as per GB News, Reform are saying that Plaid have won, but Reform are expecting a lot of support from the east and south of Wales. But no result yet. This is better than professional. Oh, thank you, Rox. That's very kind of you. Light blue map reveal. Thank you, Rosen. It's very kind of you. I think it says Mr. Emotional Health. My ticker, I think, is wrong down the bottom of the screen. Some might say I should turn it off, but I quite like the look of it, even though it's, I think, a load of cobblers. Yeah, the ticker's not right. So the Labour don't have the most number of councillors, I don't think. But even if they did, it would still be a wipeout because they're down. It's going to be a wipeout, but then when the other ones come along. Bloodbath, yeah, that's a good one. Dino, we will be getting restore results. They're coming in with the Norfolk result, so they won't be on there for a little while. Whenever Norfolk's declaring. So I'm just messing around with the display because I keep seeing these little gaps appearing. I'm not sure why that's happened because it wasn't doing it last night as far as I was aware. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, it's been good. It's been a successful couple of live streams, I think. Last night's was a lot busier in terms of people coming to watch, but it was at night time. I think there was probably more people at work today, which is fair enough. Paladin, Scotland, we've had a couple of results. I'll show you the map. Just 2 constituencies have declared so far. We have had Orkney up in the north has gone to the Liberal Democrats, which is not a surprise, and Dundee City West has gone to the SNP, also not a surprise. Both have seen the SNP declining by around about 12 to 15 points, but in Dundee they were still comfortably ahead. They got about 40% of the vote. So that's Scotland as it stands. Let's see if anything else has happened in Birmingham. No more declarations in Birmingham yet. See what we've got going on here. Nothing going on X at the moment as far as I can tell. Labour sources saying North Wales is looking really bad for them. Voters switching to Reform. Interesting. So that's Wrexham. What else is up that way? Clwyd, but I thought that was more Tory, to be fair. So we see how, see Wrexham probably in particular maybe is going to be rough for Labour. That's interesting. As of 56 minutes ago, the Green Party had lost a significant 8 out of 26, or 31% of the seats they were defending so far. That is interesting. So there you go. It's more a similar thing we've seen from Wales here, from Hannah Woodward, who is political news editor at Sky. Reform sources telling her, same as we saw for GB News, that Plaid have won in Wales. Plaid aren't going early, so they're not claiming it yet, but both Plaid and Reform agree the Labour vote share has collapsed. So I think we're going to see something historic in Wales with regards to the Labour vote share in Wales. Remember, in the Caerphilly by-election last year for the Senedd, they were down at 11%. I wonder if we're going to see something as tragic as that across the country. I think it's possible, possible. So it's all starting to happen. I'm hoping we're going to get some results out of Wales soon. I'm a bit surprised we haven't heard anything yet from them. Thank you for keeping it going in the chat as we wait for things to come through. I'm a bit disappointed that I had a graphic. It did come up once. I saw it. I don't know if it's been coming up with me. Not. Oh, there you go. It's come up now. Cannock Chase, no overall control hold came up earlier at some point. So yeah, I'm a bit behind on the thing I'm watching, but there's a nice. I don't know if it's been popping up when I've not been looking at it, but it's supposed to be coming up saying the council change as the seats go into the spreadsheet. I don't know how reliable it's been. So Cannock Chase with a no overall control hold. So that's interesting. That was supposed to be a Reform win, I think, if I remember rightly, or was it Reform largest party? Let's have a look. Cannock Chase has so it's not all been declared, or it's not all in our spreadsheet yet. Still Labour largest party at the moment, but we are waiting for a few more results we put into the sheet. So we'll hold fire on putting who's the largest party. Now I think Cannock Chase was maybe a largest party, was it? Was it whole? I don't think it was a whole council, was it? Or was it? No, it was thirds. Yeah, thirds. So we've got a few results in our sheet. Reform have won every seat so far, based off the results I'm seeing in for Cannock Chase here. So someone's been doing that very well. I might just very quickly put in the last of those results then, and see what's gone on in Cannock Chase. So you're getting a view of the spreadsheet there. Let's look up these Cannock Chase elections then. You're getting all the I know you shouldn't be getting all these windows. I'm not sure why they're all coming up on your on the stream. You shouldn't be getting the map for some reason. Maybe because I've got so many tabs open. Now you've got the full thing there as well. Oh, it's all going to pot this. Right, we'll just do that for now. That's fine. I'll put that on hold because I seem to have broken my streaming thing now, where it shows you every. I don't want you to see every window as I go through it. It's a bit distracting for you, so I'll have to. Let me just try and reset this, maybe. Hopefully. That seems to have done it. Right. Apologies for that. Technical issues. Like I said, I've not streamed before, so it's all relatively new to me. So I just want to see Cannock Chase because it looks like Reform are doing pretty well there. So what do we need? Results for Chadsmore. That's Reform. Heath Hayes. Reform. Yeah, I think this is another one of those West Midlands where Reform have just maybe got the clean sweep. Hednesford Hills, Reform. So far it's every seat. Hednesford Pye Green, haven't got a result for there yet, actually. Okay, so I don't think they're all declared actually in they're not all declared in Cannock Chase yet, but so we've got a number in there. So it looks like that what did I do there? Number 3 councils, 3 seats, was it? So we've got, Reform are going to be the largest party, most likely. They're on 11 now. Labour are currently on 10. There's about 3 or 4 seats to declare. And Reform so far have won every single seat in Cannock Chase. So it's quite likely, I should think, that Reform will win the largest party status in Cannock Chase. You can see Essex Reform Gain is currently, I know it's behind, as I've said, our spreadsheet's being updated in real time by manual input, so it's not today. But there you go, Essex Reform Gain. It looks nice on the screen at least. I'm quite impressed with that graphic, by the way. I didn't make it; it was AI made it, but it was still my idea, so I'm taking it. More Scottish results through. Thank you for Sam Pinder. I'll go and have a look. Foxpod, have you thought about doing more live streams with your buddy that's in your videos? I think it'd be a good format. Who's my buddy in the videos? Yeah, I would love to do more live streams. I've really enjoyed doing these today and yesterday. The only thing is, it's a bit difficult for me because I don't currently have anywhere to actually record. Really, I like having to do this last night when everyone was in bed. And today I've commandeered the house while my wife's out. So yeah, I would like to do some more, definitely. Maybe I can sort myself out some better. I could get a little studio going, maybe. Right, let's look at the Scotland results then. Thank you, Sam Pinder. Aberdeen Central and Shetland. Right, so Shetland, I assume, is probably going to be the Liberal Democrats again, is it? That would be my guess. So, is that updated yet? No, let's refresh this. Keep the chats coming in, guys. Keep the super chats coming. Get the likes in. Subscribe if you haven't already as well. Shetland Islands is... Oh, interesting. Shetland is an SNP gain from the Liberal Democrats. Okay. Interesting. Let's see what happened to the vote share then. So the SNP increased their vote share by 5 points to win 47.5% of the vote. The Liberal Democrats are down 14 points to finish quite a way behind on 34% of the vote. Reform finished ahead of Labour, but in 4th place. The Greens are in 3rd here. Interesting. So let's go across to the map. And we will say Shetlands, right up the top there, is SNP. So they've already gained 1 off of the Lib Dems. And the other one was in Aberdeen Central, you said. Aberdeen indeed. Yeah, there it is. Aberdeen Central. SNP hold. No real surprise there. 44% of the vote. No change in the vote share for them. Reform finished in a 3rd place ahead of the Tories, just about. Tories were down 10 points. Nobody else really changed all that much. So SNP on track to do what we thought they would probably do in Scotland. So we can change our map to Aberdeen Central, which is their SNP. And I'll tell you what, seeing as we've got some results coming in, I can also go to I'll put I've got a banner for the Scottish election that will go down the bottom as well in a minute, so we'll have a look at that. I'm just going to put in some of these Scotland results while we're at it. Yeah, keep it all going in the chat, guys. Let me know as things come in, and I'll try and keep across all of it as we go. So no real surprises in Scotland yet. Nothing to really suggest there's much that's going to, like I say, take us by surprise. The SNP are winning. Their vote shares, well, in Aberdeen it wasn't really any different, but generally speaking, their vote shares a little bit down, but nobody else close to them. And so, yeah, pretty much, like I say, what we were expecting to see really out of this election so far. We will wait and see. I think the main story in Scotland's going to be on that list vote. Who gets the most seats on the list vote? Will Reform be in with a shout there? That's the question, I think. I think if Reform can finish 2nd in Scotland, then that will be quite extraordinary. I said, yeah, the Greens finished in 3rd in Shetland, didn't they? So they clearly are standing some candidates in the constituency level then. I thought they weren't standing any at all. Right, that's all in there. So let's get a bit of Scotland banner action going on here. Seeing as we've got a bit of Scotland things coming through. Let's get this changed over then. There it is. It'll update in a minute, hopefully. One says in hope. In theory. This one should work because... Oh, no, I just remembered I tried to do something clever. So actually that won't work, sadly. That is a crying shame. No, that's not going to work. Okay, scratch that idea. Bye-bye to the Scotland banner. We'll bring the England banner back. We've got one for Wales that will work. Good. Right, anything that I've missed while I was doing that? What's the crack? What's going on in Birmingham? Had a few more results in Birmingham. So Reform have won another ward. They've won in Pipe Hayes. Let's see if we can see what the actual... Okay, I have to go to detailed results by ward. Let's have a look. We're quite interested to see what sort of numbers we're talking about. Oh, for goodness sake. It was looking so good for you. I've already forgotten what that ward was called. Okay. So, Pipe Haze, that's right. Be good if you just click to it from there, but never mind. Let's see what sort of numbers are going on in Birmingham. I think it'll be quite instructive. But going very badly for Labour so far. As you can see, the Tories have got more seats than Labour now at the moment. Obviously, a lot more to be counted. But so Pipe Haze ward results. It's a bit slow. So Reform won it, and they were basically double the votes of Labour. More than double, actually. So they've won with a massive majority there. So yeah, it's going very badly it's going incredibly badly for Labour. Suffice to say, I mean, it's one ward, but I'm fairly sure we can take from that it's probably going similar across the board. Thank you, Don Backer, for all that. Approaching 60,000 people having viewed the channel, have viewed the stream. Very good. Very impressed with that. Like I said, last night's was explosive, but I'm very happy with 60,000 views for a live stream. How come Reform have by far the most seats but only hold 3 councils? Sorry, I'm new to this, Tomo. That's all right. No, it is a bit confusing. So because most of the councils in England, which is what the council numbers are obviously adding up, they are electing by thirds. So in other words, if you've got a council of 30 councillors, only 10 of them would have been up for election this year. Now, Reform in most councils had either no councillors because they're a new party, or they had 1 or 2 who had defected from other parties to them. So Reform are winning hundreds of councillors, but in most of the councils, individual councils, where it's not a full election, where it's only electing by thirds, they're unable to form a majority because they can't win enough seats. They can only win at most a third of the council, and they're doing that. To be fair, in most of these elections, they seem to be winning about a third. They have won every seat that's up for grabs in a handful of councils. But yeah, that's the reason. So yeah. Right, you're going in timeout for 5 minutes because we don't need spamming in the chat. Thank you. Right. Labour's lost Blackburn to no overall control. Labour's down. Thank you, Wolverine, for this. Labour's down to 20, down 11. Independents increased by 6. Reform up by 9. So yeah, the Independents had a very good showing in Blackburn, as did Reform. Conservatives also down 4, by the way. So let's go and change that on our map. So Blackburn is going to go Labour largest party. So light pink. So they've lost control of Blackburn. Another one bites the dust for the Labour Party. Yeah, YouTube hates me. Good username. Yeah, my numbers are way off. They are not live. They're being updated manually by people who are helping me out in a spreadsheet. It's Tim Pot and Proud, Belt and Braces. It's not live. It's not a live feed. The numbers are way off. Yep. Tomo, you're welcome for the appreciation. No, it's I think the reason they do it that way is I don't really know, to be fair. Actually, I'm not really sure. Maybe to give a more nuanced sort of council composition over time. You know, compared to if you had a big, for example, if these councils were all whole of council elections that Reform won by big majorities this year, and then they were in place for 4 years, then you can't get rid of them for another 4 years. Whereas the way it's done, I suppose, if you get fed up of Reform by this time next year, you're not going to vote for Reform, are you? So you'll never have a Reform majority. And maybe that's what the idea is. Kilmarnock results in. Thank you, Samuel Pinder. We're going to have a look at that. Let's put this back over to Scotland, and we'll have a look at Kilmarnock. Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley. Very good. Right. Another SNP hold then in Kilmarnock, and I've got to try and find it in a minute. I'll do that in a sec. So I've gone off it. There we go. SNP down 13 points again, but still get 41% of the vote. Labour, pretty much static vote share, up 2.5%. So Labour's vote share going in the right direction at least, but not by much. Reform finishing third again, comfortably ahead of the Conservatives, but quite a way behind Labour. So at the moment, that Reform ambition of replacing Labour in Scotland isn't quite working out for them. But we've got a lot to go yet. So let's try and find Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley in here somewhere. That one, there it is. SNP wins that one as well. So Scotland is shaping up very much how we thought it probably would. There's not too much surprising us here, I should think. I'm going to go back to it in a minute. I've got something prepared, so I won't have to leave for very long. But I am getting a bit peckish now. Hungry work, all this election stuff. Let me know in the chat where you're watching from today. Are you in a place that was electing, or were you not electing this time? Let me know whereabouts you are. Last night, like I said, we had a pretty good international audience. We had Spain, America, New Zealand, I think, popped up as well. Very impressive. All right, let's have a check on X. Very kind of Arthur Brown on X. Glad that you've been enjoying the live stream, mate, and you've been watching the videos. And there we go, watching from Canada. Like I say, we're getting a good international audience on this stream. So what's going on X? Apparently Labour are looking at having Labour source, Welsh Labour are looking at having 10 seats in total across Wales. So they are facing near wipeout. Looks like we've got reform. Looks like we've got some SM. What am I talking about? Goodness me, the tiredness is kicking in. It looks like there is some Wales news coming out. Richie Taylor, who I don't know who he is, a podcaster, is saying that it is Plaid Cymru largest party confirmed on 38, quite a way ahead of Reform on 29. Labour would be down to 12, Conservatives on 2, Green on 2, and the Liberal Democrats on 1. He says it's confirmed, but I've not seen that anywhere yet. Here's a vote share change look in Birmingham. Labour down 57.2 points. Almost finishing in fourth behind Reform, but not quite. And their vote share getting split out everywhere really. Labour down 57 points, Greens up 13 or 14 to 20.5. So the Greens have won this with 21% of the vote, under 21% of the vote, which is crazy. Lib Dems are up 7, Reform up 16, Workers' Party of Britain up 14. Yeah, so and then your party finishing in last there. But 57 points down for Labour. I mean, it really is unbelievable, isn't it? Just the declines we're seeing. So set the party at 1 p.m. It's 40 minutes old now, but it'd be better than my numbers still. 449 for Reform. They are way ahead of anybody else. 447 increase they've had. Labour down almost 300 now at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We've still got quite a lot to come in as well. Still got all these in Yorkshire, Manchester, quite a lot of London still to come as well, unless we've missed some. Newcastle results coming in. Thank you very much. Ants, I think it is. We'll check that in a minute. I'm going to go grab my wrap and then I'll be back with you momentarily. Right. Back. Monster in one hand, chicken wrap in the other. I'll try and maintain a decent distance away from the mic so you don't have to listen to me eating. Keep the chats coming in, keeping us updated on where results are coming in. Dundee East SNP Hull. Thank you, Chris Time. Becky Twigg says Reform have gained 10 seats in Burnley, but the council maintains no overall control. Reform on 12. So Reform are the largest party in Burnley, are they, Becky? You did miss the results in Tamworth, Lord. I'm going to call you Lord because I can't make out the rest of your name. Yes, Tamworth was Labour, the largest party, but Reform on pretty much every seat going. Stephen, yeah, well, I had to go for the Monster. I don't really like caffeine, and I don't like coffee, and the 3 hour sleep is starting to bite a little bit. Thank you, Sam Pinder. We'll check out Dundee East. I also want to check out this Burnley result that Becky Twigg just mentioned as well, actually. Yeah, Reform are the largest party, as Becky Twigg said. So let's change that on the map. Burnley is going to go Reform largest party. I think quite apart from anything else that happens today, what sounds like is about to happen in Wales, what's happened in what has already happened in Greater Manchester. I think what will happen when some of the other results come in, Greater Manchester and Yorkshire in particular, and then the North East is historic in its own right. You know, these are places that Labour just don't lose. You know, these are the bolt holes. These aren't marginals. You know, these aren't ones that you lose, and yet Labour is losing them in quite some fashion. Right, let's check out this Dundee East SNP hold via the BBC. Let's have a look. There it is, Dundee City East SNP hold. So they got again down 10 points, but they got 58.8% of the vote last time. So they're down to 48.8% of the vote this time. Stephen Gethins, he's I recognise that name, so he must be important. Again, Reform not quite able to get in front of Labour. Neither of them close to SNP, but Labour on 18% of the vote and Reform on 15%. So way ahead of the Conservatives, mind you, but not quite able to get past Labour. So let's change Dundee East to SNP as well. So again, yeah, no real surprises coming out of Scotland at the moment. All pretty much as you would expect, I think it's fair to say. Anybody got any updates on Wales? Because I saw that tweet, but it doesn't seem like that legit, and I've not heard anything from anywhere. Castleford says Lauren Beaumont, thank you for the super chat. Okay, we'll have a look at that. Is that Wakefield? Expecting a result in Bradford soon, apparently. Well, that was half an hour ago. I was just trying to find this Castleford. Which I think is in Wakefield, right? Yeah. Castleford Central, here we go. So Reform win 3 councillors with a massive, yeah, they're way ahead of anybody else. They've won, what's that? 1633, about 46, 45, 47% of the vote in Castleford. It looks like Reform are going to win Wakefield by a stonking majority. They are crushing at the moment of the ones that have been elected. So far, they've won most. So Reform reckon they're on about 28.8% of the national vote. With Labour and the Tories both on 18. So Labour and the Tories pretty much on their polling average, but Reform slightly ahead, but if that's correct. Looks like the Greens making gains in Brent. Very good. Anything else going on? We've got a few results coming in now, so yeah, keep me updated with what's going on. Restore have won a councillor, have they? Or Great Yarmouth First have. Where are you seeing that? I was can't find it on X at the moment. I thought it'd be all over X, to be honest with you. The first Welsh expected vote has gone to a recount, really? That's interesting. Matt Spurs saying Reform of one Suffolk. The two of you saying Reform one. Sam again. Matt's again. Sorry. Okay, Reform one Suffolk. We'll have a look at that then. Yeah, Bruce as well saying Reform of one Suffolk. So that sounds like that's coming through. Let's see if we've. Oh, there it is. Thank you, Bjorn. So Great Yarmouth First have won by big margins in Great Yarmouth. That is true. You can see it on the screen here. You can see it, yeah. So 41%, 50%, and 48%. So yeah, they are doing very well. They are doing very, very well over in Great Yarmouth. So they are doing well. So the Restore fans will be buoyed by that. And Reform have indeed gained Suffolk County Council, as you said. So we can go and change our map. That one here. So another one in East Anglia goes to Reform. And the Tory blue just starts to fade away out of this map. Norfolk, Sussex, East and West Sussex, and Surrey, East and West Surrey, still to come in. But that map is starting to look very, very deprived of the blue colour. Have we had any more London news? Because it feels like a while since we touched this map. I feel like maybe I've missed some London news coming out. Let's have a look at Manchester Evening News. Pick a borough, any borough. Waltham Forest. Nope. No, it doesn't seem like we've actually got much coming through yet in terms of London. 1,100 of you in here. 65,000 have checked in since the start of the stream, which was almost 4 hours ago now. Carrick, Cumnock and Doom in Scotland. Thank you very much. We'll go and check that out. Tories have lost Suffolk. Yeah, thank you, Wolverine. 23 councillors for Reform. Tories, wow, down to 3. So they've been basically wiped out in Suffolk then, which is what we were expecting. But I mean, this is the thing. You can't. It's a bit difficult for the Tories to say we're back, isn't it? When they're losing county councils and getting wiped out, basically. So Cumnock, Carrick, Cumnock and Doon. Yeah, let's go and have a look at that. There it is. Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley. SNP hold. Again, probably nothing too surprising in here, frankly. SNP down just under 10 points again, so 33% of the votes. This is the lowest vote share they've had so far. Now here, Reform have managed to beat Labour. Only just 1.1%, but they are in second place behind the SNP by about 9 points. So a better result for Reform there in terms of finishing second, which was Reform's target. Let's be real. It was always about finishing in second place ahead of Labour, not about beating the SNP realistically. So let's go over to here and change this up. So Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley goes to SNP hold. Thank you for the update. Good. Shadow Vipers. Are you talking about the map on the screen? It's a website called Yet Another Political Map Simulator, or YAPS. YAP MS. Well, good point from Adrian Smith in the chat on the Restore thing. I'm not trying to take the shine off it. I think it's impressive the vote shares that Restore have got there. But I did say this. I can't remember if I said it earlier today or if I said it last night. Just bear in mind, Restore are fighting for 9 seats in one county council, let alone in one town in a county council. It's a different kettle of fish doing it across the country. So And as Adrian said, you know, the MP for the area is the leader of that party as well. So it's I'm not trying to take the shine off it, but I do think, well, you do what you like if you're a Restore supporter, but feet on the ground. But yeah, no, it is impressive the vote shares they've been getting, 50%. Thank you for the update on the seat numbers, Wolverine. So we've got 608 for Reform now, 71, 111 for the Greens, 343 for the Lib Dems, Conservatives on 305, Labour on 288, and we're not even halfway through all the seats being declared yet, so we've still got a lot to come. Still got a lot to come through. I thought more would have been declared by now, I have to say. It's been quite slow. NUFC, yeah, we've checked Great Yarmouth. Yeah, we've had Yarmouth, Great Barron Lords, Restore doing very well. They've won at least 3 at the moment, with anywhere between 45 and 50% of the vote. I've been quite surprised it's not more over Xmas with you. I was pretty convinced that as soon as Restore did one or the other, it'd be everywhere. Oh, there we go. I've been tagged in this one. Yeah. So, like I said, strong result from Restore so far in those elections. So, with the numbers that they are, it seems quite likely they'll probably win 9 out of 9. Liberal Democrat source tells James Heal of The Spectator West Surrey is set to go Lib Dem gold. Even in Jeremy Hunt's backyard, people are fed up with Kemi chasing Reform's tail. Despite their best Ken Baker impression, the Conservative Party is simply having a dreadful day. There you go. So Surrey is, or West Surrey at least, is going to the Liberal Democrats. It seems they're very bullish there. So yeah, and I think it's thank you for the tag. The Knowsley, so Knowsley results coming in, and it's another another huge drop for Labour. Looks to third place, 55.1 points down for Labour. I mean, this is we've seen a handful of these now. This is extraordinary. I remember saying on my videos, leading up to these elections, saying about I wouldn't be surprised to see Labour drop by 50 points plus in some places, and it really has turned out to be the case, isn't it? In these areas where they're defending massive vote shares that seem unassailable, drops of 50 points. It'd be interesting to see if it happens in London, because I know I've used it as an example a few times, but places like Barking and Dagenham, they had massive vote share leads there. I wonder if their vote holds up better in the capital or not. But again, this is just a phenomenal result. So Reform get a gain out of Labour in Stockbridge Ward in Knowsley, in Merseyside again, and Reform win it with a 10-point margin over the Greens in second place, and Labour reduced all the way down to third place on 28% of the vote. So really, really quite extraordinary. What we're seeing happening. So yeah, hopefully we're going to get some more of these northern results coming in again. Still waiting for some more news out of Wakefield, really. Keep me updated with anything else though that's going on. Who's winning? Rin Torsif. Reform are winning, I think. It's fair to say. They're way ahead in the number of councillors. They're not going to be controlling a huge amount of councils based on the fact that they're electing by thirds. So Reform simply can't get enough councillors elected in this cycle to get majorities in most of these councils. But they are leaving their mark, particularly on Labour. Samsters are a bit all over the place, really. I think other people probably got better sources than I have, but Twitter's a good source for a lot of results. Some of the council websites have them up. It's a bit scattergun, really. You want the control box change on the right? The control change box, I mean. So the results come in for the Golders Green ward in Barnet. Out of interest, I'm looking at my phone, and obviously what happened in there over there last week, and the Conservatives have won the Golders Green ward by a massive margin. Their two candidates got 2,619 votes and 2,298 votes. The closest behind them was Labour, actually, on 455 votes, and then the next closest after that was Reform on 386. So yeah, massive win for Reform, for the Labour. For goodness sake, for the Tories in Barnet, in Golders Green specifically. South Cambridgeshire and St Albans have both declared. Thank you, Samuel Pinder. I can't imagine there's going to be too much of a surprise here, but let's go and check it out anyway to update our map. So, yeah, thanks, John. I think John's on the spreadsheet. He's just saying here that so far we've got Reform on 29.6% of the national vote in England. So they're definitely going above the polls at the moment. And he's making a point that it is quite difficult to get results. I don't understand why it is so weirdly scattergun getting results for council elections in this country, but there we go. Who knows? Maybe if the channel gets big enough, we will become the central repository of council elections. People can just come to us. So, yeah, so it looks like Lib Dems pretty easily maintain their majority on South Cambridgeshire Council. Let me see if I can find an actual verification for that. Yeah, Liberal Democrats have got a majority on that council. It's a big majority. Conservatives only got one seat. So we'll change that over now on this one to Liberal Democrats majority in South Cambridgeshire, and St Albans was the other one you said, wasn't it? So let's go and have a look at that as well. Oh no. I know that Welwyn Hatfield was also declaring. It's a Liberal Democrat hold in St Albans. They've got 30 councillors. That's actually no change in St Albans, according to the BBC. Nobody's gained or lost. So St Albans, that's the wrong one, not that one. Although that will be also Liberal Democrat, I'm pretty sure. But St Albans is going to be Liberal Democrat hold as well. I might quickly look, see if I can find out about Welwyn Hatfield, because I did see somebody on my spreadsheet filling them in a little while ago. So what have we got? We got a Tory. They don't just show the. Of course they don't. So Tory, a Reform, Liberal Democrat, a Reform, Labour, Liberal Democrat, Labour, Reform, Labour. So it's a bit. Lib Dems have done well here. I think That's probably no overall control. But I can't see for certain at the moment. Cool. Yeah, just a reminder that the ticker at the bottom of the screen is not correct or up to date. It's manually being fed manually by a spreadsheet that's being updated by real people, volunteers, well, supporters of the channel first and foremost, subscribers who very kindly decided to help me out with some data input. So massively grateful to them. Dubs in the chat for the volunteers in the spreadsheet. I think the Labour number I think is wrong. I think the rest are actually about right, but they're behind, but they're correct. I think the Labour one's overreading for some reason. Sheffield has declared first Yorkshire Council. Okay, we'll have a look at that in a sec. Somebody asked how great Yarmouth's doing. Last we saw Restored won 3 out of 3 with big vote shares, 40 to 50% of the vote. That's the last I've seen. Lambeth, I haven't heard anything out of Lambeth just yet, so it's all coming soon. Mole Valley and Surrey's a 52% turnout. Interesting. Okay. Four out of 4 for Restore, says Caboose. I'm going to call them Restore because that's what they are technically. Ian Lavery's called for a Starmer to go. People were estimating 500 plus for the Greens. That's right, Don. I mean, I think it's that's why I said earlier when we did that poll, I thought that 500 for the Greens would be a bad result, really, because that was kind of the minimum people were saying for the Greens to get at one point. So, yeah. We've been going for 4 hours and 10 minutes. Good effort, everybody. We're doing really well. 68,000 people have been on the stream. Just under 1,200 of you here now. Please do leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already, and get involved in the chat. We very much rely on audience participation here. So Sheffield seems to have been declared, has it? Right. Sheffield City Council leader loses his seat. That was at 14:07. So the Labour leader in Sheffield has gone. He's lost his seat. Turnout in Barnsley was 38%. Earlier in the day, they've been saying it was 50%. So that's been corrected. So the Sheffield Council leader's gone. I can't see a full result yet for Sheffield, but let me have a little peruse. Yeah, I mean, you guys are right. It's so rubbish, isn't it? That some councils post the results live, others don't seem to post them until hours after they've been declared. It's a bit hit and miss, really. It's very annoying when you're trying to do this. Anyway, never mind. See if the Manchester Evening News have got anything on Sheffield. Not yet. So we've got some. Okay. So the Greens and Reform have won one. Greens have won quite a few actually. Reform have won a couple. Yeah, the Greens doing quite well in Sheffield, it seems. Very well in Sheffield, actually. Reform have gained off the Lib Dems. Reform gained from Labour. Yeah, it seems like a Reform and Greens are doing pretty well in Sheffield, it seems. Reform are gaining quite a few off the Lib Dems, actually. In Woodhouse Ward, Reform got 45.7% of the vote. Lib Dems got 10.4%. And they've been defeated, so they won it last time. So massive collapse in the Lib Dem vote going to Reform, it seems. That's going to be interesting to get into that as and when. So it seems like Sheffield County is ongoing at the moment. Thanks for the heads up, though. How are things going in the Senedd and Holyrood? Well, the Senedd, I'm not sure. I saw a tweet probably about an hour ago now, somebody saying that Plibe are on 38 and Reform are on about 10 less, but I've not seen that acknowledged anywhere. officially yet, so I haven't touched anything in Wales yet. In Scotland, this is what we've got so far on the screen here. Constituency votes coming in. This is what we've got so far. I'll have a quick check of the BBC to see if anything new's come in the meantime. So that was the last one we looked at. We don't seem to have any new. No. Oh yeah, Perthshire North. Sorry, we do have one. Perthshire North is an SNP hold as well, so we can change that on here. Perthshire North is this one, so that's SNP hold. Scotland is going very much how I think we probably all thought it would. Let's have a look at the results. So this is John Swinney's constituency, actually. So the leader, the First Minister, he won very comfortably. 4.3% down, or 4.3 points down. The Conservatives also down 11. And Murdo Fraser, he's finished in second place, with Reform in third on 12.8% of the vote. Even if you add those Reform and Conservative votes together, they don't get above John Swinney. So comfortable hold for Swinney in Perthshire North. Very good. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going. Can somebody find out for me what is going on in Wales? Because it seems quite. I'm surprised we've not had any official news seem to come out yet. It's all been rumour. I've heard a lot of rumours that Labour are going to get wiped out, maybe on as few as 10 seats. Plaid are most likely to win in terms of number of seats. Reform second. Reforms sound like they're pretty bullish on the south and the east of the country. But I've not seen anything official yet, so it's a bit strange. See, on our thing we've got Oldham no overall control, hold. Let's see if that's we've got all of the seats in. So in Oldham, Labour are the largest party, but Reform now are on 16 seats. And Independents are on 14 seats. So Labour will remain the largest party in Oldham just. So we can go and update Oldham on our map. Oldham is going to go to Labour being the largest party. Where's Oldham? Round here, isn't it? That's it. Largest party in Oldham for Labour. So they've lost control of Tameside. They've lost overall control of Oldham. They've lost overall control of Blackburn with Darwen this afternoon. Burnley's gone to Reform, largest party. So it's all happening. It's all gradually coming together. Results starting to come in. Don't think I've changed Oxford, actually, have I? No, I haven't. Oxford, I think, is still Labour as the largest party as well. Oxford, we've got all the seats done on our sheets, and yeah, Labour still quite comfortably the largest party in Oxford, but no overall control. So that goes to light red as well. So the map is starting to fill in nicely, which is a bit more West Midlands. Still nothing from the northeast, except for Hartlepool, where Labour and that was last night. Labour and Reform tied on the most amount of seats, 15 each. So we are just waiting for some more results to come in. I have been surprised at the pace. Yeah, the pace of things coming in. I thought it was going to be a bit more fast and furious this afternoon, but never mind. Welling Hatfield's got no overall control confirmed, but we haven't got all the seats in just yet. I'm going to refrain from putting it as Labour largest party because it looks like it could be the Lib Dems potentially. How are we all doing in the chat? It's been a long old stream. We did 5 hours last night, and we're getting on for that sort of time again now. So how are we all feeling? We getting fatigued yet? Still got just under 1,300 of you in here. Just under 70,000 have checked in to see what's going on. Nuneaton's declared. Thank you, Samuel Pind. That'll be an interesting one. So I just said we need a bit of West Midlands action going on, and so it appears to be. So let's have a look, see if we can find Nuneaton. Results 26. Let's see. And again, it's another one that's decided not to put anything up. So George Finch, who is the leader of Reform in Warwickshire County Council, has won his seat in Nuneaton and Bedworth. What have we got? So Reform are the largest party now, 15 seats. They won all but one. The Greens gained one as well. So the Conservatives lost every seat they were standing in. So they've gone from 8 to 0. So like I say, this is not a Conservatives back night. That is not the narrative. And I think, to be honest with you, it's probably going to do them more harm than good, pretending that they've had a good night because they held on to Bexley and they won Westminster. It's not the vibe, I don't think. It's not the vibe at all. Labour lost 8 as well, down to 2. So Reform, down to, they had 2 elected this year. They're down to 11 on the council. The Conservatives are down to 9 on the council. But the largest party now is Reform in Nuneaton. So thank you, Samuel Pinder, for the heads up. We're going to go to Nuneaton, and that will be Reform as the largest party in Nuneaton and Bedworth. So that's the first win of a council in some regards, not overall majority, but no, actually no, they had Newcastle, didn't they? Of course. So it's not the first win in the West Midlands tonight or today. Still got a lot of Walsall, sorry, I'm so tired, guys. We've got a lot of action to come in the West Midlands. Walsall is one that Reform could gain off of the Conservatives. We've got Wolverhampton. Right, actually, I've got a feeling that should be red. I've got a feeling the Labour Party majority here is unassailable. No, it's not. No, beg your pardon. Birmingham, of course, is going to be interesting. Let's check in on Birmingham, actually. Let's reload this page, see what's been going on. So we've got a few more results coming in. Reform still leading the way. They've got 6 councillors elected now in Birmingham. Conservatives and Greens both on 3. Labour also on 3. 1 independent and 3 Liberal Democrats as well. So slowly but surely Birmingham's getting there. So it's all starting to happen. We're at 20 past 2. Thank you all for getting involved once again in this stream today. It's been really, really good fun last night and today. Let's see. No, I've still got no results from Wakefield coming up on the Manchester Evening News. See if Manchester's got any results on here yet. Nope. Okay, so we're just waiting for things to come through still then, aren't we? Yeah, any news out of Wales, guys, about what's going on? Because it seems a bit odd to me that there's been no official word out of Wales yet. Where's the Welsh Reformer when you need him? BBC says Wales will start declaring just under an hour. Okay, thank you, Eliza Weston. Thanks a lot. Thanks for that. Looks like Yarmouth, Great Yarmouth First / Restore Britain getting some more wins in Great Yarmouth. Yeah, seen that, Paul, about the First Minister. That's what I mean, though. The only thing I've seen so far is just sort of rumour. I mean, it seems quite likely. I've seen that from 3 people now, saying that the First Minister is likely to lose her seat, which is quite extraordinary because that would suggest, because the way the D'Hondt system works, you've got 6 seats in Wales per region, and let's just change it over so we can look at the Wales map while I talk about it, I suppose. You've got 6 seats per region, and each party therefore lists 6 candidates, and they're ranked. So the first ranked candidate will win the first seat that the party wins, so on and so forth. One would assume that the leader of the Labour Party in Wales would be the number 1 ranked candidate in her constituency, which therefore implies that whichever constituency Eluned Morgan is in is not going to have any Labour MSPs returned. Members of the Senedd returned. So that's quite extraordinary. It seems like wherever she is, they're not getting any councillors elected, any members elected, which is kind of crazy. Kind of wild. We've got Manchester full results from poll check. Let's go and check that then. We were just looking for those. So, thank you. Yeah, it is. Where did I just see that? There it is. So Manchester full results then. So the Greens, not in terms of seats here. Oh, it is in seats as well. So let's have a look at this. So the Greens won the vote share by 37%. To Labour's just under 31%, Reform at 16.6% in a clear third place. The Greens then won 17 seats, Reform won 7, and the Labour down 24. So it's not going to change on our map because it was an unassailable majority for Labour. That is going to stay as a Labour majority, but what a bruising encounter for Labour. They even Reform have won more seats than them in this election cycle in Manchester. Finishing third in a heartland area is bruising, like I say. Yeah, really, really bad. So there you go. And next year, if things haven't improved, all these councils that are going from, close to being majority, Manchester now will be close to them losing their majority. Next year, they'll be there right for the picking, won't they? If things haven't improved. Labour sources now are saying, I think we saw that already, didn't we, about Eluned Morgan, so that's almost confirmed. Like I say, it would suggest that no Labour candidate will be elected from her constituency at all, which is quite incredible. Matthew Stadland's still trying to peddle the idea that this has been a disappointment for Reform. I'm not sure who's buying that, personally. I'm not sure who's buying this from Paul either, because that's clearly not true about Great Yarmouth in Great Yarmouth first. We've seen about Suffolk, Handsworth, Birmingham. We might have seen that. Oh my goodness, I don't think we have seen that. Look at this vote share decline, 64 points. Labour down 64 points. They still finished in second, mind you. Yeah, this is crazy what we're seeing here. I mean, look at that. That vote share change is ridiculous. Good big win for the Green Party here in Birmingham in this ward, but the Labour vote is just completely evaporating. Totally evaporating. Very good. I think we're gonna. Well, to be fair, I've been saying this for about 2 hours, but I think we're gonna start getting a pickup of declarations now. Can't see the results as the control changes box covers them. What results? Oh, got an interesting one in Scotland actually. Let's Yeah, maybe that's the one, Sam Pinder. Yeah, might be. This one here. Midlothian North. Let's have a look if it's this one. No, it's not this one. So there's another one to talk about. But Midlothian North. Let's get our map up. And Midlothian North is going to be an SNP hold. And I can tell you the SNP here, again, down 10 points to 38.9% of the vote. Again, Labour beat the Reform into second place very comfortably. Labour in second on 30.3% of the vote. Reform in third on 15% of the vote. So again, Reform not able to get past Labour into second place. But again, remember, it's all really about the list vote when it comes to Reform, because then they're very unlikely to win any constituencies. So that's one of the Scotland results. There is another one that is an interesting thing to talk about. I've got to find where it is. Aberdeen Deeside, perhaps. Here it is, Aberdeen Deeside. So Stephen Flynn has won. The SNP leader in Westminster has won his seat in Aberdeen Deeside, which is this one here, and North Kincardine. So that means there will be a Westminster by-election, because he is currently the SNP leader in Westminster. He's now won a seat in the in Holyrood, so there will be a Westminster by-election for his seat of whatever I can't remember where his seat is in Westminster. He's won. Again, down 8 points, 34% of the vote. The Conservatives finished in second here. Again, Reform in third on 17 or just under 18% of the vote. A long way behind the Conservatives on 31% of the vote. So, yeah, Reform are not getting into second place very much in Scotland at the moment at the constituency level. But like I say, it's finishing second overall, which will probably be based on that regional list portion of the vote. But we'll wait and see. But the map of Scotland is starting to look very yellow, as we expected it probably would. The SNP will be the largest party in Scotland, of course. But how large? That's the question. Cool. We're getting on towards 75,000 people having checked into the stream. So thank you very much, everybody, for dropping by. If you haven't yet subscribed, please do come and join this community of people. And Lauren, thank you for the super chat. We've got all Wakefield's elections on the government site. Okay, thank you. We're going to check that out. If you haven't left a like yet, please do leave a like. It helps the channel greatly. And get involved in the chat with your thoughts and opinions. So it would appear that, yeah, Wakefield is fully up. And substantially, Reform have won basically every seat as I scroll through this list. The Liberal Democrats have won 2 there. So of the ones currently, is this the full results, Lauren? Is that all of them? Because there are no Labour wins if it is. Have Labour been wiped out in Wakefield? Is that surely not? Well, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I'd be shocked. I would be shocked at that if they got no one at all. So of the list I just saw, Reform have won every seat bar 2 that the Liberal Democrats had won. Oh no, I think there's a few more. There's a few more wards to come in yet. Okay, we'll hang fire. But Reform are doing very, very well in Wakefield, suffice to say. I might just fill some of these in quickly now, actually, while we wait. Do feel free to keep getting in the chat and let me know what's going on. I'm just going to do some party entry stuff quickly on here. Bear with. Yeah, I mean, it's just another one that's been just kind of total domination from Reform, really. They're a long, long way ahead. of anybody in this Wakefield, but we were expecting that. Wakefield was one we had down for a pretty strong reform showing, but this is yeah, pretty comprehensive stuff. Thank you again to the spreadsheet helpers. We've got 6 or 7 of them in there, 8 at the moment in the spreadsheet helping out. So thank you guys once again. These guys have very, very kindly offered up their own time and efforts to help on the spreadsheet, putting in data into the vote shares, and it's useful now. But I use this throughout the year for various things. So yeah, very kind of them to offer their time and help. So we're very appreciative of you guys who have been working hard to get all this stuff into the spreadsheet. Thank you guys. So yeah, like I say, in Wakefield it is very much a reform domination. So we've got a few more wards to come in. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's still 10 wards to come in all fairness. At the moment, Reform have won every seat bar 2, which the Liberal Democrats have won. So a very dominant performance in Wakefield at the moment. Any news on Sheffield breakdown? Heard there has been green wins. I'll have a look for you. Perthshire South has come through in Edinburgh East in Scotland. Rushmore is declared in England too. Thank you very much, Samuel Pinder. Sam, well, where are you getting your updates, by the way, mate? Because you're all over this. Let's have a look at Sheffield, see if we've got any info here in Manchester Evening News. So, yeah, we've got a couple coming through. Reform have won in Burley. Greens have won a couple. I think we did look at this, didn't we? Yeah, sorry, no, it's Greens and Reform in Sheffield. Yeah, you're right. It is very much Greens and Reform at the expense of Labour and the Liberal Democrats. The Reform Party are winning quite a lot of seats in Sheffield from the Liberal Democrats, which is interesting. Let's have a look at Rushmore, which you said, Sam says it's declared as well. See if they're all done. So again, so we've got Reform, Conservative, Labour, Reform, Conservative, Labour, Reform, Lib Dem, Labour, Conservative. Okay. It'd be great if it showed us how many people are on that council now, because I couldn't keep up with that as we went through. Maybe I'll go and do it myself. Let's go and check the Scotland result first, actually. Let's go and do that. So Scotland, let's knock it back to our Scotland map. And it's probably going to be more of the same in terms of the colour that we turn things. Hang on, hold on, back here. So we've got some Edinburghs coming in, aren't we? So Midlothian North we've done. Edinburgh Eastern, Musselburgh and Tranent is a SNP hold. So let's see, Edinburgh Eastern, there it is, SNP hold there. I can tell you that in this constituency, that's not the one I think I need. I need this one. Edinburgh Eastern, the SNP here only down 2.6 points, so pretty much the same, 14,000 votes. Labour again in second, Reform third, ahead of the Liberal Democrats. So very much the same sort of thing, really. There's no shocks coming out of Scotland, I don't think, really, as far as I can tell. This is all pretty much as we'd expect. We've also got no, we looked at Perthshire North. Perthshire South is the one we look at. Perthshire South and Kinrossshire, again, is an SNP hold, only down 5 points. So actually, the SNP vote's holding up a bit better, if anything. They have been down about 10 points in a few, but yeah, some of them are not really changing on that much. Again, Reform in third behind the Conservative Party. So I'm not sure we'll wait and see for the list. But maybe the Reform Party have underperformed in Scotland slightly. Perhaps. So there you are. It's all going a bit. It's all going a bit yellow now. Perthshire South. We can also turn to SNP, can't we? So that's all up to date for now. Any more for any more? Great Yarmouth first one, 9 out of 8. Sorry, 8 out of 9 have they? Is that with the last one not being counted yet, or did they not win the other one? Oh, it's Banffshire and Buchan Coast being declared as well. That was the only one that Reform had a slight chance of winning. Oh yeah, it has. Yeah, SNP holds. So as Sam says, Banffshire and Buchan Coast was the one constituency that Reform had a chance of winning in the, and they lost, yeah, by a very, very small margin. So just over 300 votes. 33.9% Reform got, SNP won with 35.2% of the votes. So, yeah, in this one, the Conservatives did stop Reform getting in. So there you go. So we can also change that on our map then as well. Banffshire and Buchan Coast goes to the SNP. Scotland results starting to flow in with some regularity now. I think we're all up to date. No, we're not. There's another one in there. Renfrewshire. No. Paisley. Paisley is going to be another SNP hold. George Adam hasn't actually got any. Oh, hang on. Maybe I've clicked the wrong one. Oh. Well, it says on the map, Scottish National Party hold. When you go on it, it says. Oh, no, there we go. So again, SNP down 8 points to 42.6% of the votes. Labour in second place, 10 points behind them. Paisley is going to be another SNP hold. I'm sorry that the Scotland banner's not working for the down the bottom, unfortunately. That was my fault. I was trying to be too clever getting something else to work, and it didn't work out very well. Very good. Very, very good. Okay, where are we? How are we doing? Yeah, I was asking about Yarmouth, wasn't I? You say that 8 out of Restore lost 1 to Reform, did they? Well, 8 out of 9 is very impressive for Restore. In all fairness, I don't think we can deny that. I do think there's caveats to it, like I said, with regards to the fact that Restore / Great Yarmouth First have been able to dedicate the entire resources of their party to this, but yeah. Right. Right, how are we doing? Sorry, I was distracting my phone there. Suffolk is now Reform. Oh yeah, did I forget to change it? I thought I changed that on the map. No, we did. We did change Suffolk. Yeah, Suffolk's gone to Reform, and Norfolk obviously is clearly counting because we've had all the excitement around Great Yarmouth. So that one will be coming in fairly shortly as well. In fact, let's leave it on that for now, and well, let's have a look about Norfolk, see if we can find any info about what's actually going on there. So that's Great Yarmouth. This is all going to be about Great Yarmouth, isn't it? Okay, well, looking at when I try and find out about what's going on and actually going on in Norfolk, it's just all Great Yarmouth stuff. So yeah, well done to restore, no, not restore, Great Yarmouth first. They've obviously had a number of good results. And fair play to them. Fair play to them. Ian Lavery, as we said earlier, has called for Starmer to go. So Sky News are estimating national equivalent vote share with Reform at 27, Labour at 16, Greens at 13, which is a bit low maybe, but good for the Greens in all fairness. Liberal Democrats at 14, Conservatives 20. Okay, I think maybe a bit low for Reform, but who knows? Not by much. So I can't find out what's going on in wider Norfolk, I'm afraid, on X anyway, because it's all dominated by chat about Great Yarmouth first. So I'll see if I can find out on their actual website, maybe. No, this page was not helpful in the slightest, as it turns out. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's on here. Okay, so yeah, Reform are a long way ahead. Great Yarmouth have got 8 out of 9, which is a very good turnout for them. Good result. Reform are currently on 24 divisions in Norfolk. 24 out of, how many they got in Norfolk? Oops. 24 out of 84, so a little way to go yet. You need 43 for a majority, so they're over halfway there. 24 at the moment, still a lot more to count. So yeah, we were probably not gonna have a result out of there just yet. Do keep the chats coming in. Thank you for getting involved as always. Much appreciated. It's been great to actually interact with you guys in real time rather than through the comment section, which is obviously how I'm normally doing things. And thank you all for the super chats that have been coming in as well. Greatly appreciated, particularly last night. We did a very good effort, and yeah, it's been good. It's been good to go through. You know, I find elections exciting anyway because that's just me. But it's been good to go through this with you guys as well, with people who get similarly enthused. I think it's fair to say. And hopefully next year I can maybe have a situation or a system where it's as much as very helpful as the guys in the spreadsheet have been. Hopefully next we can have something that works a bit better and can be a bit more up to date. But you know, this is Teething Issues is our first attempt at doing a live election coverage. I've been talking for about 10 hours if you include both streams. So it's taking a toll on the old vocal calls slightly. So yeah, Rushmore is fully declared now, so we can say that that is Rushmore. There it is. It is Labour still the largest party. Reform have gained 6 from having none, and the Tories are down. So the Tories are down from 14 to 10, and Labour stay as the largest party in Rushmore. So we can change that one as well. Rushmore down here is going to go Labour to the largest party. We've got results coming in from Preston, Bury, and Lancashire. Samuel Pinder says, okay, so the Northwest's coming up with some goods for us, and we've got a Scotland result as well. So let's go and have a look at that. Okay, so Labour managed to get a gain actually from the Liberal Democrats. From the SNP in Scotland, in the constituency where I haven't got the foggiest idea how to pronounce this, but Nyalainen. I have no idea. I apologise, but that's a gain for Labour over the SNP. So let's see what happened there. Labour then improved by 10 points. Here, the SNP were down by 15 points, and Labour beat them by about 1 percentage point. Reform in third place, a long way behind. So that's that constituency right up in the north west of Scotland. And keep clicking off that by accident. We have got a few more coming in. We've done Paisley, we've done that one. Cowdenbeath is going to be a SNP hold. Again, down 4 points, so not really much changing. So Cowdenbeath, oh my goodness, I didn't mean to zoom out there like that. Cowdenbeath is somewhere in here. There it is. And what else have we got? Edinburgh South Western is also an SNP hold. So, like I say, really nothing all that surprising coming out of this election at the moment in Scotland. It's pretty much as you would expect, to be honest with you. Waiting really for this Wales news, aren't we? How bad is it for Labour in Wales? That's the question. We passed 75,000 viewers now on this stream. 76,000. We're almost into the 6th hour. Almost been going for 5 hours now. So good effort, everybody, on this Friday afternoon. As the political map and the political sands in Britain just sort of shifting, irrevocably, maybe. But look, remember that because of the way these elections have worked, as we talked about with the electing by thirds and all that, it's not, Labour aren't down and out. They're in a very, 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 very bad place electorally at the moment, but they still have largest party status on a lot of these councils. They still have majorities on a lot of these councils, so they still have a chance to claw their way back. Whether or not you think that's likely to happen, of course, is a completely different kettle of fish. But yeah, it seems pretty bleak, I have to say, for Labour right now. Right. Any more results, guys, to be getting into? We can go over Yorkshire. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can have a look and see if we've got any more results coming in from Yorkshire. Another senior Labour councillor has been ousted in Leeds this time. So big Labour names in the local area are dropping like flies. The Sheffield leader's gone. We think the Wakefield Labour leader's probably gone as well. Now the senior one from Leeds has gone. Kirk Leeds has started reporting. Reform have taken all 3 seats in Colne Valley East. Looks like, again, another senior Labour person in Kirklees. Looks like he's gone. Reform picking up some wins in Leeds. They're starting to trickle in Yorkshire. I think they may be all going to declare at a similar time, actually, their final results. See if we've got an update from Wakefield. Have a quick look at the Northwest as well, maybe. Sefton, the Greens doing well in Sefton. Interestingly. So good start for the Greens in Sefton. They won all 3 seats in Waterloo Ward. Just trying to find out if we've got any more info coming in from Wakefield, but it's not playing ball at the moment. See if Manchester Evening News knows the deal. We do have some results now then, so I think we've done most of these, but this might be the full lot now, actually. So Reform have won. Oh no, there's still ones to come. Okay. In fact, we've seen those. No, okay, no, nothing new there, unfortunately. We knew those ones. Is Starmer announcing his resignation timetable today? I don't think so, no. Unlikely. We've got a Welsh result through. Right, okay, here we go. Let's have a look at this then. Wales, here we go. Okay, yeah, we've got some coming through. So it looks like one region maybe has declared. We've got 2 Reform, 2 Plaid, 1 Labour, 1 Conservative. So Labour will have at least one. Full results. Let's see where that's coming from then. It's coming from Aylwyn in the south. So Reform have won the vote share by the looks of it. They've got 2 seats. Plaid the other 2, and then Labour, then the Tories. So let's go over to Wales at last. We can do some Wales. So Reform down here in Aylwyn. Reform get 2. Plaid get 2. Labour got 1. And the Tories also got 1. So that's our first. It's gonna hash like that because Reform and Plaid got the same number of seats. But that's our first. You can see the Parliament down the bottom of the screen. That's how it looks in Wales after the first results have come in. Hopefully there's going to be a nice cadence of results coming in from Wales now, so I'll keep that window open actually for Wales, so that we I can keep refreshing that. But do keep do keep on nudging me in the right direction of where to look. In terms of the vote share, then Reform got 33% in that region in Islwyn. Applied got just under 30%, so very close between those two. The Tories here were down 17 points to 11.4, and Labour down 28.5 points to 13.7% of the vote. So yeah, not a good start, is it, if you are really either Labour or the Conservatives, but particularly for Labour, given their sort of the Labour Party's history in Wales. We've just ticked over to 5 hours on the stream as well. We've been going for 5 hours. I was hoping it was going to be a bit, like I say, a little bit more frantic today with the coverage, but it's been good to have you all in here for a chat. Yeah, Reform probably does have 631 councillors. Thank you, son of Edna Wellthorpe. My little banner down the bottom is not up to date. It's not a live feed. It's being maintained and added to by some very kind people who volunteered their time to help us out on this stream. So I think it might be wrong as well. I think Labour's one is far too high. It's miscounting Labour for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm just keeping it there because it looks nice. Thank you, Kim Thomas. It's very kind of you. So seeing as all the votes are in now, and you guys were so eager for the Great Yarmouth results, what's the feeling on Great Yarmouth or on Restore? Happy with that? All right, I'm going to ask. We're going to do a poll then. We'll do a poll about Restore. Can Restore overtake Reform in the next 3 years? I will give you 3 years. Can Restore overtake Reform in the next 3 years? Yes or no? There you go. Have at it. I will have a quick check of West Yorkshire. I did have a look a minute ago. There's no real there was no real solid it's same as what I saw half hour ago. Yeah, no updates since 1436 from West Yorkshire. We've got a number of basically Labour getting cooked is basically the update from West Yorkshire. I can't really put it any more succinctly than that. Do keep the chats going, get in the poll, guys. Let us know if you think Restore can overtake Reform in the next 3 years before the general election, basically. And yeah, keep the chats coming. Keep the if you do a super chat, it's more likely I'll see it because I only have one monitor, so I have to keep going away from the chat to look at things. Just quickly back across to Scotland. I think we've got another one I hadn't done. Yeah, Dunfermline and SNP hold as well. So that's going that way. I'm sure there's probably nothing all that. So 7 points down for the SNP to 41% of the vote, a long way ahead of second place. Reform again in third place. And in where did I put that Wales tab now? There. Still just the one Welsh declaration at the moment. You guys are happy with the with Restore's performance? Is that true? Great Yarmouth first, are currently the second largest party. Yeah, the Conservatives are. I mean, I don't. I'd be interested to know you guys' thoughts, but I don't think it's going to play very well with people, with Kemi Badenoch trying to do this oh we're back thing. Look, I said this morning when we first logged on and we were talking about Bexley and Broxbourne, Harlow, Fareham. I said, look, fair play to them. They've held up better. They've held up better. But yeah, I don't think it's going to play very well when they're getting absolutely smashed in their county council heartlands to say that we're back and it's going really well, because outside of that southeast area and some London boroughs, it's not looking great, is it? What I do think the voting from Great Yarmouth shows is that Rupert Lowe would hold his seat. I think we can probably say that for certain now. It was always a little bit unclear as to whether he actually would, but I think with the way those votes have gone at the moment, we can probably say with a high degree of certainty that Rupert Lowe would hold his seat. Said really, I remember this is why I didn't subscribe before. Encouraging mania won't solve a thing. What mania am I encouraging? I just want everybody to have a say. You know, this is an election channel. Great Yarmouth First have just won possibly 9 out of 9 seats in Great Yarmouth. I think it's only fair that we talk about it, no? Ah, righty, Charlie. Thank you. Well, the thing is, lol 9184 is that a lot of people were saying that last July was the zenith of reform's existence, and now tonight's happened. So, or today's happened. So I'd be careful going down that road. Um, yeah, it looks like Restore have won all of the ones there. Restore have won all the seats they're in. Yeah, very good, very good, very good showing from them. Very good showing from them. I just will say to you, Restore supporters, and it's not trying to take the shine off, but bear in mind that you had the resources of a party to throw at 9 or 10 wards / divisions in a county council in one town. Um, you know, so it's just that. It's just to bear in mind. It's a different kettle of fish when you're doing 5,000, um, or even 650 for the general election. Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, mate. Yeah, thanks, Wolverine. We covered that one. The Iowin we've coloured in our Welsh map at long last. It was patiently waiting for us, but there it is. It's coloured in. It's hashed or lined, whatever you want to call it, because Reform and Ply got the same amount of seats. But yeah, that's anticipating more results coming out of. I was hoping there's going to be like a bit of a stream of results coming out of Wales, but it appears at the moment this is the only one. Yeah, it's still the only one at the moment. Keeping a nervous eye on the time, because I'm aware that I may have to go and get my daughter at some point. Hi, John. I have to admit we haven't seen. We've been so busy with the main council results, John, that we haven't really looked at any parish council by-elections that might have happened. So I haven't seen that, I'm afraid. So 400 of you have gone and voted in 8 minutes. Do you think that Restore can overtake Reform in the next 3 years? It's interesting. Right, we've got a first Conservative win or hold in Scotland, Galloway and West Dumfries. So that one's going to go Conservative. That's a Conservative hold. That's not, though. That one's a Conservative hold in the south of Scotland. What do we get here then? 11,500 votes for the Tories, 38% of the vote, 5% ahead of the SNP, and again, Reform in third place, a long way behind. So that's first Conservative win at the constituency level in Scotland. What else? Have we got any more new ones? I think that's all. We looked at all of those. I think we're up to date on Scotland. Anybody heard anything out of London? It seems like it's been ages since we spoke about London. I thought there was going to be, again, a load of London boroughs coming out, but it's been a bit of a dry spell for a while. Labour have lost control of Cambridge, have they? Thank you, Samuel Pinder. We'll look at that. The Green Party have done very well in Cambridge City Council. So it would appear. Labour leader in Cambridge has lost his seat to the Greens, so a lot of the Labour leaders and leadership in these councils is getting wiped out as part of this demolition job on the Labour Party. Cool. So yeah, Cambridge is no overall control. Labour will be the largest party. Very good. Let's go and change our map. So Cambridge, Labour, the largest party in there. Still no more results out of Wales. I was hoping that was going to be coming through a little bit quicker than this. So Reform are now on 30 divisions in Norfolk, with the Great Yarmouth First Party on 9 and the Greens on 8. So at the moment, the Great Yarmouth First Party are the second largest in Norfolk. They will be overtaken, of course, because they haven't got any more to win. The Lib Dems currently in 8, as are the Greens. So they will be overtaken. But still a lot of divisions to come in, and Reform need, I think, do we say 43? So they need 13 more divisions, or 13 more seats to get a majority in Norfolk. So it looks like very much like it's going in that direction. Kingston upon Thames, Liberal Democrat hold. It looks like it says there. That's not surprising. So we can go and fill that in on our. We can do it on this map, but we'll do it on our London map as well. So London, Kingston upon Thames is going to stay Liberal Democrats. We'll see what happens in Merton. My prediction had the Lib Dems being the largest party in Merton. It is the sort of the natural progression for the Lib Dems, I suppose. They've been on this march in the southwest of London for a long time now. If they can make their way into Merton, and then maybe, eventually they set their sights on Wandsworth as well, potentially. But that's so that's a London one coming in there. Winchester have declared, have they? Okay, cool. Well, it's a Liberal Democrat hold. We know that much of Winchester, so that's not going to change on the map. Thank you, Sam. Merton was held by Labour. Was it really? Okay, apologies, I missed that. I've missed, I think, a load of stuff coming out of London. So it was, yeah, you're right. Labour hold in Merton. Interesting. So, in fact, they gained a councillor. They gained a councillor in Merton. Lib Dems gained 2 and the Tories lost 3. So, okay. It does seem that Labour are doing better in London than perhaps, certainly than I thought, and I think probably most people thought. So Merton then is going to remain Labour controlled, which is a surprise to me. Oh, sorry. Merton stays Labour. So I mean, already more red on this map than I think I had in my prediction video. It does definitely seem like Labour are holding up better. But I think the Greens are still going to have their way with them in some of those other boroughs. But we'll wait and see, won't we? I see we've got Rochford, no rule control as well. Reform is the largest party in Rochford, gained 13 seats. Independents gained 1. Tories have been wiped out in Rochford. Sorry, no, they haven't. Beg your pardon. Sorry, no, they lost all the seats they were defending, and they're down to 7. Again, the Lib Dems lost 3 in Rochford. So I think it's been. I don't think it's been a. Generally speaking, I don't think it's been a particularly good night for the Lib Dems. Of course, they've had a good, massive result in Sutton. Won every seat in Richmond. So that southwest bit of London's on lock. But I don't know, outside of that, I feel like it's been a bit of a letdown, really. But let's go to our map, and Reform are the largest party in Rochford, down there on the east coast. Trying to see if there's any more that I've missed. Oh yeah, let's just get Welling Hatfield confirmed. I think it's Labour largest party. It is by one. By one. They lost 3. Lib Dems didn't actually gain any. Reform gained 3. So it was three from Labour, 2 Reform, and the rest of them all just held onto their seats. So we can change Welling Hatfield as well to Labour largest party down here. Labour largest party in Welling Hatfield. Maybe again a potentially missed opportunity from the Lib Dems there to become the largest party, but hey, let's check in on Birmingham. We haven't looked at Birmingham for a while. See what's going on here now. Now it chooses not to load because it was last updated an hour ago. This one we're looking at, so naturally it's crashed. That might genuinely be volume of traffic. Actually, a load of people rubbernecking this car crash of Labour's election performance. Okay, we'll come back to that in a bit then. What have we got for Basingstoke and Dean on our map? We do have it. The others as the others largest party. That's right. Cool. That's as it should be. I think other than that, we're pretty close to being up to date on all this. Yeah, Cheltenham's a Liberal Democrat hold, which we can put in there. Cheltenham Liberal Democrat hold, that could be updated nicely. The map is coming together slowly but surely. West Oxfordshire, that was one we were trying to look up earlier. So this has been fully declared now. Liberal Democrats' largest party. They lost one again though. Again, this was I had them down getting a majority here, I seem to remember. So Lib Dems lost one, Tories up 3, Labour down 3, Reform got 1 as well. So yeah, not great from the Liberal Democrats. They are the largest party, but that's as you were in West Oxfordshire. I'm not convinced this has been a very good showing from the Liberal Democrats, but there you are. Cool. Sheffield, as you said a while ago, we're almost there. Not quite declared yet, but it is confirmed to be no overall control. Labour are currently the largest party, but there's still 6 seats to be declared. Reform currently are on, they've won 9. They're on 10 overall. The Greens have won 4. They're on 18. The Lib Dems have lost 3. They're down to 22 as it stands. So seems likely with Lib Dems losing seats in net that Labour may well still be the largest party in Sheffield then. But we haven't got a confirmed result out of there just yet in terms of the number of seats, but it will be no overall control. So we'll change that to no overall control on our map and update as and when we know more. How I filled in Preston? I haven't filled in Preston, I don't think. Let me have a look. Oh, Preston, yeah, you're right. No overall control. 1 more seat to be declared, but Labour will be the largest party. So same. Thank you for the nudge in the right direction there. We are going to go for Preston, Labour largest party. Thank you for that. Yeah, don't worry about young Bob being live, Smiley. Here's where you want to be. Trust me. It's much more fun. Are you guys still talking about bloody Great Yarmouth in the chat? Honestly. What is there to talk about? Great Yarmouth first, / Restore Britain. They won 9 out of 9. They won a borough by-election they were standing in as well. They had a very good election. Can't deny that. That's it. And they won with big vote shares as well. I think there's, like I say, I think there's nuance to it in terms of how sustainable that is across a national election compared to one town in a county. But BBC reporting Wales Labour vote down about 28 points. Thanks, Don Backer. I forgot about this poll that's been going for 20 minutes. 700 of you voted. 52% say, yeah, Restore can overtake Reform. Well, we'll find out, won't we? In due course. Okay. Have we got any more Wales results coming in? We do. And it's Plaid Cymru in Penny Bont. So that's interesting. Because I seem to remember we had that, the Nowcast had that as Reform, but I may be wrong. Okay, interesting. So Penny Bont is again 2 Reform, 2 Plaid, same as it was in Aylwyn, but the other way around. So we'll go to our Wales map. Penny Bont is going 2 for Plaid, 2 for Reform. And you know, I didn't even look at the other ones. I think it was one Tory, 1 Labour. Yeah. 1 Labour and 1 Conservative. So the same. I think most of the map will probably look like this, to be honest with you. To look at it in a bit more detail, we've got... let's see what's happened here. So Plaid got 33.5% of the vote. Reform got 30.1% of the vote. Conservatives got 15% of the vote, and the Labour got 11, down 24.6 points. And the Tories were down 18 points as well. So, yeah, a mauling, once again, for both the main parties, really, but particularly for Labour. So it looks like we've got the last of the Cannock Chase that came in from a while ago that I was looking at. Let me just have a quick look at my spreadsheet here. I think that was the last one we were waiting for, actually. No. I'm not sure what's saying that. So Cannock Chase, it looks like, yeah, Reform largest party. I can't remember if we did that now. I was talking about that ages ago. Let's have a look. Reform, no, not yet. So Reform largest party in Cannock Chase. So another bit of blue goes on the map, or turquoise goes on the map. How are we doing over in Norfolk, I wonder? So Reforming out to 38 divisions. Greens on 11, so they're in second at the moment in Norfolk, the Greens. So they're having a good showing. The Conservatives are in 4th place behind Reform, the Greens, the Liberal Democrats, and no, they're in 5th place behind Great Yarmouth as well. Do you know what? There's a chance Great Yarmouth first beat the Conservatives in Norfolk here, which would be a huge humiliation for them. And like I say, I don't think this narrative of Kemi Badenoch saying the Tories are fine and they're back, that's not going to wash with many people, I don't think. Is it possible for Reform to take Sunderland, or is there not enough seats? No, Tomo, they can. Sunderland is a whole council election, and it's expected to go to Reform quite convincingly. Hector Marbufa with a super chat. Thank you very much. Ironically, the best for Restore would be a Farage OM, which would be open to criticism from the opposition. Otherwise, they will be blamed for spoilage. Sorry, I'm probably missing because I'm tired what OM is, but if you just feel free to put it in a comment. Well, thank you guys for all being here. We're at 84,000 views. This stream's now longer than last night, so I'm 5.5 hours in. The map is taking shape. I've got just over 1,200 of you here with us. Thank you all for the support, for the encouragement, for the very kind words you put in. Thank you for all the super chats. Do keep it all coming. Make sure you've got a like on the video, subscribed, of course. Cowboy Dud, thank you for the super chat. Restore Britain won 10 out of 10 seats. Yes, they did. And with very impressive vote shares, as far as I can tell. So they're certainly not going away anytime soon. Oh, PM. Sorry, PM, not OM. Yes, sorry, you're right. Yeah. So let's read Hector's, seeing as I butchered it. Sorry. Ironically, the best for Restore would be a Farage PM, which would be open to criticism from the opposition. Otherwise, they'll be blamed for spoilers. Yeah, it's true. It's a good point, isn't it? Loads of Scottish results coming through. Thanks, Sam Pinder. Yes, you're right. I think, Hector. Yeah, in some ways that would be the most optimum thing for Restore would be a reform government with Nigel Farage as the PM, which they can then criticise constantly, isn't it? So Conservatives got another win in Dumfriesshire. Let's see what the scores on the doors were. So they were down 12.9 points, the Tories. Reform were in 3rd place. They improved by 17. The SNP were down by 6. 34.8% for the Tories, 31.4% for the SNP. Dumfriesshire goes to the blue team. And Sam Pinder said there was loads of Scottish results, so let's have a look. Yeah, coming in through the central belt, it looks like now. So Renfrewshire North and Cardonald is going to be the SNP. And we've also got Glasgow, Easterhouse and Springburn. We've also got Motherwell and Wishaw going to the SNP. So I've got to zoom in here. I can zoom in here, actually. Glasgow, Easterhouse and Springburn, and Motherwell and Wishaw there, going SNP as well. Again, no surprises here. This is not particularly out. It is exactly what we would expect. 41% for the SNP, miles ahead in Renfrewshire, North and Cardonald. In Glasgow, I imagine they've got a pretty healthy lead. Yeah, way ahead in Glasgow. The SNP are basically untouchable, to be honest with you, in terms that nobody can. There's too many competing factions below them to get close to them. 44% in Motherwell and Wishaw as well. So SNP very comfortably ahead. We've also got Bathgate actually as well. Bathgate is another SNP hold. So there we go. Bathgate SNP hold. Yeah, like I say, nothing really to say on this. It's not really. Oh, I've got Moray as well. Beg your pardon. Is that that's a hold as well? Okay. Moray, a Conservative, sorry, a SNP hold up there as well in the northeast. So the Scottish map's starting to come together slowly but surely. Do we have any more info out of Wales yet? Wales? We do not. No. We do not. Preston is fully declared now, and Labour Party are the largest party. I can't remember if I changed it over on here. I did, yeah, they are the largest party, so we've done that. In Sheffield, still waiting for 6 seats to be declared there. Cambridge is all declared now. Labour are the largest party. I remember we updated that one, and that's it. Very good. Let's have a look, see if we've got any more on this map. I think we've got it. I think that's about it for now. Oh, one of you mentioned Pendle ages ago, and I forgot to look. Sorry. Pendle is all in. It's going to be Independent's largest party. Conservatives have lost 4. They're down to 8 councillors. Independents have gained 4, up to 13 councillors. And Reform UK have also gained 4 to 5 councillors. Labour have lost 3, and they've been wiped out in Pendle. No Labour councillors left in Pendle. So this one's going Independents as the largest party. That's going to be a pink largest party up there in Lancashire. I think that's everything else they've done. Oh, Hindburn's come in. I missed Hindburn come in. So Hindburn's gone from a Labour majority to no overall control. Labour's still the largest party. They lost 5 to 17. Reform gained 8 to 8. And Conservatives down 4 to 8 as well. So Labour's still the largest party by 9. But Hindburn has gone from Labour majority to Labour no overall control. Labour largest party. So that one also goes pale pink. We've had a Knowsley. Knowsley's all in as well, actually. Labour have held on in Knowsley. They lost 6 councillors. So not one of their worst showings. The Greens didn't actually gain any here. Reform were up 4 though, and the Independents also up 4, but that is still a Labour hold. So Knowsley comes in as Labour majority. So they've held on in Knowsley, which is good news for them. And then that West Lancashire as well. Sorry, I missed that one too. That one's come in. Still 3 seats to be declared. Reform have gained 7. Labour have won none. They've lost all 9 that they were defending so far. The Tories are down 2 as well. Independents up 4. So Reform are the bigger winners, but they're still going to be the probably the smallest party. Looks like Labour at the moment are the largest party, but there's still 3 seats to go, and they're only 1 ahead. So we'll turn West Lancashire into no overall control black for now until we know who's actually the largest party for sure. Good to see the chat still going after 5 hours, 5.5 hours. It's still going. Actually, it's the most active the chat's been for a while. So it's good to see. Maybe we'll get back from work. Philly's declared in Wales. Thank you very much. How's Sussex, Brighton, and Lewis doing? As I've not seen anything from Sussex yet. As far as I'm aware. Check Philly. Right. Okay. Let's go and check Philly then. What have we got? So obviously, Plaid won this by-election, didn't they? And blimey, this. As per the by-election, basically, I've clicked on the wrong one. That one's the one we want. It's just Plaid and Reform. No Labour or Conservative to be seen here. So Plaid Cymru got 37% of the vote. Reform got 32.4% of the vote. Conservatives got 9.7%, and Labour got 11%. So Labour got actually the same as they got in the by-election. That's down 27 points on the last election here. Tories were down 15 points. Reform were up 31 points. So Caerphilly is going to go entirely Plaid and Reform. And yet another region is coloured in with the turquoise and green hashes. So slowly but surely we're getting there. South Wales is declaring first. When we get out to that West Wales, I expect to see that's where where Plaid will probably start picking up 4 seats per region, and then they'll start getting an advantage in terms of numbers. Then, somebody asked me about Sussex. Like I said, there's not been any declaration from Sussex, but I'll see if there's been any any counts at all. So West Sussex so far, the Lib Dems are gaining in West Sussex. They've gained 4. Reform have gained 4. The Tories are down 11. They've only got 1 seat so far. So the Tories are not looking good in West Sussex whatsoever. Yeah, Tories on 1 seat, down 11. Reform have gained 4. Labour are down 1. Greens have gained 4. And the Liberal Democrats also up 4. So West Sussex looks like it's on its way to no overall control at the moment. But that's West Sussex. In East Sussex, let's have a look at East Sussex. East Sussex is looking better for Reform at the moment. The Tories have not won a single seat in East Sussex as it stands. They've lost all 9 that they've been defending. They're on 0 seats. Reform are on 8. The Greens have gained 5. They're on 6. Lib Dems have held 1. So Reform doing well in East Sussex, as are the Green Party. The Conservatives are looking particularly bad in Sussex. 1 seat in West. It's early days. 15 of 50 in East Sussex, and probably similar in West Sussex. But at the moment, there are no seats in East Sussex and 1 in West Sussex. So that is looking pretty catastrophic for them. Norfolk, I expect, is probably similar. What are they looking at in Norfolk? For some reason, it's not showing anything. BBC saying 0 seats have declared, which we know isn't true. Let's try the interactive map then. So Reform on 39 divisions, so they're getting very, very close to having a majority now. The Greens are on 12, and I think the Conservatives are going to finish in 5th place here. Reform are on 39 in the lead. The Greens are on 12 in 2nd place. The Liberal Democrats are on 10 in 3rd place. Great Yarmouth First are on 9 in 4th place, and the Conservatives are on 6 in 5th place. So that is going to be quite embarrassing if they can't get a, even, I mean, if they equal Great Yarmouth First, it'll be pretty embarrassing. So yeah, never mind about Reform being worried about Great Yarmouth First. Maybe the Tories need to be worried about them as well. Some more in Scotland. Cunningham North is another SNP hold. So we can change that one on our map to SNP hold in Cunningham North. We may have another one as well to look at. Hang on. Inverclyde, indeed, is another Scottish National Party hold. This is all shaping up very much as we would have expected. So the SNP are going to win in Scotland. Will they have a majority? That's the question. We asked that yesterday in the chat. I know. So Glasgow and Anniesland is also an SNP hold. This one, that one. So it's all filling in yellow at the moment. Right, we're up to 80, almost 87,000 views. It'd be good if we can get this one over 100,000 as well on this stream. We're getting on for 6 hours of this election watching now. I mean, this is the first time, in all fairness, on Election Watch that we've actually watched an election. So there you go. Okay, well, I'm sorry, I'm going to delete that comment because I personally don't want Pakistanis ruling England. So that's going to be removed. I don't need that sort of spam in the chat. Thank you very much. Remove that. Thank you. Okay. Well, you're just going to get booted then, aren't you? What was I talking about before I was rudely interrupted there? What's going on in Wakefield? What's the story there? Not sure we've actually got much update. It's strange how some wards sort of get their results out and others don't. Okay. Let's see what. So again, BBC's not showing anything, unfortunately, so that's not much use. It is strange how all this works. Some of it seems to be really up to date, and others aren't. Thank you so much for what? Kirklees results coming in. Oh, exciting. Okay, thank you, Sue. Viro's in Adversus, thank you very much for the super chat. Comment on X about the Muslim vote going to the Greens because of Palestine. They're ignoring the fact that the Islamic vote is temporary. As soon as they can, they will vote independent. Well, there you go. It's a very good point. I mean, this is basically the same thing that has happened to Labour, I suppose, isn't it? In a way, yeah, it's worth considering. I think if you're relying on that vote. I think the thing is with, I don't know how much. It's interesting, really. I don't know how much. It's a funny thing with that the Muslim vote in particular, that it tends to come in this sort of block vote. I think it happens in some other places with, like, for example, in Leicester, I seem to think if memory serves, there's 3 constituencies in Leicester, and there's one of them that's basically a Muslim vote, and the other one's a Hindu vote. But outside of that, I can't think of really any other places in England or in the UK where a religious group other than Islam sort of dominates, or sorry, has their vote move in a block. It's an interesting. Thank you, Sue. I'll go to Kirklees in a minute. And the North Tyneside count's finished. Thank you, Sam. That's going to be a Labour Party hold, but we will look at that in a sec. Thank you very much, Lady Suffolk. Most kind. Yeah, so it's odd, isn't it? It moves. The Muslim vote does tend to move in this block, and currently it's moving away from Labour in pretty drastic numbers. So let's go and see what's going on in Kirklees then, shall we? Kirklees votes are coming in. Have the BBC got anything on their website? Of course they haven't. Let's go and see if we can find something on Kirklees Council. I think this was a whole council election, as far as I can remember, if memory serves. So we've got Dewsbury West has elected 3 independent candidates. Labour, another council leader for Labour has lost her seat. That's Kirklees, Wakefield, and Leeds, I think it was. All of them have gone. Almondbury taken by Reform. Looks like Reform are doing quite well in Kirklees. I can't find any actual results at the moment, though. This is just kind of news updates. So let's see if we can find. Oh, it's another one where it's a bloody PDF you got to open. Right, three reformers were elected in Almondbury. Oh, it's so annoying doing it this way. It's so time consuming. Colne Valley. That one. I seem to remember we mentioned Colne Valley earlier, and now it's not loading, so I don't know. Okay, well the Kirklees votes are coming in. We'll leave it there for now because they're not all in, and I have to keep have to open every individual vote, which is a bit long. So I want to have a look at Norfolk. How's Norfolk doing now? Reform are on. Still on 39. 39 for Reform. In fact, that hasn't changed since we last looked. Or Labour have got 1. 1 division for Labour. So what do we say for, I think it was a 43, was it? So they need 4 more for a majority in Norfolk. Let's have a look here. Norfolk, 84. They need 43. Yes, they need 4 more. 4 more for Reform to have a majority. It looks like there's 6 to play for by the looks of it. So, or maybe more. I can't tell it. Oh no, these have been won by the Greens, right? Okay. So yeah, no, there's yeah, 6 to play for. Oh, that's Norwich, of course. That's where the Greens have done well in Norfolk. So they need 4, and there's 6 to play for. So it could be a bit tight actually for Reform. They've got to win. They've got to win 4 of the next 6 to get a majority. So we'll wait and see what happens. I think they'll be a bit disappointed if they don't get Norfolk as a majority. They'll be the largest party guaranteed, but they may not be the majority, which would be, I think, a disappointment for them. First Cardiff seat has come through, and another one is imminent. Thank you very much. Let's have a look at Wales then. Cardiff has come through, you're quite right, and that is very, very sorry reading if you're a Labour supporter. So we've got another one coming as well, actually. So let's do... this is a really bad map from BBC. Cardiff Penarth has gone 3 Plaid Cymru, 1 Reform, 1 Green and 1 Labour. And Labour's vote has collapsed to 11%, 27% of the vote, 27 points down. The Reform were at 29.2 and Plaid Cymru were way ahead on 38% of the vote. So on our map, we're going to go with 3 for Plaid in Cardiff Penarth. So 3 for Plaid, 1 for Reform, 1 for Labour, and I've already completely forgotten what the other one was actually. And 1 for the Greens, yeah, okay. So what did the Greens get here? I didn't even talk about them, did I? So the Greens won... oh, I'm not looking at the right thing. I was going to say that doesn't make sense. Sorry, hang on. I've just read out to you the completely wrong thing. 1 second. I need to look at that. Beg your pardon. Right, implied. Sorry, in Cardiff Penarth then, Plaid Cymru got 41% of the vote, so they were way out ahead. Reform got 17.6% of the vote. Greens got 13. Sorry, Labour were on 12%, down 25, and the Conservatives were on 7.7. So that was Cardiff Penarth. And we've also had Sir Gaerfyrddin come in as well. So, and again, apologies in real time for the Welsh pronunciations. Gaerfyrddin has gone 3 Plaid, 3 Reform. So this is interesting. I can't remember how these were shaking out in the Nowcast. Interesting that Reform are managing to match Plaid here. Let's see what happens. So 43% for Plaid Cymru and 33% for Reform. Again, Labour here have crashed down to less than 10%, down 25 points to 7.7%, which is quite remarkable. They only just beat the Conservatives, actually, who are on 7%. They also down 13.4%. So remarkable results coming out of Plaid. And at the moment, Reform are actually able to keep in lockstep with them for the most part. And these are... as we move out to the west, the more Plaid Cymru favouring areas. But they're a long way ahead in Cardiff Penarth. Let's see what they do in Cardiff Taff. And then it'll be interesting to see what happens up in North Wales. But look, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a Labour wipeout, isn't it? The likes that hasn't been seen in living memory. Yeah, quite remarkable. Right, let's see if we get Birmingham's council page to load now. Doesn't seem like I can actually. Okay, I have to give up on that, unfortunately. Watford mayoralty was held by by Lib Dems with a massive majority. Reform in second. Thanks for all these tags, Bjorn. So it's all starting to come in. We've got that was from 50 minutes ago, mind you. Workers' Party of Britain getting on the action with beating Labour. Labour down 21 points in Red Vale's ward in Bury, and George Galloway's Workers' Party of Britain take top spot with just under 30% of the vote. Labour only just beating Reform into second place by 0.5%. So that's interesting. Bury results coming in. Let's see if the BBC has anything to say about those. Bury is a Labour. Or was this one that was held anyway? I can't remember. No, Labour only lost one seat actually, which must have been that one we just looked at. So, I'm a bit confused now because this is saying that the Independents and others didn't win any seats, but we just saw that Workers' Party of Britain allegedly beat Labour in a Bury ward. So what's going on there? Unless that's not the Borough Council? I don't know. Not sure what's going on there. BBC saying that 16 out of 16 in Bury have been complete. Labour lost 1, Reform gained 5. The Tories actually lost 4. So Labour majority control. But I've got a feeling was Bury one that was majority anyway. No. So Labour majority in Bury then. Right, how are you all feeling? What's the vibe? What's the latest count on the seats, by the way? Seeing as our thing's doing its best, but so you got 647 for Reform, up 645. Liberal Democrats are on 428, up 33. Conservatives 368, down 283. That's not going in a particularly good direction for the Tories, seeing as we're yet to have the Sussexes declared and Norfolk officially. I don't know if Norfolk ones are included in this yet. Labour 357, down 466. Obviously, it's very bad. Greens up 84 to 139. So, Reform are clearly the standout performers so far, as was expected. But we're up to almost 90,000 votes. We're making good progress on towards 100,000 views for this stream, which would be fantastic. We have 2 streams in 2 days. They get over 100,000 views would be incredible. Hopping along. How is Lowe doing? He's doing very well. His party won 10 out of 10 seats they were contesting in the Great Yarmouth area, and they won them very convincingly. So he's doing all right. Yeah, only half of the seats announced. You're right, Cole Mitchell. So there's a long way to go. I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stay on, unfortunately. Again, I was hoping that more was going to come out during the day today, but alas. It's been a pleasure doing this with you anyway, guys. I'm going to stay for a bit. I'm going to stay for as long as I can. But it's been a pleasure doing this with you guys. I hope that you've enjoyed it. That's the main thing. As long as you guys have enjoyed it, you seem to have. You've been very active in the chat, which has been great to see. You've been very kind with your super chats, and it's been great to have you all getting involved. There's been getting a good number of subscribers as well while the stream's been on too, which was great to see too. Good. Greater Manchester slowly but surely starting to fill in. I'll see if I can get an update on that West Lancashire one, actually, because we were just waiting to see. I think there's only like a couple of more seats left, wasn't there, at the time? 15 of 15, and it's so it is going to stay grey, actually. It's tied. Labour lost every seat they were defending, and the Independents are now tied with them for 13 seats, so that will stay grey no overall control in West Lancashire, with Labour and the independent group / localists tied for the most seats. Reform onto 40 divisions in Norfolk, so they need another three, and they've got there's 5 to go. So you would think they probably will get it. It'll be a slim majority for Reform. And look, Great Yarmouth First, in all fairness, have hampered Reform's efforts here to get to a majority, because if they don't get there, I don't know what these remaining divisions are. I don't know if they're likely to vote for Reform. But if they don't get there, then it will be because Great Yarmouth First have pinched seats around Great Yarmouth. So, it could be quite impactful in theory. That's 9 if those 9 divisions have gone Reform, they would have had a majority ages ago. So that is definitely the impact that Rupert Lowe's party has had in Norfolk. Will it be enough to keep Reform away from majority in Norfolk? We'll find out, I suppose, in the next half an hour or so. Sunderland's flipped to Reform. Thank you, Sam Pinder. So we're getting some northeast action at last. They've taken their switch. It's fun, isn't it? Sunderland and Newcastle are normally fighting each other to get their results out first on general election night, but now it's taken all this time. But it is a Reform UK gain from Labour in Sunderland, and my goodness, what a result. So here is... This is quite shocking. So Reform have gained 39 councillors. Remember, this was a whole council election in Sunderland. Reform up 39, massive majority for Reform. Labour have been wiped out to 3 councillors in Sunderland. This is, heartland territory. Remember, Bridget Phillipson, the Education Secretary, her constituency, Horton, Sunderland South, is in Sunderland, obviously. They're down to 3 councillors. It'll be very, very interesting to see what the vote shares are. Have a look and see if anyone's managed to get around to doing that in our sheet soon. The Conservatives have been wiped out in Sunderland as well. They're down to 0 councillors. So we can go to our map, and we haven't been able to do many of these, considering the amount they've been winning. But that goes, Sunderland goes to Reform, turquoise up there in the northeast. A big result for Nigel Farage's outfit up in the northeast, and probably the first of a few to come, but we'll wait and see. We're expecting a similar result in Gateshead, which was also a full council. South Tyneside will be interesting because there's a large local / independent presence there. And then, of course, we had that Newcastle result, or the prediction that was a bit of an interesting one, wasn't it, with saying the Lib Dems would be the largest party. Now, like I say, I'm not sure it's going so well for the Lib Dems, so I would put some doubt on that. But let's see what happens as it all starts hotting up all of a sudden. Have we got any more to put in here? Bolton. Have we done Bolton on my map? I'm not sure we have. Bolton is no overall control. Labour on 20 councillors, though, are clearly the largest party. Again, Reform have gained 9 in Bolton. Independents have actually lost 2. Greens gained 3. Tories down 4 and Labour down 5. So yeah, the Conservatives have not had a good day. They had a couple of bright spots this morning. Bolton is going to go Labour largest party. They had a couple of good things this morning in London, like I said, but it's not been very good for them outside of that. It's been pretty poor, actually, I think. And I think trying to convince hundreds of Conservative councillors who are losing their seats today that, trust me, boys, we're back. I don't think that's going to wash with their own base. And I think everybody else is going to look at it as a bit of desperation. So I think that's a questionable strategy from Kemi Badenoch, that. Usual reminder, but just the banner down the bottom here is my best effort at doing one. It's not right. The guys have been doing a great job in the spreadsheet trying to keep up to date, but that Labour number for some reason is overcounting. I don't know why. They're not on 443. I can tell you what they are on. They're on 357, and Reform are on 647. So it is out for some reason. Not entirely sure why. Let's go and see if anybody's managed to get around to doing a bit of Sunderland on the spreadsheet. No worries if not. We've still got We've got 10 people on the spreadsheet right now. So we've got to shout out to Kevin, Jerome, Nemo, James, Alexander, John, James, Paul, Andrew, and Harry. Thank you so much for all your help doing the spreadsheet. Dubs in the chat, please, again, for the volunteers who have been working tirelessly since late last night, putting all these vote shares in and keeping this spreadsheet up to date. I'm so appreciative, because this stream would not have been as interesting without you guys' effort in there. So Newham Declaration, thanks Sam Pinder. Do more content after selection. I'd like to see more of your vids. Oh, thank you, Charlie. Well, I do videos, just not live streams. This is the first live stream I've done, but definitely subscribe to the channel, notifications on, and yeah, we do videos at least once a week, if not more. So no vote data for Sunderland just yet. That's fine. If we don't get around to seeing it on this video, we'll definitely look at these places in a follow-up video when we look at them in the future. Newham Declaration is what was said to me. So let's go scoot our way down to London and see what's going on. BBC have got nothing on there yet. So this is a big one. So Newham, you've got obviously Labour defending their ward, their borough. Sorry, it's a Labour borough at the moment. You've always got the Greens. There's a high Muslim vote in Newham. You've also got the Newham Independence Party, which is essentially a Muslim party, pro-Gaza, and they beat Labour quite badly in a by-election last year. So this will be interesting to see. A Newham Council election. So interestingly, the Labour candidate won the mayoralty. So that's interesting. Why is it so hard to find bloody election results? Honestly. I can't find any online declarations yet for Newham. So we'll come back to that in a minute. I think we've done all these in Scotland. Oh, no, Paisley we've done. Yeah, we've done that. Edinburgh Northern in Scotland is a Liberal Democrat gain from the SNP. So there you are. We'll have a look at the numbers in a minute. So Edinburgh Northern there is a Liberal Democrat gain from the SNP. And let's see what the numbers say here then. What's happened? So the SNP here were down 13.5 points to 27.9% of the vote. The Liberal Democrats improved by a very healthy 17.6 points and beat the SNP by a 7-point margin. So a big gain for the Liberal Democrats there in Edinburgh. SNP losing 1. We've also got a load of SNP holds coming in. So East Lothian Coast and Lammermoors. Sorry, pronouncing it wrong. That's that one. We've got done that one. Midlothian North. I think we've done that one. That's a SNP hold as well. Midlothian North. Oh no, I have done that one. Beg your pardon. What else have we got? Cumbernauld and Kilsyth, I don't think we've done. And we haven't done Stirling. That's 2 SNP holds. So Stirling and Cumbernauld and Kilsyth, 2 SNP holds there. Any more? Moray we've done. Aberdeenshire East is an SNP hold as well. So it's getting very yellow as we were expecting it to look. That's it for now. Right, that's Scotland. Let's check in with the Welsh. Any more from Wales? No, I don't think so. had that one. That's not up yet. No, that's it, isn't it? I think. Oh no, there is. Sorry, no, there is. Abertawe and Rontha as well. Oh no, sorry, no, just Rontha. Sorry, Rontha's come in. So Rontha, it's another Plaid win. Plaid win with 36.9% of the vote. Reform get 33.6% of the vote here. So remember, this is Rontha is Chris Bryant, Labour MP for Westminster, and they collapse here 31.8 points down to 16.7% of the vote, but they do manage to get a seat. So that's cost reform there a little bit, as Plaid are able to stretch their advantage slightly more over Reform. So that's 3 for Plaid. It's 2 for Reform, and it's 1 for Labour in Rontha. But a bad result for Labour in, this is their heartland, and there's no red on that map, is there? And I don't think we're going to see any red on that map at all. Wales is looking pretty cataclysmic for the Labour Party. Right. I'm not a big fan of how the BBC have set up the Welsh map, really. It's a bit difficult to sort of tell which ones are yeah. Oh, we do have another one as well. Sorry, Pontypridd as well. Pontypridd Merthyr is another one. We're same as the last one. So 3 for Plaid, 2 Reform, 1 for Labour. So Labour are getting just enough of the vote to keep Reform from winning the last seats under the D'Hondt method. So here it was Plaid, but to be fair, here Plaid were further ahead. 39.5% of the vote for Plaid Cymru, Reform 30.6%, and Labour 12.9%. So it's the same result as we just had in Rontha. In Pontypridd, it's going to be Plaid 3, Reform 2, and Labour 1. So Plaid are definitely winning this election, it seems. They are ahead of Reform by a decent margin in most of these places. Be interested to see once we get up into the north of Wales if Reform can do a bit of that in reverse. But at the moment, Plaid definitely have the advantage in Wales. It's I don't think they're going to get a majority. I think Reform have done too well in these other seats for Plaid to have a majority in their own right, but they will be the largest party, I think, based off those early results that have come in. That would be my guess analysis of that. Right, Sheffield at last has counted all seats, and it is Labour largest party in Sheffield. They lost 13 councillors, mind you. The Liberal Democrats lost 5. Reform gained 12, and the SNP, the Greens gained 6. So Sheffield is going to be no overall control or Labour largest party in Sheffield. Let's see what else we've got going on. Any more in England to get into? Ipswich was a Labour hold anyway. No, I think we're up to date on England. Yeah, that's looking about right. Trafford hasn't come in, beg your pardon. Rochdale's come in, though. Rochdale is a Labour hold. They lost 12 seats, but they had a big majority, so they're down to 31. Reform gained 13 seats, gaining every seat that was going. They won every seat in Rochdale, did Reform. So they're up to 15. They won 12 off of Labour and 1 off the Tories as well. So Rochdale is going to be a Labour majority. I've got a feeling that was probably already on there. No, it wasn't. Okay, beg your pardon. I think it's probably supposed to be. Rochdale is a Labour majority. But they lost every seat they were standing in. Okie dokie. Right. Sorry, I've been neglecting you doing all that. Let's come back to the chat. How's it all going? We're up to 92,000 views on this video, so we're getting very close. 6.25 hours we've been going. Quite an effort. And a number of you have been here for the whole thing, so thank you very much for you guys and the support. Scott Malarkey says Reform got Newcastle. Interesting. Is that the case? Let's go and have a look at Newcastle upon Tyne. No, that's not quite the case. Maybe Newcastle under Lyme is what you meant. At the moment, the Greens are leading the way in Newcastle upon Tyne, 36 of 78 declared. So round about halfway there. Greens are on 14 at the moment, having gained 12. The Liberal Democrats are on 13, having held all their seats, haven't gained any. Reform have gained 6. What is quite devastating is Labour, currently in Newcastle upon Tyne, are on 0 seats. They've lost 15. And they're currently on 0 seats. The Tories also on 0 seats, having lost 1 as well. So Greens leading the way in Newcastle at the moment. So, yeah, Liberal Democrats are there or thereabouts, but they've only held seats so far. No gains for the Lib Dems. So we'll keep a close eye on Newcastle as that comes in. Any more in the northeast that have been counting yet? No, nothing for Gateshead, apparently. South Tyneside, nothing there either. Okay, fine. Norfolk, how are we doing in Norfolk? Norfolk is still Reform on 40. The Conservatives still on 6, 12. So nothing's changed, actually. That's all still, I think, the same. We've still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 divisions to count or to declare. Reform still need 3 seats for a majority. So look, Reform could have the party spoiled in Norfolk by Rupert Lowe's Great Yarmouth First. Current Senate vote share from Wolverine, thank you very much. Plaid Cymru 38%, Reform 29.9%. So Plaid are winning quite comfortably at the moment. And I don't think we haven't even done Plaid's best areas yet, which will be Bangor up in the north and in the west as well. So yeah, Plaid are definitely winning this election. Reform have taken Sunderland, that's right. Peter Cooper, yeah, we've changed it on our map to Reform colours in Sunderland. Let's have a look, actually, and see if we can get it switched over onto our graphic. We just put the councillors in. People are on it. Okay, some of the ward names are wrong for the northeast. All right, thank you very much. Thanks for letting me know. Oh, you don't want to see that. That's boring stuff. Yeah, it might be some of the reason having full council elections in the northeast is because they've been rewarded. So I've probably got the wrong ward names in there. Despite my best efforts, the ONS may have let me down, unfortunately. Yeah, these are old ones, aren't they? Okay. All right. Apologies for that, guys, who are doing the spreadsheet. That's my bad for not double checking things. Okie dokie. We're marching on towards 100,000 views on this live stream, which is phenomenal. We've got some results coming in from the north of Wales now, and it's the same sort of thing happening, but in reverse this time. So Reform aren't quite getting enough of the votes in Wales to keep up with Plaid. So Plaid are getting 3 in each constituency, and whereas Reform for a little while were able to keep up with them doing that, that at the moment now they've been scuppered by Labour and now the Tories in the north. So up in Bangor, Plaid got 45% of the vote. And got 3 seats. Reform got 28.1% of the vote, and the Tories got 12.4%. So Reform needs to just take probably another couple percent, would have been all it took to get the third seat, but the Conservatives got it instead. So it's happened twice in the south with Labour and now once up in the north with the Tories. So Bangor Conwy Mon is going 3 to Plaid, 2 to Reform and 1 to the Conservatives. So not quite able to beat the either Labour in the south or Conservatives in the north to that third seat, which is going to cost them over time. But I still think it won't be enough for for Plaid to have a majority in their own right. But see what's going on next. We've got some notifications here. Scottish Parliament's filling up with SNP. Thank you, Bjorn. Yeah, big drop for Labour in Preston earlier. Reform doing very well in Bradford, apparently. 48 minutes ago from Patrick Maguire. BBC are forecasting SNP will be the largest party in Scottish Parliament, but will fall short of an overall majority, which is, I think, what we were expecting. See if we've got any more from Scotland coming in here. Mid-Fife and Glenrothes, I think that's Glenrothes, sorry. That's an SNP hold. Yeah, no real changes. The Reform did finish in second place here, but a long way behind the SNP. But there's 1 second place finish for Reform up in Scotland. I think we've done Dunfermline and Cowdenbeath. So yeah, SNP, BBC say SNP will be the largest party, but not a majority, and I think that's what I was probably expecting. I think it would have been a bold prediction to say that anybody else was going to be the largest party in Scotland this year. Cool. So the BBC still haven't updated their map for Sunderland for some reason, but that has gone to Reform. Still no other results coming out of London just yet, other than the ones we've already marked up. So still waiting on London to count. And still nothing from the Sussexes just yet. We can go and check in on them, though, because they were showing the Tories in a bit of bother in Sussex. So let's go to West Sussex first. West Sussex is showing Reform now on 6. The Liberal Democrats on 12. Lib Dems are leading the way in West Sussex on 12 at the moment with 7 gains. The Conservatives are still on 1. This is getting a bit nervy now for the Conservatives. There's 29 seats out of 30 down, so we're not halfway through counting yet, but the Conservatives are down to just one one councillor in West Sussex, having lost 16. So it's looking very, very bad for the Conservatives in West Sussex. Labour have lost just 1 and they're on 4. So Labour are doing better than Conservatives in West Sussex at the moment. That goes to show you how, this is not a good day for the Conservatives. It is not a good day for the Conservatives at all. East Sussex, they were on 0, the Conservatives. They still are on 0. Again, this one's just under halfway done in terms of counting. 19 of 50 counted so far. Reform are on not on 19, they're on 10. 4 ahead of the Greens at the moment. So Lib Dems leading the way in West Sussex. Reform leading the way in East Sussex, which is funny. I think I would have had it the other way around in my head, but there you are. So the Conservatives should be getting a bit worried about what's happening in Sussex, I think. Maybe they'll rue doing a big rally and saying they were back after they won Bexley and what was the other one? Westminster. And yeah, it's not going too well for them outside of the M25. What can we check up on next? Let's have a look at Norfolk. How are Norfolk doing? Still doesn't seem to have been any change. So these last 5, is it 5? Yeah, 5 divisions are keeping us in suspense here in Norfolk. Reform need 3 seats for a majority in Norfolk at the moment. If they don't get it, like I said earlier, it will be Restore Britain who have deprived them of their seat. Excuse me one moment. Right, I think my mother's trying to get in touch. I think the end of the stream may be approaching because I'm going to have to go and pick my daughter up from her grandma's house. But hopefully we'll be here. I'd like to stay here until we get to that 100,000 more. We need 7,000 more views, so it's we've been going up nicely. We've still got 1,000 of you watching. Thanks a lot for all the support, guys. A new result in Wales has come through, as have all the Edinburgh seats. Thank you very much, Samuel Pinder. There, we will go and have a look at that in just a second. In fact, we're going to have a look at it now. Why not? So let's do the Scotland one first. So we've got some more Edinburgh results. We do, yeah. Edinburgh's all filled in. Right, so Edinburgh Southern has been a Labour gain from the SNP. So the SNP have lost a few. Edinburgh Southern is going to the Labour Party. And we'll have a quick look at that result. So Edinburgh Southern was an 8-point increase for Labour. 42.9% of the vote, 13 points down for the SNP. And then the other lot are way behind those two. So a drop there for the SNP. Also a green gain from the SNP as well. So the Greens have increased by a big 29.3 points in Edinburgh Central to 36% of the vote, winning with a good margin of 13 points over Labour in second. And Agnes Robertson, one of the SNP big hitters, they've fallen all the way from first to third in Edinburgh Central, have the SNP down 17 points. So a few signs of SNP sort of, I suppose the vote share causing them some trouble. But generally speaking, they're way ahead of everybody else. Who else have we got around here? We've got a couple for the Liberal Dems. Done one already. Edinburgh North Western is a Liberal Democrat hold as well. So Lib Dem hold in Edinburgh North Western. And we've also got Fife North East is I think that's a Liberal Democrat hold. Pretty sure that was theirs to start with. It is indeed. Yeah, that's right. We can also do... Is there one there to do? I think there might be. Yeah. Kirkcaldy is a SNP hold. Yeah. So Scotland is starting to fill in now. Clackmannanshire and Dunblane. I think maybe we haven't done that either. No, that's another SNP seat there. And there's also one here, actually. Edinburgh, North Eastern and Leith is an SNP hold as well. So SNP dropping a few around Edinburgh, but way ahead across the country. If I just zoom out to make sure there's no more before I move on. We've got Airdrie as well. And Coatbridge. And some more Glasgow ones coming in. So yeah, there's a load more Glasgow ones coming in, actually. So SNP all throughout here, basically. So SNP in Glasgow, Kelvin and Maryhill. Coatbridge and Christon. Airdrie. Or Christon it might be, sorry. I think we've got them all. Oh, Glasgow, Baillieston and Shettleston as well. That's another SNP one in there. Just trying to find all the little constituencies on this map, really. I think we've done it. I think we're up to date. Right, so let's go and look at Wales then. Wales is over there, and we're on. Let's have a look. So it looks like we've got Torfan has come in, which is going to be 2 for Reform, 2 for Plaid Cymru, 1 for the Conservatives, and 1 for Labour. So this is kind of what I was talking about in my preview videos for Wales. What's happening is Reform, where they're winning, where they're ahead in the vote share, like they are here in Torfan, they've got 31% of the vote. They're not far enough ahead, like Plaid are, to win the 3rd seat and knock one of the Conservatives or Labour out. Whereas Plaid are just ruthlessly ahead. They're not taking any prisoners. So yeah, this is what we're talking about in the preview, basically. So Torfan is going 2 for Reform in there. Yeah, 2 for Reform, 2 for Plaid, 1 Labour and 1 Tory. So that's Torfan. Have we had any others coming in Wales? Wales is getting there now. So I think that's Caerphilly, isn't it? We've seen that one. We've seen Penarth. The map on BBC is not great, really. Irwin was the first one. We've done Pontypridd. We've done that one. We've done Gaerffyrddin. And so we've got 7 more regions to declare in Wales. Let's see what happens. Plaid are going to be the largest party. I think that seems fairly reasonable to say. In Newcastle now, 36 of 78 declared. The Greens are up 12 to 14. Labour still have no councillors elected in Newcastle upon Tyne. Alarm bells will be ringing there. Lib Dems still haven't gained a seat, but they've defended all of their 13. Reform are up 6. Let's check in with Sussexes. So the Tories have improved slightly. They're on 4 now. They've lost 19, but they're on 4. Reform on 7, and the Liberal Democrats on +9 now, with half the seats declared. So the Liberal Democrats looking like they're doing pretty well to be the largest party at the moment. They've got double the seats of Reform in 2nd, but still half the seats to come in West Sussex. In East Sussex, 21 of 50, so still just under half. And the Conservatives are on the board now. They've got one councillor elected. They've lost 12 here, and Reform leading the way on 11. So with 26 needed, Reform are 15 away from a majority in East Sussex at the moment. Still no update in Norfolk for some reason. It seems to be stuck on these last 5 divisions to declare. Wales is starting to fill in nicely. We're at 90, just almost 95,000 views for the Wolverhampton hasn't been put on my map. Has it been declared? Is that one I've missed? Oh yeah, 21 declared, and it's Reform largest. No, sorry, no, it's not. It's by thirds, isn't it? This is a Labour hold, which should be on there. You're right, because it was going to be a hold anyway, so it should be on there, and it's not. You're right. Wolverhampton is Labour red, but they again another one in the West Midlands where they lost 11. The Conservatives lost 1 as well, and Reform gained all of the seats, plus 12 for Reform. So 11 down for the Labour Party, 1 down for the Tories, and Reform won all of those off both of them. So bearing in mind that my numbers down the bottom are not correct, we're now looking at, if I just refresh that, Reform are on 813 councillors now. They're marching on towards 1,000. They're up 811. Another, incredible result for Reform, and we've still got, we're 85 of 136 councils, so there's a lot still to go. Liberal Democrats second on 520. The Conservatives on 470. They're down 379. Labour 463 are down 621. And the Greens are on 229, up 158. So they're doing quite well, the Greens. I think in normal times, that would already be a pretty impressive number for the Greens. But with the hype that's been around them in the last few months, I think people are expecting maybe a bit more. But we still haven't had the main London boroughs yet. So there's time to go. Right, I think I'm in my last 20 minutes because I'm going to have to go and get my daughter, I'm afraid. So let's get these, if we get these last 5,000 views up in the next 20 minutes or so, that'd be most appreciated. Make sure you like, make sure you comment, get the chat going. Make sure you subscribe, all that stuff to get the video in front of some eyeballs, and we can have 200,000 view streams. Would be incredible. We're going on for 7 hours here, by the way. It'll be a 7-hour stream when we call it a day. It's a shame we couldn't. I can't stay for a bit longer and see it all sort of come in. It's feeling a little bit. A bit of a letdown to leave before it's all finished, but unfortunately, that's life, I'm afraid, alas. So thank you all for being here and for tuning in and sticking with me. A number of you in the chat I've seen here all day. Wolverine, you've been here for a very long time. Samuel Pinder's been here directing us where all the votes are coming in. As he's just said, Isle of Wight is 1 short of majority for Reform, so came very close there. There's been a load of you that I've seen in the chat all day, so greatly appreciated spending your Friday afternoon with me going through all these results. Most appreciated, and thank you for all the support. So let's go and have a look at the Isle of Wight then. So sounds like the all declared, as you say, 39 seats. They needed 1 more seat, didn't they? Reform 19 they're on. I'm sure they'll probably go into coalition with the independents there to have a Reform-led council. Conservatives in Isle of Wight down 16 to just 2 councillors. Again, another really bad result for the Conservative Party. The Greens held their 2 but didn't make any gains, and actually Labour held their 1, so they didn't get wiped out in the Isle of Wight. The Independents were down 6. The Lib Dems are up 3. So the Lib Dems really is who scuppered Reform getting a majority in the Isle of Wight. So we will put the Isle of Wight down on our map as Reform largest party. And actually we can do that on 2 maps because it also comes up on this one. Reform largest party there as well. So I'm not sure what's holding them up in Norfolk. They were all sort of coming in quite rapidly, and now it seems to have all dried up a bit. So I'm not sure what's the hold up is with these last few divisions. But Reform need 3 of the 5 to have a majority. The Conservative Party currently not looking like they're going to even finish, having been the majority here before this election, looking like they're going to finish 5th behind the Great Yarmouth First Party. So that's going to be a bit of a humiliation for, I think, Kemi Badenoch, if that were to happen, after she did a rally saying the Conservatives were back earlier in the day. She went a bit early on that, I think. Let's keep on pushing up towards 100,000 views. If we can get it there, that'd be awesome. I'd be greatly appreciative of that. What else have we got going on here? Right, I'm going to do a quick poll. Get involved in the poll. Right. Poll going in the chat. Get involved. Get your votes in. The question is more live streams in the future. Now, I mean, I'll see what you guys definitely see what you guys vote here, but I've quite enjoyed this. I'm like I say, I'm limited at the moment with how I can do it, really. But if it's something that interests you, then maybe we'll look at it. I mean, how would you want a live stream to work? That's the other thing. You know, we can do it now for an election, but obviously there's not a big election every week, is there? So what sort of stuff would you want to see on a live stream? What would you want to have sort of as the content? It doesn't seem like any more London updates. No, I've been checking, but I haven't actually looked to see if anywhere's got sort of partway through a count or something. So look at Lambeth. So Lambeth has done 2 seats and the Greens have won both so far. So it's looking like the Greens will do well in Lambeth at the expense of Labour. Southwark, let's have a look in Southwark. Another one that was going perhaps to the Greens. Here, not so much. Labour have down 2 to the Greens, but they've actually defended 8. So they're in the lead at the moment in Southwark. Lewisham was another one that could go Green. No seats declared there yet. Newham. Why don't we check Newham? Newham has 0 seats declared allegedly, according to the BBC. Greenwich. So Greenwich is 6 down for Labour, 4 up for the Greens. Reform have 1-1 in Greenwich, but Labour are ahead by quite a bit. So not looking like the Greens are going to, certainly not going to win there. We had them as largest party when I did my my thing in. However, the Greens are 9 to the good in Hackney. Now there's still 57 seats, so there's still got 48 to declare. But Labour haven't won 1 yet, and Greens have won all 9, so that's going in an interesting direction. Let's have a look at Islington. Islington 21 of 51, and it's 13 to Labour and 8 to the Greens. So Greens are having an impact, but not necessarily winning it. Camden, Keir Starmer's stomping ground, and it's 18 for Labour and 7 for the Greens. So they're not having as big an impact as my prediction had them making. Barnet, 26 of 63, and the Conservatives are looking pretty good in Barnet, to be fair. 17 at the moment, up 4. Labour down 5. So London is coming together slowly but surely. I wonder if Barking and Dagenham's done anything yet. No declarations of Barking yet, allegedly. So you guys want more streams. You want to see about Bromley and St Helens. Bromley, the Conservatives are doing quite well in Bromley. They're only down 2 at the moment. Reform are up 6, so that's going to be Conservatives' largest party in Bromley as well. So a bit of a letdown for Reform in London. They've only got one of their targets, really, which is Havering. It looks like the Conservatives will at least be largest party, if not majority, in Bromley, based off that showing so far. And St Helens, I can tell you, we're looking currently only 5 seats declared. Reform have won all 5 so far. So Reform are 5 of 5, and it's a whole council election. So this could be another flipper. Sadly, I think I'm probably going to miss that because I only got 15 minutes. I'm going to have to get out of here. But yeah, do keep. Thank you for the super chat, Sensible Centre. Sorry, I've done you dirty for £2 there because we just checked Bromley. Bromley currently Conservatives leading quite comfortably, so they're going to be the largest party most likely. Yorkshire. Let's see what's going on. I don't know if this is updated yet for Wakefield. No, the BBC seem to think no Wakefield have been declared, but I'm pretty sure they have. BBC seems to be a bit behind. It's very difficult to find results. Nothing in Kirklees on the BBC. Leeds. 34 or 36 in Leeds. Labour have lost 9. This is a thirds election, so not a full election here. Labour have lost 12 down to 9. Reform have gained 7 to 7, and Greens have gained 6. Reform are on 9. Sorry, they gained 7 to be on 9, and the Greens on 11. So Labour are going to be the largest party. We can know that for sure. In fact, it's going to be a majority, isn't it, of 48? So that one probably should have been marked up as a Labour majority as well. But yeah, a big drop for Labour again in Leeds. What else can we check in Yorkshire? Bradford. Apparently the left parties were a bit uncomfortable that Reform were looking quite happy in Bradford. At the moment, it's excuse me, only 3 seats declared, and it's all Green holds so far. So 3 for the Greens and none for anybody else, as it stands. In Calderdale, no seats declared. So yeah, Yorkshire doesn't seem to be coming through on the BBC at the moment, unfortunately. Reform in East Sussex are up to 15 now. 30 of 50 declared. So they need 11 more for a majority. So Reform might be looking at majority territory here in East Sussex. The Conservatives have lost 16. They're on just 2 councillors as it stands. So Reform looking pretty good in East Sussex. In West Sussex, it was the Lib Dems ahead. Let's see how they're going now. 43 of 70 declared, and 17 for the Lib Dems, 10 for Reform. So in here you need 36 for a majority. So yeah, Lib Dems still need 19. So there's still a lot to go. So we'll wait and see. Conservatives have lost 23 in West Sussex. They're on 5. So it's really looking very bad for the Conservatives in Sussex, both Sussexes. No updates from Newcastle. No updates from Wales. Trying to decipher on this Scottish map if I've missed any Scotland constituencies. I don't think I have. Oh no, I have. They're underneath the thing. Right, Glasgow Central as an SNP hold. What else have we got here? I think I did that one, didn't I? Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock is another SNP hold. So yeah, East Kilbride, Hamilton, both going to the SNP as well. There's really no. There's the doggos. To be fair to them, that's the first time you probably heard them. You might not have even heard them. First time in 6 hours, to be fair to them. I'll give them that. That's pretty impressive from them. Very good. So that's my wife coming home from work. So that might be me having to clock out for this one. Well, we've been going for 7 hours. Bridlington, thanks for the super chat, Audio Pimp. Not sure what's going on in Bridlington. I'm gonna have to leave it there. It's the time has come, but we've been going for almost 7 hours, which is quite extraordinary. Did we get to 100,000 views in this one? Not quite. 97. Well, we'll take that. That's close enough for me. You want more live streams in the future by a landslide, which is very kind of you. But we'll have to leave it there for this evening. Thanks a lot, all of you, for tuning in and watching. We've done a total of 12 hours, 13 hours over the last 24 hours. So that's pretty good going. It's a shame we couldn't stay all the way to the end of the results, but never mind. We'll obviously there'll be a roundup video, probably 3 or 4 roundup videos for all the stuff we've got to get through in the coming week or so. But until then, please you all take care. Thanks a lot for all the support in these videos. It's been good fun doing this, and I'll see you all on the next video. Take care.